The Dragons, Familiar. Falling for a Dragon Book 1, A Dragon Shifter Romance. Written by Flynn. Chapter 1. Who knew a single drop of blood could change a whole world? I sure didn't, at least not on that cold, dreary night so long ago. All my thoughts were focused on getting home, and stepping out of the high heels I wore to make myself look taller than my middling height. Also, they were great for an impromptu tap dance in the bathrooms. Well, when nobody was looking. What are you thinking, Dena? I sighed. There was that inner voice again, scolding me for being silly. I looked back fondly on the days when as a kid that adult voice didn't haunt my footsteps, and scold me into being an adult. Speaking of adulting, my thoughts had wandered far too long. I heard a loud, familiar honk, a block ahead of me. That was the bus parked at my stop, but not for long. Panic overtook me, and I raced forward. The rear brake lights flashed off, and the bus pulled away from the curb, oblivious that one passenger still remained on the sidewalk. I stumbled along the broken walk and reached the stop as the bus pulled away from the light down the street. All was lost. Now look what happened. You should have been faster. I glared into the growing gloom. Seriously. How bad can walking home be? Me and my big mouth. It turned out walking home wasn't bad. It was way worse than that. Still, that was in the future, and at the present time I had only one choice. Feet, get moving, I commanded myself, and I marched forward with my heels clopping on the sidewalk. I'd forgotten how many blocks lay between my place of work and home, but I soon found out it was a heck of a lot. The bus trip usually took a little over a half hour, but an hour later found me still far from home, and feeling the pain of my choice of footwear. I hurried past a dark opening to an alley, but paused and backed up a few steps to stand in the mouth of the monster. The narrow road could hardly be called paved. Maybe patches of pavement with clots of dirt and trash would be more accurate. Rusted trash cans overflowed like an all-you-can-eat buffet, and not a single beam of light intruded on the horrible silence. I bit my lip. My memory recalled this being a shorter route to home, but I'd be going along a few blocks with which I wasn't too familiar. Still, that would shave off a lot of time, and my aching feet pleaded with me to find courage. I took a deep breath and plunged into the darkness. Little did I know that my shortcut would turn out like every other shortcut. It would become the long way home. My high heels clacked against the bits of pavement that still remained, as I skirted stinking puddles and even worse trash heaps. The alley was hardly 10 feet wide, and brick walls loomed up on either side of me, creating a long tunnel effect. The light at the other end didn't guarantee an end to my journey. That was another block down, and a couple of turns. I held my breath as I passed through the stench that lingered in the air. A proper description would have been some cross between rotten eggs and gym socks used for a month without washing. I had to pause at the intersection in the middle of the large block, and breathe in the air that swept through the other outlets. Noises caught my attention. They came from halfway down the part of the intersecting alley to my left. I pressed my chest against the wall, and scooted closer to the corner before I peeked around the brick wall. 3 shadows lurked in the alley. Their bulk and stiff manner of moving told me they were all men. 2 of them stood over another, who sat on the ground at their feet. The shaky voice of the man on the ground floated over to me. Please let me go." One of the men who stood over the quivering fellow shook his head. "Not until you hand over the wallet and the watch." My blood ran cold as I realized what I was witnessing. It was a robbery, and the men weren't asking politely for the money. One of them had a gun, the barrel of which he pointed at their cowering victim. The meek man on the ground shrank away from the weapon. Please. There's no money in there." One of the other men scoffed. "That's what they all say, isn't it, Joe?" Joe scowled at his cohort. "Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you doing using my name?" The man with the gun shrank away from Joe.
Sorry, man. I just wasn't thinking. So what's new?
Joe snapped before he whipped his head back to their victim.
Now fork it over.
Joe grabbed the man's left arm and tried to pry a fancy glistening gold watch off the smaller man's wrist.
No. I don't know what I was thinking.
Maybe I wasn't. Either way, with my heart pounding in my ears, I frantically searched the ground. My eyes fell on the remains of a bicycle, no doubt scavenged by the local crew of hobos. I grabbed a pair of broken pedals and stepped out into the intersection. My voice was a little shaky but came out loud and clear.
Leave him alone.
The men whipped their heads up and their eyes flashed with anger and a little fear.
That's when I lobbed my grenades at them.
In my usual style, one struck the wall close to the head of the gun-wielding assailant and clattered to the ground. The second throw, however, struck its mark. Sort of. I had aimed for their heads, but my second throw was too short and struck the weaponless man in the groin. His eyes slightly crossed, and he stumbled to the side until his shoulder hit the brick wall. The man's companion was understanding, as he burst into laughter. The man I had so wronged glared up at his companion, before he wrenched the gun from the other man's hand. He lifted his shaking hand and pointed the barrel at me, his eyes ablaze with fury.
I'm gonna kill you, you stupid bitch.
Panic overtook me, and I ducked behind the wall.
Surely, he didn't mean it. That's when a bullet struck the corner and chipped off a piece of brick.
I ran. My feet pounded against the broken pavement, and my arms pumped at my sides.
That's when I heard another shot, but there was no whiz past my face.
This one was quick, taken at point-blank range.
You didn't have to do that, Joe. I'm not gonna have any witnesses.
My blood ran cold as a realization struck me. They'd murdered their victim. Now I was next. Footsteps echoed behind me as the men gave chase. I reached the mouth of the alley and ducked around the corner as another shot struck the bricks close beside me. I didn't take heed of where I went, only that I needed to get out of the line of sight as quickly as possible. Another alley presented itself across the street, and according to strict city codes, was slightly misaligned from the one from which I'd just escaped. I raced across the street and into the alley. A shout came from one of my attackers.
Just let it go, Joe. Not this one.
Joe shouted. I reached the mouth of the alley, and found it to be wider and cleaner than the others. Just my luck that there would be no trash to dive into. There was, however, an apartment building along one side, and a rusted fire escape offered my frantic mind a plan.
I scrambled over a short pile of boxes, and managed to grab the bottom rung of the ladder.
The ladder was so rusted that it didn't fall down as designed, but that was good for me. With the adrenaline pumping in my veins, I managed to pull myself up, and I scurried to the bottom platform. There I waited.
I held my breath as the shadows of the men stretched into the alley.
Joe still held the gun, and his eyes were full of white-hot fury as he inched forward.
Where the hell did the bitch go?
His companion grabbed Joe's arm and gave it a tug.
I don't know, Joe, but we'd better scram. The cops could be here any time now.
Joe shrugged off his friend's hand.
You think anyone's gonna call them around here? They stopped beneath my hiding spot.
The gun glistened in the weak light from the lamppost outside the alley. Instinct told me to flee, but there was only one place to go, and that was up. I eased my head back, but even that slight bit of movement made the rusty grates beneath me squeak. The men whipped their heads back and their searching eyes soon found me. Joe lifted the gun, and that was my cue to run. I raced up the stairs as another bullet whizzed past me. The clamor beneath me warned me that they were climbing the ladder.
I had reached the last platform when one of my heels caught in the grates.
A weak cry escaped me as I looked down, and there, 2 floors below me, stood Joe with the barrel pointed at my head.
A horrible grin stretched his face as he squeezed the trigger. I flung myself against the wall, and my foot slipped out of my shoe just as the shot rang out.
The bullet struck the upper part of my arm and went straight through.
A horrible white-hot pain penetrated my body, and blood began to flow freely.
I wrapped my hand around the part of my arm above the bleeding, as the men continued their chase. Instinct screamed at me to continue running, and so I did up the last flight of stairs and onto the flat roof of fine gravel and trash. An ancient wooden door in the center of the roof led inside. I raced over to it and tried the knob. Locked. I pounded my fists against the wood as tears streamed down my face.
Let me in. Somebody let me in. The gravel crunched behind me.
I spun around to face the pair as they climbed onto the roof, the gun at the ready for the final shot. Heart pounding, I whipped my head to and fro. There. A nearby roof. With gasping breath, I dashed across the roof and made it to the short wall that surrounded the area, but I didn't slow down. Desperation forced me to leap onto the low wall, and I used my momentum to propel myself across the gap.
Unfortunately, the cut proved to be a chasm.
I fell short of the other roof, but managed to grab the edge of its low wall. My momentum meant I slammed into the brick wall, and had the breath knocked out of me. The agony in my arm increased twofold as I hung there, unable to pull myself up. Some of the blood from my arm dripped off my sleeve, and fell to the ground some 70 feet below me. My life fluid dropped into a puddle, and a soft ripple disturbed the water. The wind suddenly picked up beneath my feet, and the gusts distorted the colors in the water, creating a strange picture that didn't match the gap. A chuckle came from behind me. I twisted my head around, and found Joe leering at me with his companion just behind him.
There was no mercy in his eyes.
The wind tugged at my feet as I felt my fingers slip, and I slowly slid closer to my doom. The puddle seemed to stretch across the whole width of the alley, as the strange colors swirled about, creating a new picture that reflected a completely different place. Joe lifted the barrel of the gun and grinned.
Like shooting fish in a barrel.
One doom for another. The ground would have more mercy than the man with the gun. I opened my hands and fell to my death. Only it wasn't death that awaited me.
It was just the beginning of my journey. Chapter 2.
I shut my eyes and my body tensed as I prepared for the feel of cold water and hard earth. What I felt, however, was only a whoosh of chilly air, and then a touch of a soft wind against my cheeks. I opened my eyes and found myself in a thick mist. The white stuff flew past me in blobs like cream, and I realized it wasn't mist but clouds, and I was falling through them. A few openings appeared in the clouds, and I glimpsed thousands of sparkling lights below me. They dotted the landscape of houses large and small, dwarfed by ancient temples, stone ruins, and a castle atop a black stone that towered above all else on its craggy rock that overlooked a large but crowded bay.
This had to be a dream. Or heaven.
Either way, I was 1,000 feet above those twinkling lights and falling fast.
What really caught my attention and my hope was a small fleet of some half-dozen wooden ships with large billowing sails.
They weren't in the bay, however, but high in the air. Still, they were lower than where I was falling, and a couple 100 yards away.
I twisted around and looked up.
The cloud bank from where I had emerged had a gaping vortex that slowly closed, shutting off my view of the puddle through which I dropped. A bitter wind stampeded past me, and I tumbled head over heels. I managed to right myself, but my mind could imagine the horrible end that awaited me at the end of this cold journey. Movement from the ships caught my attention, and I glimpsed a throng of people on the deck of the largest vessel. One of the figures leapt onto the side wall of the ship, and my eyes widened as a pair of birds' wings burst out of their back.
They flapped hard and took off from the vessel.
Hope was kindled within me, as they made a straight shot toward my diving position. As they neared, I could make out a black plate of armor on their chest and chainmail leggings and sleeves. The man, or whatever he was, flew just slightly above me and extended his hand toward me. As the old saying goes, any salvation in a snowstorm, so I twisted around and stretched out my own hand.
Our fingers entwined with each other, and I felt a strange warm spark flow through my entire body.
A brilliant white light radiated out of our connection and flowed over me like a tidal wave of sea foam that twined around each other to create illuminated strands. The next moment, huge white wings burst out of my back, ripping the rear of my shirt and coat to shreds. The sensation was a mixture of pain and pleasure, like eating your favorite ice cream too quickly. My newborn wings enveloped a startled man in a flurry of loose feathers, and he jerked back, breaking our connection.
I was left to fall on my own.
I tried to reconnect with him, and in doing so the wind tucked under my wings, slowing my descent as I glided across the uneven rooftops of that metropolis. I could now see small gardens and trees scattered among the mismatched houses and businesses. People hurried along the shadowed streets with lamp in hand to light their way along the dark paths. I found myself gliding toward a canopy of trees situated near a large church-like building that resembled a miniature cathedral. A small enclosed courtyard surrounded by a high stone wall held a large tree that stretched up nearly as high as the gabled roof. As I neared the ground, I noticed more feathers flying loose behind me. I looked over my shoulder and my heart stopped.
The wings were breaking apart.
The loss accelerated, and my altitude took a nosedive along with me. I crashed headfirst into the thick branches of that majestic tree, and my theories about this being a dream or heaven were dashed to pieces along with my body. I tumbled through the branches as the last of my feathers fell away around me. The final landing onto smooth cobblestone some 12 feet below the last of the branches knocked the air out of me. I lay there on my back, my bruised body bemoaning my fate. The worst pain came from the gunshot wound in my arm. Blood still poured out, though some had congealed enough with my shirt to make an ugly mess. Through the branches I caught a glimpse of the sky. The flying ships had moved closer to my position, and more than one winged man now flew in the sky. They appeared to be growing larger with each passing moment. Maybe the angels were ready to take me now. The ground vibrated beneath me as footsteps hurried over to where I lay. A shadowy figure leaned over me, and a gentle raspy voice of a man reached my ears.
"Don't try to move too suddenly.
I have called for help." More forms appeared and the first figure stepped back. His voice urged on the others.
"Hurry now.
We must get her inside before they come." Like a faraway dream, I felt myself lifted onto a stretcher by many hands and borne inside.
The hallway down which we traveled was lit by small hanging lamps, and those illuminated the thick stones that made up the walls.
I was carried into a small room where I was set down on a soft bed. A gentle hand brushed over me, touching each spot with the tenderness of a mother. However, I winced when their inspection came to the gun wound.
The hands drew away for a moment, and the next I felt the fingers apply a rough, gummy mixture to the hole.
I winced as a sharp pain shot through me.
"My sincerest apologies," the man whispered as he finished his work. "Now I will bandage the wound and you will rest." I tried to focus on his face.
The only source of light was a lamp on the nightstand beside the bed. The light was cast more on me and left my savior's face in a gentle shadow. I could see the man wore a habit, and his hood was drawn back to expose his balding head. He worked quickly, with the expertise of many years of practice, and soon I felt dozens of bandages wrapped about my body. The poultice he had put on my arm soothed the pain, and a warm cloth over my forehead tamped down the chill in my bones from the cold fall. A commotion in the hall forced the man to turn toward the door just as he finished his work, and another person swept into the room.
"Father, they are here."
I tensed at the panic in the new man's voice.
The father leaned down and patted my hand. "I will return in a moment." He turned to the messenger and used a hand to gesture down at me. "If you must, take her into the catacombs."
The second man bowed his head as the first hurried away. I heard voices, some irritated and mixed with the soothing tones of the father. Nothing could be made out, but a heavy ring of marching footsteps caught my attention. I tensed as the noises grew louder, but something stopped them. A long tense moment was punctuated by my quick heartbeat.
I tried to sit up, but my aching body gave me a firm no.
The man left with me bent down and grasped my shoulder to pin me to the bed. The lamplight caught his face and revealed a young man of 30 with short brown hair and a tanned complexion.
There was fear in his eyes as he whispered to me, "Please don't move, miss. They might hear you."
I both feared and desired to know who they were, but the noises started up again. The marching men moved away, until their noises were swallowed by silence. My keeper breathed a sigh of relief, and a few moments later the door opened, and the other man slipped back inside. The older man dragged a chair over to the bed, and nodded at his younger companion.
"You may leave us."
The man nodded and hurried out of the room, being mindful to close the door behind him.
I tried to sit up again, but the stranger set a hand on my arm and smiled down at me. "There is no need to worry.
I have sent them away, under the ruse that you left us shortly after your fall from the sky." He released me and leaned back to study my face.
"When you were rested, perhaps you might tell me of how you came to fall from the heavens." But he eased himself into the chair with a soft groan and dipped his hands into the wide bell sleeves of his habit. "For now, rest. I will speak to you in the morning."
My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and confusion, and my body ached from my hard crash. There was also a faint pain in my back, out of where the wings had exploded. All of that and the soft chirp of crickets outside my window caused a wave of exhaustion to flood over me. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to drift into slumber.
Chapter 3.
The next morning I awoke with a bitter ache in my bones, but I still felt better than the night before. Sunlight streamed through a narrow window in the wall beside the bed, and I heard the faint chirp of birds outside.
The chair beside the bed was empty and the door was shut, but a tray of food sat on the nightstand.
The board boasted an orange, a glass of milk and buttered toast. I eased myself to a seated position, and found my arms to be shaky but with a little more strength than last night. Even my bullet wound felt no worse than a bruised toe. I made quick work of the orange and milk, and the food and drink revitalized me. The new energy gave me new curiosity, so I swung my legs over the side of the bed, and slipped my feet onto the floor. I rested my weight on my legs and found them shaky but still useful. With some assistance from the wall behind the head of the bed, I rose to my feet. Voices out in the hall, however, gave me pause, but the footsteps passed the door and faded to nothing. I snatched the piece of toast from the tray and shuffled over to the door, nibbling away at the buttery goodness. Upon reaching the door, I leaned my ear against it and listened.
Not a sound came to me. I tried the handle.
Unlocked. I stuck my head out into the hall, and found the passage dotted with doors on either side. A few square windows high up in the wall above my head, and spaced evenly apart, allowed natural light into the passages. The ends of the hall disappeared around corners that turned in the direction I faced. There wasn't a soul in sight, so I tiptoed rightward from where a faint sound of voices emanated. That direction meant I soon ended at the corner where it turned left, down another wider corridor. This hall was much shorter, lasting only 20 feet before it ended at a pair of large doors.
The sounds came from there.
I crept forward and tried to peek through the wood, but they had been built well, and not a single knothole could be found.
The sounds had died to a soft murmur.
My curiosity got the better of me, so I stuffed the rest of my bread into my mouth and pushed open the doors. Though they must have weighed 100 pounds apiece, they swung easily on their well-greased hinges. The way opened into the nave of the cathedral, and I found myself staring down the center aisle. Wooden benches on either side had each been carved from a single tree. At the opposite end stood the altar, decorated in bright purple cloth, and with a large candelabra atop the blanket. A huge organ stood to the left of the altar, and its golden pipes ran up the wall and ended a few feet shy of the vaulted ceiling. A few people sat in prayer on the benches but didn't look up at my intrusion. I considered my options, and company sounded better than seclusion. Besides, I had questions I wanted to ask that old man.
Lots of questions.
I slipped around the left-hand aisle where a few long narrow tables stood along the walls, and coarse prayer books sat in stacks on their tops.
I stopped by a stack and picked one up.
The handwritten title on the cover was in an unfamiliar language, and the uneven pages stuck out from the worn covers. I opened the book to find pictures and more words in the foreign script.
Does an angel need to brush up on her hymns?
In my surprise, I dropped the book and spun around to find myself staring at the most handsome man I'd ever seen. He sat atop the back of one of the benches, with one foot on the smooth arm. The other leg dangled over the side of the pew, and he leaned forward on one bent arm over that leg, as he stared at me with a pair of brilliant blue eyes. As I looked into them, they seemed to swirl with an unusual green color, like the brilliant emerald of the sea. He had sandy black hair and a tanned complexion, and on his tempting lips was a crooked smile. As I stared at him, a chuckle escaped those handsome lips.
Have I caught the angel's lips in my basket?
He hopped down off the top of the pew, and his landing was as soft as a feather. I shook off my surprise and shrank back from this strange man in this unfamiliar place.
At my shirking, his smile wavered a little. He tilted his head to one side and studied me. I think I've frightened you a little, haven't I?
He crossed one arm over his chest and swept into a low bow.
My sincerest apologies.
I didn't mean to upset the looks of one so ethereal, and might I add, he lifted his eyes and a devilish smile graced his lips, one so beautiful. Stranger or not, the sincere compliment brought a blush to my cheeks. The man straightened and grinned at me.
Now that's a better look for you, my lady.
Now, if apologies are out of the way, we can get along to the introductions. He pretended to remove a cap and cup it against his chest. My name is Ross, local vagabond and troublemaker, according to the good father of this church.
And what have the heavens named you, my lady? I swallowed the lump in my throat and bowed my head a little. I'm Kate.
His eyebrows shot up.
Really? What a perfect name for someone as welcome as a summer's breeze, and as beautiful as a field of flowers. Your sweet tongue will not work on the divine, a voice spoke up, and I looked to my left in the direction of the altar to find the older gentleman from the night before walking toward us with a smile on his face.
He joined our group and examined me with his soft brown eyes.
I am very pleased to see you up and about, miss. How are you feeling?
I set a gentle hand on my injured arm, and winced a little but gave him a smile.
I'm much better.
I opened my mouth to continue but hesitated.
He lifted an eyebrow. Pray speak, my child.
None will think the less of you for your curiosity, for I myself am curious to have my questions answered as well. However, he cast a quick look about the nearly deserted room. I should very much like for us to speak in more private quarters.
And I would very much like to hear those answers, Ross spoke up as he folded his arms over his chest and grinned at me. If the lady will permit.
The good father cast a look of curiosity at the young man.
I thought you two occupied with other matters.
Ross' piercing blue eyes looked me over.
Let's just say my matters may be connected to hers, Father Collins.
The father studied him for a moment longer, before he gestured in the direction from where he had come.
Then if you will follow me.
I allowed him to lead, while Ross followed behind me. The good father led us through a door to the left of the altar, and past the organ, and down a short hall to one of the doors. The room inside turned out to be a small office with a large desk, and behind that desk was a stained glass window that depicted a shining sun over farmland full of flocks of sheep. The walls were covered by thick bookshelves crafted from aged wood, and everything in the room was hidden by mounds of books and scrolls. Father Collins moved one of those piles off a thick wood chair, and turned the seat to me. I reluctantly accepted the chair, as the two men stood between me and the exit. Ross leaned his back against one of the bookshelves near the door, while the good father took an uneasy seat against a pile of some of the larger tomes. He dipped his hands into his sleeves and looked down at me with his gentle smile. My good lady, do not fret over my questions. I only wish to know how you came to fall from the heavens on golden wings that vanished so dramatically.
I shook my head. I don't know. I don't even know where I am.
Ross crossed his arms over his chest and pursed his lips. You're in the kingdom of the Black Dragon clan, and currently residing in their capital city of Maveros.
Chapter 4.
I gaped at the pair as my mind tried to process all that he had just told me.
Black dragon. As in real dragons. The priest lifted an eyebrow. Do you not hail from one of those kingdoms? Or have you truly come from the heavens? I shook my head. I'm not from any kingdom or the heavens. I'm just a girl from the Midwest.
I received a pair of blank expressions from my companions. The good father shook his head.
I have not heard of this Midwest before. Is it far away? It's in the middle of the US.
Again, the silent reply from the other two was confusing.
You know, the United States.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
There is nothing like those near the Five Kingdoms.
A little bit of panic crept into my mind as I ran a hand through my hair.
I stared wide-eyed at the floor. Where the hell did that puddle drop me?
The father grabbed onto that.
What puddle, pray tell? I shrugged. I don't know.
I was being chased by these two murderers and was caught on a roof.
I tried to jump to another roof, but ended up catching the wall and just hanging there with this weird puddle below me.
I wrapped my hand around my bandaged arm and winced.
I couldn't hold on to the other side and fell. That's when I dropped out of the sky here and a guy with wings tried to catch me, but the second he grabbed my hand I had these. Wings, the priest suggested.
I nodded.
Yeah.
Big bright wings burst out of my back.
The guy was so surprised he let me go, and I fell through that tree.
Colin stroked his chin.
How very intriguing.
I never expected to hear such a fantastical tale. My heart fell.
You don't believe me.
He dropped his hand and smiled at me.
Of course I believe you.
Your eyes show the light of truth in them. However, his good humor faded as he furrowed his brow. I would like to know more about the wings.
I shook my head. I don't know anything more about them. That's never happened before, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen off that building.
Ross lifted an eyebrow as he examined my clothes, or what remained of them.
You have an unusual fashion, even for a traveler. I looked down at myself.
I wore a blouse and a pair of dress pants, both stained with blood and tree sap.
Everyone wears this when they go to the office. Which office is that? He inquired.
I lifted my eyes up to the pair and studied their expressions.
There was no sign that they recognized my colloquial use of the word. You know, the office. In a skyscraper. That last word really brought up their eyebrows and my heart rate. Come on, don't fool around with me like this. I've had a hard enough time missing my bus and being chased by murderers. Bus? The good father repeated. A horrible realization began to dawn on me, and I climbed to my shaky feet. I'm not in Kansas anymore, am I?
The blank looks were all the answers I needed. I staggered backward as the full weight of my reality came crashing down on me. The father caught me and Ross stepped forward, but I righted myself and shook my head.
This can't be real.
I lifted my eyes and searched their faces.
This is a dream, right?
I'm dreaming. The good father pursed his lips.
This is not a dream, and you are very much here. I stumbled over to the chair and grasped the back in both hands.
My thoughts still spun as I stared blankly at the seat.
I'm in a different world. Or is this just a different time?
I whipped my head up and searched their faces.
When did the Roman Empire fall?
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
I'm not familiar with that empire. I turned my attention to the good father. What year is it?
The year 1262, after the Council of the Sages, when a calendar was established among the kingdoms.
I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Another world. Then you are from the heavens?
Father Collins suggested. A bitter laugh escaped me before I shook my head.
Far from it, but what I'd like to know is how I got here.
Collins stroked his chin.
You told us you fell through a pool of water. Was there no concoction within the water to create this portal? I stared hard at the seat as I furrowed my brow. I don't remember. My eyes widened as a thought struck me. My blood.
A drop fell into it before I fell, and that's when the color changed. Ross examined me with a curious look.
Your blood allowed you to travel between worlds. I shrugged. I don't know, but that's what happened.
Can you do other magic? He wondered.
I snorted. I can't do any magic. There's no magic in my world.
A lump grew in my throat that I tried hard to swallow. Tears welled up in my eyes.
Damn it, now what am I supposed to do?
The good father set a hand on my shoulder and smiled at me. You may rest your weary bones here for however long you desire, and perhaps we will be able to find a way to send you home. Ross lifted an eyebrow at the good father.
With the palace guards already on her trail.
The good father frowned at him.
They do not have a proper description of her, thus she may elude their grasp for a while yet.
I blinked at the pair.
Palace guards?
Why would they want me? Collins turned his smiling face to me.
It is not every day that a woman falls from the sky and wings burst out from her back. But the guy from the ship had wings, I pointed out as I looked between the pair. Does that mean he's like me? Or that I'm like him?
The robed man stepped back and used a hand to gesture to me. Can you produce those wings for us right now?
I twisted my head around and tried to get a look at my back. I don't really know how.
Ross watched me with his beautiful sea-green eyes, and I tried not to squirm under his attention. Focus your mind on flying and the feel of the wind through your feathers.
That should work.
I nodded and closed my eyes. My thoughts wandered back to when I was falling, and the wings had made their sudden and grand appearance.
There had been that tingling sensation of pain and happiness. That had to be how I called the wings forth. I just had to focus on that feeling. I focused.
And focused. And focused.
After a few moments I peeked open one eye and looked over my shoulder. My heart fell as I glimpsed nothing but my ripped shirt. It's not working.
Collins patted my shoulder.
Perhaps another time.
For now you should rest, and I am sure you desire some new clothes. I looked down at myself and blushed.
If it isn't too much trouble.
He chuckled.
None at all.
Let us venture to the linen closet, and we will see what size will fit you. Ross pushed off from the wall, and walked over to offer me a hand and a smile.
In that case, allow me to escort you.
Father Collins frowned at him.
That is incredibly kind of you, you're absolutely generous with my time, Ross finished as he kept his attention on me. Shall we go, my lady? I sensed a tension between the two that I couldn't understand.
Ross' unflinching hand awaited mine, and the good father didn't argue the point further, so I set my hand in his. The moment our skins touched, a jolt of electricity shot through me. A strange bluish glow pulsed out of our connection, and flowed over my body in waves as I felt a strange suffocating feeling envelope me. My vision too became blurry, as though I was staring through a thin film. I staggered forward as Ross slipped his arms under mine to catch me before I fell to the floor. The good father hurried forward to grasp my hand.
What is it, my child? He asked me, and I let out a horrible gasp as my lungs seemed to take in no air.
Ross' eyes widened and he stumbled back. His sudden departure made me lose my balance, but the good father caught me and lowered me to my knees on the floor. The world spun around me as Ross' feet flew past my field of blurry vision.
A bucket, quick! I heard him shout.
I was set on the floor, as a flurry of activity vibrated the stones beneath me. In a moment a bucket clattered to the floor beside me, and Ross' strong arms slipped beneath mine. He yanked me to my knees and hung me over the bucket where I could see my pale reflection in deep water.
Sorry about this, Kate.
Ross shoved my head down. I gasped and took in much of the water. The pressure on my lungs was immediately lifted, and I choked on the sudden relief. A shiver ran through my body along with exhaustion, and I lost consciousness.
Chapter 5.
I awoke to find myself back in my bed, with a towel beneath my wet hair. Father Collins sat beside me with pursed lips and a large tome in his lap.
How are you feeling?
I cupped my hand over my forehead and sighed.
Like a train hit me.
I received a blank for my trouble and shook my head.
Not great.
He set his palm on the cover of the large book.
I thought you might feel as such.
There was something in his manner and words that caught my curiosity, and I couldn't help but allow my gaze to fall to the book.
Why?
A deep sigh escaped his lips. You are not a mere visitor from another world, but someone vastly important to ours, and your coming was foretold in this book. He patted the cover lightly with one palm. In here is the prophecy that spoke of one who would fall from the heavens in a ball of white light, and return hope to the hopeless.
I blinked at him. You have got to be joking. The corners of his lips twitched upward. Would that I were, but this prophecy has been handed down by my order for many countless centuries.
So many, in fact, that we are not quite certain when the words were spoken. He opened the tome and gently flipped through the pages until he neared the back, where he stopped at a page that featured a paragraph of text, with a picture I couldn't quite make out in its upside-down state. The father set a finger on the script that ran across the worn pages in long, elegant handwriting.
The text didn't look like the alphabet I had seen in the prayer book.
According to a priestess with the gift of foresight, she foretold that the darkness would grow long and the days hard and bitter. When the hour is late, one shall come from the heavens like a fallen angel, and rekindle the light of hope. He lifted his eyes and smiled at me.
You seem to fit that description perfectly, Miss Kate.
I gaped at him a moment before I shook off my stupor, and shook my head.
But I'm not somebody special. I'm just somebody who
dropped into our world through her own blood, and found herself the last of what this world refers to as familiar.
I blinked at him. I'm familiar with what? He chuckled. Not in that way, and yet in that way. You lost me.
Father Collins lifted his eyes to the ceiling and stroked his chin.
I would describe it as the ability to mimic those with the gifts granted to them by animals.
Since many legends of those families stem from such animals granting them license to use their attributes, we, that is, those of us from this world, refer to the members within those fortunate bloodlines as one of the Pactus, or the gifted ones.
I shook my head. I still don't follow. The gentleman you saw with the wings is of a bloodline who long ago was granted the power of flight by a bird god.
As a familiar, you are able to borrow that blessing and use wings yourself. He paused and studied me with a soft smile.
Though it must be admitted that your wings are much more spectacular in their appearance than any I have seen in my long years.
My eyes widened as understanding dawned on me.
Then I can fly.
Collins nodded. Among other gifts, though, he cast a side look at the door and cleared his throat, one must be careful whom one touches.
Is that not correct, Ross? The door opened and Ross stepped into the room.
His usual good humor had been replaced by a solemn expression as he shut the door behind himself.
I thought it wasn't the best time to come in yet.
Something tingled at the back of my mind, like I was missing an important point the good father was making.
Does this have something to do with what happened to me before I blacked out?
Ross walked up to the side of the bed and sighed.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to start suffocating. I blinked at him. I
wrapped a hand around my throat, as I thought back to the sensation of burning lungs.
But how?
Why? Collins gestured to Ross.
Ross here is of a very ancient and unique bloodline, where his ancestors were granted the gift of a great dragon.
I tilted my head to one side and lifted an eyebrow.
So when I touched you,
you acquired that gift, though only briefly, Ross confirmed.
I furrowed my brow. But I didn't grow wings.
A ghost of a smile touched Ross' lips.
My lineage isn't of the dragon type that can fly.
Rather, my family has the ability to swim underwater. My eyes widened as understanding dawned on me.
Then I couldn't breathe because I needed water.
Ross nodded.
Yes.
It was fortunate the good father here had a mop bucket at hand. A little bit of color drained from my face.
A mop bucket? Only slightly used, the good father assured me.
I lifted up my hands and studied my upturned palms.
Can I touch anybody here?
The good father leaned forward and set his hand in mine. I looked up to find him smiling at me.
There are many of us without the gift, Miss Kate, though I am sure in time you will learn to control your own gift. But how do I tell who's a packed one or not? I asked them.
Collins pursed his lips.
The word is pactus, though I fear you are correct.
There is no way to tell one from another, unless their gift is being used.
What about some gloves?
Ross suggested. The good father turned his head around and lifted an eyebrow at him, while a slight smile touched the corners of his lips.
An excellent idea.
I believe you have a fine pair of gloves, which you're going to give to her without hesitation, as an apology for putting her through that ordeal, Ross finished for him as he bowed his head.
It would do my gloves an honor to be worn by such an illustrious and, might I add, beautiful woman.
I cut through the crap and frowned at him.
Did you know that would happen if I touched you?
Ross' good humor fled as he folded his arms over his chest. Truth be told, I wasn't sure what, if anything, would happen, but I'll admit I suspected something would occur if you were to touch me. I launched both my pillows at him and both struck him in the face. He stumbled back in both surprise and at the pricking of the goose quills inside the pillow covers. A few of the feathers fell out and clung themselves to Ross' face, wringing his features in a frame of guilt and slight bemusement. Father Collins chuckled. A new fashion among those of the Hadrian Empire. Ross pulled the feathers off his face and revealed a smile.
This custom extends beyond the boundaries of all the kingdoms. It's also something I deserve to wear.
I dropped my gaze to my upturned hands in my lap and pursed my lips.
I suppose you didn't really know.
An eager spark illuminated his brilliant green eyes.
Then you forgive me.
I lifted an eyebrow but gave him a crooked smile.
I didn't say that.
Ross sighed and feigned regret.
Then I must make amends by other means. Namely that I show you about the city.
Collins cast a look of suspicion at him.
You know the city well enough, but should you really be showing yourself to the public?
Ross grinned and gave him a wink.
Nothing to it.
Nobody would recognize me in these clothes, and I'll be sure to keep my head down and my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth.
Would that were possible, the good father muttered as he returned his attention to me.
His expression softened and he set a hand atop mine.
But how are you feeling?
I shifted among the sheets and pressed my hand against my chest.
I'm a little tired and hungry, but other than that I feel fine.
He dropped his eyes to my clothes.
And you are still in need of new attire.
If you feel well enough, we may remedy that by fitting you with some new clothes. I apologize for their plainness, but...
I held up one hand and smiled at him. You don't have anything to apologize for. I'll just be glad to get out of these ragged ones. Then let me fetch a shirt and pants, Collins offered as he eased himself onto his feet. He cast a side look at Ross. As for your suggestion to lead her out into the city, might I remind you that she is being sought by all the guards? And all the rats, Ross added.
Collins frowned at him.
This is no joking matter. She cannot be found by the king.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Why does he want to find me?
Ross crossed his arms over his chest and frowned. Because the King of Maveros is one of the leading villains in that part of the prophecy about darkness.
Nothing is certain, Collins countered.
Ross scoffed.
Nothing is certain but that he poisoned his own father to take the throne, and now holds my. Whatever his crimes, she cannot be captured by anyone, Collins insisted as he set a hand on Ross' shoulder.
During your stay here you must be her protector, until that time that we might send her out of the reach of the king. Do you understand? Ross pursed his lips but nodded.
I understand.
Collins smiled and patted his shoulder.
Excellent.
You do your house honor.
He turned to face me. Now, Miss Kate. It's just Kate, I assured him. He bowed his head. Now, Kate, let us see to your clothes. Chapter 6.
I let Father Collins lead me out of the room, leaving Ross behind, but I cast a look over my shoulder before the view through the doorway was blocked by the wall. Ross stood in the room with his hands balled into fists at his side, and his eyes staring in frustration at the floor.
Come along, Kate, Collins called from a few steps further down the hall.
I scurried to catch up to him, as he led me down the leftward portion of the hall toward what I assumed was the back of the church.
Ross isn't one of the brothers.
Collins burst into laughter, and the noise startled a pair of brothers who stood against the wall. The good father gathered himself and bowed his head to them, where they returned the favor.
Pardon my outburst, he apologized as he turned his attention to me.
His eyes twinkled with mirth.
The thought of one so spirited as Ross being a brother of any order is quite amusing.
To answer your true question, he is a guest among us. Business has brought him here, and I hope he concludes the affair soon.
It doesn't sound good, I mused. You have a kind heart, Kate, but this matter is beyond that which you need worry yourself, he advised me as we turned the corner. I found myself staring down a corridor that stretched the full breadth of the church.
The wall to our right no longer had doors, but windows stood in their stead. The plain glass looked out on a large courtyard in the center of the church. Brothers in their habits worked away at small raised garden plots or tended flowers. I couldn't help but lift my chin and soak in the warmth from the sun. Do you not have such natural beauty from where you hail? Collins wondered as he guided me down the hall.
We do, but I have to go to a park to enjoy it, I admitted as we passed one door after another on our left.
Collins stopped us before one of the smaller ones, and opened the portal to reveal a room hardly larger than a cupboard. The walls of the rectangular interior were lined with shelves, and on them were all the clothes a monk could ever want. Plain shirts, plain pants and rough robes were the order of the day. The bottom shelves even had some plain brown shoes of wrapped leather. Collins slipped inside and took a long look at me before he turned his attention to the shelves.
Rather small, but we have some small brothers who have made spares for themselves. I don't want to take anything from anyone else, I countered as I watched him rummage through the neatly folded clothes. He smiled as he continued his search.
Your kindness is admirable, but the brothers stitch these clothes for both themselves and anyone in need, and you, my daughter, he paused and cast a quick look at my attire, are in rather desperate need. I blushed and pulled my shirt down in a vain attempt to give myself some decency.
Sorry. He turned to me with a few bundles in his arms and shook his head. There is no need to apologize.
Truth be told, I am grateful you have finally arrived.
The world is in great need of hope.
I winced.
I don't know if you have the right girl. I'm just a simple office worker from a small city. He chuckled. The brightest lights may come from the humblest of beginnings.
What matters is not where you came from, but what you do with the gifts you are given to give your light its brilliance. Now then, he plopped the 3 bundles into my arms and stooped to take up a pair of shoes.
Let us see about getting your light a little less visible.
Father Collins led me out of the linen closet and back to my room. I was disappointed to find it was empty. Ross had left, and I wondered if his departure was permanent.
"You needn't worry about his being gone," the good father assured me as he set my shoes near the bed and turned to face me with a smile on his lips. "I am sure you will see him very soon."
I blushed and averted my eyes from his keen gaze.
"I was just getting used to him being around, that's all."
"Indeed," he mused as he nodded at the clothes in my arms. "Please do not hesitate to ask if you need assistance with those clothes, though I am sure you will find them easy to put on." I nodded, and he slipped past me and out of the room, mindful to shut the door behind him. Now that I was alone, I had time to think about what had happened to me. They weren't all unpleasant thoughts, but my pulse quickened whenever my mind wandered over the prophecy and the king looking for me. The way Collins and Ross had spoken, being found by His Highness, wasn't a good thing.
I set my clothes on the bed and sighed as I slipped out of my old attire.
A part of me couldn't help but compare the action to shedding one life for another, as I gently set my old clothes aside for the new ones. Father Collins had a good eye, and I found them to fit perfectly, though the shirt was slightly snug across the chest. Fortunately, my bra had survived the trip, and I didn't have to worry about the tightness. I finished by slipping into the shoes and stood. My eyes looked around for a mirror, and I found the room wanting.
I turned my face to the door. Father Collins." "Yes, my daughter,"
came the reply.
"Is there a mirror I could use?"
The door opened and Collins walked in with a small square mirror. I lifted an eyebrow.
"That's fast service." He chuckled as he handed me the glass. "I thought you might be in need of one, and so fetched it while you were clothing." I looked at my reflection and winced. "I think I'm going to need a brush."
My long hair was frazzled from top to tip.
He bowed his head. "I will fetch one presently, but how do the clothes fit?" "Not too bad," I complimented him as I turned in a circle.
"Bad idea."
I hadn't taken a good look at how my shoes were fastened, and in turning, I completely stumbled out of them.
Father Collins chuckled as he bent down to pick up my wayward shoes.
"Would you like me to show you how to tie these?"
I gave him a sheepish look and rubbed the back of my neck, or tried to, as my hand became tangled in my hair.
"If you could," I pleaded as I yanked my fingers free of the rat's nest.
A grimace featured on my face as I wiggled my hand to free the loose strands I'd pulled out.
"And maybe get me a curry comb instead of a brush." "I will see what I can find among the brothers," Collins promised as he gestured to the bed. "If you would please take a seat."
I plopped myself down on the bed and winced as some of the goose down in the mattress poked my butt. Collins knelt in front of me and slipped first one foot and then the other into the sandal-like shoes. He grasped two loose straps of leather and tied them neatly together to make a bow. When he moved his hands away, I wiggled my foot.
The shoe fit like a glove.
Metaphorically speaking, that is. I leaned down and quickly mimicked the knot, and in a few moments my ensemble was complete. Collins stepped back as I hopped to my feet and paced the room.
"How do they feel?" "Like walking on air," I complimented him as I stopped to wiggle one of my feet. He smiled. "I am glad to hear it."
"They are very durable as well, and nearly waterproof." I turned to face the bed and held up the remains of my shirt, and looked through the two long tears in the back.
"There doesn't happen to be anything in that prophecy mentioning how I can save my clothes during this borrowing, is there?" He stroked his chin. "I fear not, but I am sure you will find a way to control your ability soon enough.
However, I will search through the books contained in the libraries within the city, and see if I might find more information pertaining to your dilemma." I lifted my head and smiled at him.
"I'm guessing prophecies aren't fulfilled all that often in this world as in mine." He chuckled. "Not often at all, but I am glad for this one." I felt a tightening over my heart. "So I can fight back the darkness."
Father Collins set a hand on my shoulder, and met my eyes with his own twinkling ones.
"So that I was able to meet such a charming young woman."
I blushed and he removed his hand.
Now then,
I shall leave you to your solitude, while I attend to my daily chores.
That is unless you wish to join me. I eased myself back onto the bed and shook my head. I think I'd rather sit here and think about a few things. He bowed his head. Then I bid you a good morning, and I shall check on you later. Chapter 7.
Father Collins left me to my thoughts, and I found them to be a bit jumbled.
Then there was that familiar creeping voice. What are you doing here?
Go to the king.
He'll help you get home.
These people can barely provide you with clothes, much less get you out of this mess. I glared up at the ceiling.
I'm not leaving them. So you want to stay stuck here forever, is that it?
Because that's all you're asking for by staying here.
I growled and jumped to my feet.
Suddenly being alone wasn't as alone as I wanted, so I stalked over to the door and peeked my head out. The soft murmur of voices not far off caught my attention. They were the good father and Ross, and they sounded irate. I slipped out of my room and tiptoed down the hall to the corner that led to the nave. Not daring to risk being seen, I pressed my back against the wall at the edge of the corner. Their shadows, courtesy of the sunlight that fell through the high windows, danced along the wall opposite me as I held my breath to listen. The shorter shadow shook his head, and Colin's voice matched the movement.
You cannot take her, my son.
Ross stretched up a hand and waved it at the walls. She can't stay here forever because you can't hold off Corvinus forever.
Besides, she should know about the world she's supposed to be saving, right?
Collins bowed his head and sighed.
What you say is true, but I fear your heart does not believe it.
Ross leaned back and dropped his arm to his side.
What does that mean?
Collins lifted his gaze to his protégé. You are not in search of enlightening her, but in receiving her help to free my brother. Ross stiffened, and there was a short pause between them before Ross' subdued voice replied.
Maybe I'm just trying to do both.
Collins set a hand on Ross' shoulder, and gave him a bittersweet smile.
You forget that he is not only my brother in the cloth, but my brother by blood.
Were I sure of the success of such an admirable venture, I would give you my blessing. However, both you and I know that Caligo Castle is not a fortification easily broken into nor escaped from.
What you seek to do is worthy of praise, but foolhardy in mind.
Ross shrugged off his hand and shook his head.
Then call me a fool because I mean to go in there and save him.
Collins frowned.
Then you go alone, good sir, for I will not allow you to take her there. She has a greater destiny to fulfill.
Ross opened his mouth, but the good father shook his head.
I will hear nothing more on this subject. She will remain here.
He slipped past Ross and strode away in the direction of the nave. I made to do the same in the opposite direction, but Ross' voice made me freeze.
You heard everything.
A sheepish grin slipped onto my lips as I stepped out from my hiding spot.
Just the last bit.
Ross folded his arms over his chest and lifted his eyes to the stained glass windows high above us. The pictures in the colored glass depicted winged men in bright skies and centaur-like creatures in shadowed forests.
I suppose Father Collins is right.
It isn't safe for you to be anywhere but inside these walls. You're being looked after for more than yourself.
But I don't feel like that should be true, I insisted as I moved to stand before him.
He dropped his gaze to me and lifted an eyebrow.
What do you mean? I swept my arms down my body. Look at me.
I'm just a plain old woman who just happened to have some bad luck on her way home from work.
There's nothing about me that's so important that everyone should make a fuss over me.
I'm just me.
He tilted his head to one side to study me. Then does that mean you want to go outside? I cast a furtive look at the glass. I guess, but I don't really know what I'm looking for out there any more than I know what I'm doing in here.
A sly crooked smile slipped onto his lips, as his brilliant green-blue eyes twinkled with mischief.
Well, what the good father doesn't know won't hurt us, right? I bit my lower lip. I guess that's true.
Ross reached for my hand but hesitated. His eyes lit up.
That does remind me. He reached into his pocket and drew out a pair of thick leather gloves. These are for you. I took the gloves and looked them over.
They had been crafted from a smooth white pelt and sewn together by a master. I slipped my hands into them and flexed my fingers. The tips flopped about, and the palm was a little looser than was comfortable, but they stayed on. Ross smiled down at me.
They were fitted to my hands exactly, so it's no wonder they don't quite fit you. I think they'll work, I assured him as I wiggled a little more before I dropped my arms to my sides. He held out his hand to me. Should we try?
I looked at his hand and winced as I recalled what had happened the other night. A thought struck me, and I swept my eyes over the area. Ross lifted an eyebrow.
What is it? I'm looking for a bucket of clean water, I told him.
He chuckled as he dropped his hand and jerked his head down the hall.
We'll try this later.
For now, let's go show you around. He didn't wait for a reply but strode past me, and around the corner. I hurried to keep up with his long, eager strides, as he led me to the rear of the church, where the linen closet was located.
But where exactly are we going? I know just the place to catch your fancy, whatever that may be, he promised as we reached the rear of the building.
Ross opened the door that stood at the very end of the hall, and the way opened onto a covered walkway of flagstones and thick stone columns. A small dirt road ran along the side of the church, and stopped at a pair of double wooden doors at the far end of the building. Barrels and wooden crates stood beside the doors, either emptied or recently arrived. A large stable was kitty-cornered to the doors, and its own portals were thrown wide open to reveal a long central aisle with a dozen stalls on either side. Many of them were occupied by plain but sturdy brown steeds, and hay littered the floor as a few of the brothers moved to and fro, giving the animals care and attention. Opposite the rear of the church stood the wall of a neighboring brick building, much like a workhouse in its simplicity, especially as there were none but a few high and narrow windows that looked out on the church courtyard. Together the two buildings stood on a short brow, and the road which led up to the stable was enclosed on either side by the brick building and a low wall that kept up the side yard of the church. The road led down to the street, an avenue hardly wider than itself and lined with brick and stone homes that were so close many of them shared walls. Ross guided me down to the street, but paused and looked in either direction. The uneven street led up a slight incline to our right, and down to a five-cornered intersection to our left. A labyrinth of streets led in every direction, until they disappeared around some different angled corner. No two buildings were alike either, so the streets matched the dwellings in their eccentricity. I noticed that more than one of those buildings was covered in a thick layer of vines and moss.
How old is this city?
Ross shook his head. Like most of the capitals in the kingdoms, nobody's quite sure. Some have guessed it to be 3,000 years old, others assume it's older. Come on. We hurried out onto the street and made our way up. Soon the church was blocked by the neighboring building, and I began to grow conscious of being out in the open. Ross must have felt my reluctance and eased himself into a gentle stride.
He flashed me a wide grin. Don't worry too much. I won't let anything happen to you. I looked down at my attire and winced. Are these the best clothes to be out in?
When I looked up, I found him staring at my face.
I think the rest of you more than makes up for the plain attire.
A blush accented my cheeks, and I turned my face away to pretend to study the buildings.
So, you're not from around here, but you know your way around? I've been here before, he confirmed as he guided me through the zigs and zags of the complicated city. There didn't seem to be any set business district, as shops popped up as though sprung from the ground between two homes. I have to admit that even I still get lost every now and again.
A little bit of color drained from my face, but he laughed.
But not to the bay. That's a little too big to miss. Chapter 8.
His words brought forth memories of my illuminating arrival, and the crystalline waters I had seen so far below me.
Is there a big castle near there? That one castle Father Collins mentioned.
Ross' good humor faded as he stared ahead. Caligo Castle.
That's the home of King Corvinus, leader of the Black Dragons.
I lifted an eyebrow.
So, are you like him?
Ross jerked to a stop and spun around so quickly that I started back. His calm eyes were now coals of fury, and he ground his teeth together so his words came out in a hiss.
Never. I shrank back from his harsh reply. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. At my reaction, he closed his eyes and let out a long, deep breath before he shook his head. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing.
He opened his eyes and sighed.
You're right to think we might have similarities, but those don't go beyond the fact that we're both dragons. We're not even the same type of dragon. I blinked at him. What type is a black dragon? He pursed his lips. The worst kind, but that's a history too long and complicated to explain out on the streets.
Father Collins would be a better teacher about those things anyway.
He's lived here his whole life. So how do you know his brother?
I wondered as I recalled the conversation near the nave.
You said you were looking for him.
A slight smile touched his lips. Brother Collins came to my home city several years ago, and we became fast friends. A dark shadow settled on his brow as he lifted his eyes in the direction we pointed.
He was here on some business for me when the king's men accused him of being a spy, so they threw him into prison.
My eyes widened.
Is he?
Ross laughed.
As flattered as he would be by the comparison, he was only doing some research for me.
He has a better mind for prying into history than the shadowy domain of politics. I wrinkled my nose.
But why would the king of this city care what a friend of yours was doing in a bunch of old books?
Ross coughed into his fist.
Yes, well, that's another story for another time.
Right now, let's get to the bay and inhale some of that fresh sea air. He made to continue onward, but paused and looked down at me.
Oh, and try not to mention my being a dragon in public. I tilted my head to one side. Why? It draws unwanted attention, he warned me as he cast his eyes over the area around us.
A few people had wandered past but ignored us.
And I don't think either of us wants the attention of the castle guards.
I shuddered as I remembered those heavy boots in the hall outside my door.
Agreed.
We ventured deeper into the maze of humanity, but everywhere we went, I was careful to avoid touching any of the people. Ross helped by putting himself between me and the other pedestrians. Their numbers began to grow, and I had a taste of the variety the city offered. Most women wore dresses, but what a myriad of fashion. Hooped skirts bustles out the back, and even the tight fit of a Baroque-like style were the favored attire, but others wore simpler dresses that matched in tune with the material I wore. Men had their top hats and buttoned vests with overlaid coats, though many copied their womenfolk in a simple fashion. They moved to and fro from a parked cart to a storefront, with bags and barrels over their stout shoulders. Shouts came from windows, children raced along the street chasing each other, and birds sang overhead. I caught Ross' eyes and jerked my head in the direction of the idyllic scenes.
This doesn't seem so bad.
Ross pursed his lips as he swept his eyes over the streets.
The people are no worse nor better than anywhere else. The conduct of their leaders, however, leaves much to be desired. I made sure to lower my voice to a whisper. Like the ones who ordered your friend arrested. He nodded. Yes, but that's a topic for another time. We're nearly at the bay.
As though to emphasize his point, a soft breeze came from somewhere ahead and blew past us. The tangy smell of seawater tickled my nose, and the wind also brought along the shouts of many men and the cry of the seagull. Ross quickened our steps as the road, lumpy but mostly flat, began to descend at a gentle slope. We crested a slight hill, and the street opened to a full view of the port. The bay sat below us, perfectly calm, except for the bustle of boats and the swimming of children. Dozens of docks of all shapes and lengths crowded the shore and stretched out into the waters, and many more boats weighed anchor at the support posts that rose out of the water. Half-dressed men with thick muscles carried their weight in goods out of and into the smaller way boats, while the main ships parked out in the deeper mouth of the bay. The view was marred by the castle at the far end of the bay. A narrow, winding road to the far left led out of the cramped city, and meandered like a serpent through the waters. The road was elevated some 20 feet above the bay, and was less a thoroughfare than a dike made of dirt, with a huge foundation of black rocks. Warehouses along the shore had flung their huge doors wide open to welcome the new goods, and send away those gathered from the countryside and beyond. Large wooden ramps led from the docks into the workhouses, and carts and wagons moved in and out at a dizzying speed. The bustle of commerce was interrupted by the occasional stroller, who took in the sights with a mixture of fascination and glee.
I was one of them.
My gawking was interrupted by Ross' arm as it came into my view, and I looked up to find him smiling at me.
"Shall we?"
I grinned and accepted his arm.
"Let's."
We strolled down the gentle incline, and into the midst of the controlled chaos. People pushed past us, and I couldn't help but squeeze against Ross' side as the scurrying became a bit rowdier when the sides of two carts moving in opposite directions crashed together. Wood splintered, and one of the crates crashed to the ground. The contents spilled out and revealed themselves to be some sort of strange banana. The shape was right, though one tip had a small ball on the end, but they were a brilliant hue of red. The man who had been hauling the unusual bananas scowled at his adversary, as he stabbed a finger at the downed fruit.
"Pick those up." The other fellow sneered. "Why should I? You're the one who ran into me. Cuff off with your lies and pick them up. Shut your mouth and start fixing my cart."
The other man threw a punch, and the argument broke into a brawl that quickly escalated into a riot, as people joined in on one side of the battle or the other.
The whole port came alive as people rushed to join in or watch the spectacle.
I kept my gloved hands tucked tightly under my armpits as I was jostled about by the crowd. Ross looped his arm around my waist and drew me tight against his side. I looked up to find him grinning down at me.
"Having fun yet?"
A hefty, sweat-covered man leaned against me and lifted his hairy arms to cheer on the spectacle.
"Tons."
Shouts came from the rear, and the sound of heavy boots on the sidewalk boards interrupted the tussle. Men wearing the breastplate like the one I'd seen on the Birdman pushed their way through the crowd and stepped into the arena. They each bore a spear in their hands, and at their hips was a long sword and a dagger. One of the men stood a half-head taller than the others, and had a chest broader than the side of a galleon.
"Break it up."
His booming voice cut through the noise, and the people scrambled apart. Many were bruised and muddied, and some had pieces of the red fruit on their faces. The leader of the guards strode over to the broken carts, and kicked at what remained of one of the produce.
"What happened here?"
One of the cart drivers, the one in charge of the fruit, pointed at the other.
"He hit me." The other man scowled back at him. "I did not." "You hit me." Their squabbling would have continued, but the guard slammed the end of his spear against the boards beneath his feet. The wood shattered into splinters and quelled the burly dock workers. "Enough." He stabbed the tip of his spear at the mess. "Clean this up, and have the remaining fruit delivered to the castle immediately. Both of you." The men bowed their heads and backed up until they crashed into the remains of their own carts. "Yes, sir." "Right away." Ross leaned close to me and lowered his voice to a whisper. "We should get out of here." I nodded. "The faster the better." Chapter 9. We wiggled our way out of the dense crowd, though many had dispersed since the spectacle had ended. Our path found us along the uneven shore, where stood the smaller docks that led up to the city proper. A few of the anchorages had been created with huge stones and overlaid with boards,
while an even small number had been hung from boulders that had lain along the waters since time immemorial. The carving must have been done many centuries ago, for the edges of the stones were ground smooth by time and weather, and many of them were chipped and had pieces broken off. They were less used than the other docks, being not very far from land. Some of them even stood like loading platforms. The waters lapped gently against the busy shoreline, but here and there were spots where white sand glistened proudly. The surface had been distorted by the many men moving on and off the small away boats, but here the water was calm and clear. The bay floor had a gentle slope down to some 10 feet, before leveling off for some 200 yards into the bay. At that point, the ground dropped off into a blue-black chasm where the larger ships were anchored. I found myself stopping beside one of those older stone docks, one that rose up to mid-chest, and I set my hand on the mossy surface.
This one doesn't go out very far, does it? The water used to come deeper inland, Ross explained as he nodded at a stain in the hillside to our right.
The mark was several feet higher than the surface of the water. The kings of this land have dredged the bay for the past few centuries to use the mud for their dike bridge. I lifted my eyes to the aforementioned bridge, and couldn't help but shudder at the sight of that horrible castle. Being so close to those black rocks, I could almost feel a cold chill emanate of their dark exterior. Even the slitted windows, more for battlements than an abode, glared gloomily down on me.
Looks friendly, I mused as I gave Ross a shaky smile. Kind of like Dracula's castle. He lifted an eyebrow. Dracula?
My smile faltered a little, as I was reminded of the cultural gap between one world and the next.
I turned my face away and stared at the ground. It's nothing.
There was a tense silence between us for a moment, before something was tossed past my face and onto the dock. I blinked at the pair of shoes and socks that clattered onto the dock, before I turned to Ross. He reached behind his neck and drew off a thick, rough string. A strange rectangular thin piece of clay hung from around the necklace, and he gently laid that among his other belongings. Ross had a smile on his lips as he gazed out over the water.
I'm ready for a swim. He turned those beautiful eyes on me and offered me his hand. What about you?
I bit my lower lip as I looked between his face and his temptation. My eyes invariably dropped to my gloved hands.
I'm not really sure. You won't know unless you try, he pointed out.
I winced.
Actually, I'm not really a very good swimmer.
Most of the time I do about 2 strokes straight to the bottom.
Then I'll be there to catch you, he offered as he began to wade backward into the bay and kept facing me even as the waters lapped at his waist. And I'll be right there beside you to help you. I blinked at him. Help me with what?
Drowning. His eyes twinkled with mischief before they ducked down and disappeared into the water. I let out a gasp as he became completely submerged and sank to the bottom. My heart pounded in my chest as I scrambled into the water, my eyes ever on his form. Ross let out a powerful kick and covered 10 feet in that single motion. I gaped at him as he turned in a sharp circle and swam up to me. He stuck his head out of the water and grinned at me.
The water really is quite nice.
I grasped my hand over my chest as I tried to slow down my heart.
Don't do that. He chuckled. You forget that water doesn't bother me, and he held out his hand to me and met my eyes. It won't bother you either.
I blinked at him a moment before I understand. A flash of panic mixed with joy clouded my thoughts before I nervously looked down at my gloved hands. I swallowed the growing lump in my throat and took off first one and then the other, and tossed them onto his pile of clothes. I faced Ross as I pointed at the personal articles.
Will they be safe there? They will be.
Ross shuffled out of the water and snatched them off dock. He walked back into the water and to the front of the dock, where he tucked them into a crevice.
Can you see anything from there? I shook my head. Not a thing. Good, Ross replied as he waded out, so he stood chest deep in the water and faced me. He stretched out his hand to me. Are you ready?
I steeled myself and waded into the water. The bay was warmer than I expected, and the gentle waves from Ross' body brushed against me like soothing hands. I had nearly reached him when I found myself nearly underwater.
I bit my lower lip. That's a little far.
Ross grinned and ducked under the surface. He crouched down and kicked off with his feet toward me. I yelped as he wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me under. Instinct kicked in and so did my legs.
They flailed about as I struggled in his hold.
Ross grabbed first one of my hands and then another.
I tried to wrench myself out of his grasp, but he drew his face close to mine and pressed our foreheads together. Breathe. The word wasn't so much spoken as felt. That strange magical sound made me freeze, and I habitually took a breath of air.
Water didn't fill my lungs, but the pressure was lifted from them. I dared another intake of air, and found even more oxygen. I think. An itching at the back of my mind told me there was some magic going on here. I floated there with my hair snaking around me. It was as close to feeling weightlessness as I'd ever experienced, and the sensation was exhilarating, like a child being let loose in a bouncy castle for the first time. All I wanted to do was swim to every corner of the bay and look at the sights. Ross released my hands and grinned at me.
What do you think of your new gills?
I blinked at him before he stretched out his hand and brushed the tips of his fingers against my neck. His hand ran along some small slits. My eyes widened, and I clapped my hand over the other side. The flesh moved ever so slightly under my touch. Ross turned his head to one side and showed off his own slits along his throat.
You hardly have to move in these currents to get air. There was also something strange about my hands.
I lifted one up and gaped at the thin flaps of skin that stretched from one finger to another.
Your feet should look the same, Ross mused as he looked down at said appendages. If you had taken your shoes off.
I winced and followed his gaze to my covered feet.
Forgot about, I choked on air and let out a cough.
Ross frowned and swam so close up to me that our noses nearly touched.
What are you feeling? I shook my head. I don't know.
I let out another cough as water slipped uncomfortably down my throat. Ross' eyes widened and he scrambled for my hands. He grasped both of mine in his and searched my face with his own reflecting worry and a touch of panic.
How does that feel?
I took a deep breath and wrinkled my nose.
I don't feel anything now. He pursed his lips.
Your powers don't last for very long without physical contact with the practice. My heart sank.
So what now?
A grin slid onto Ross' lips as he swam backward, taking me with him.
Now we go together, and I show you my world.
Ross twisted around to face ahead and drew me to his side. Together we cut through the water like a pair of fish, as the sun shone over our heads, warping the surface of the water into a glittering portrait of rainbow colors. We weaved our way through dock pylons and underboats, the white sandy floor ever glistening below us. The shadowy reflections of people flew past, and more than one pair of children's feet kicked out of the way as we swam by them. We floated beneath more than one large ship, and I couldn't help but brush my fingers against the algae and barnacles that had attached themselves to the bottoms.
Our meandering path had taken us to the most crowded part of the bay, and Ross swam over to inspect the bottom of a clipper.
He knocked on the bottom in a tune not unlike "Shave and a Haircut," and he grinned when someone stomped back.
I joined him and blinked at the boat. Did they hear you? Yeah. They're some old friends of mine, probably in the city for some rest and light smuggling.
I lifted an eyebrow.
So you know pirates too? There was curiosity on his own face. You know that word?
I nodded.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe I'm not the first person to travel between worlds.
Maybe there are other people like me around, who might know a way back. Ross stared at me a moment with a strange look before he turned away.
Come on. There's a lot more bay left.
He swam off and I made to follow him, but the moment I left the shadow of the ship, another larger and faster shadow flew overhead. That darkness was joined by others, equally large and fast.
I swam up to the surface and peeked my head out.
The shadows came from a half-dozen of the flying ships I had first seen. They floated past some 300 feet in the air, but I could still hear the flutter of their huge white sails. Men in armor clambered on deck, and more than one person on the docks gawked at the side. Ross popped up beside me and frowned at the vessels.
Corvinus calls them teller ships, probably because he means to use them as his loom to weave his dark web over the whole world. Do any other kingdom have them?
Ross pursed his lips and shook his head.
No. That's what Brother Collins was doing there.
We were both curious to see if they'd found the idea in one of the books in the city's libraries. Come on. He lowered himself deeper into the water.
We shouldn't stay in one place for too long. Someone might notice us.
We continued on our journey through the undersea wonders. If I'd had a lifetime, I couldn't have taken in all the beauty around me. However, I began to notice a change in the bay floor the further we moved around the edge of the bay. The white sand was replaced by black rock, and the air seemed to grow colder as a shadow fell over us.
I chanced to look up and my breath caught in my throat. The castle of the Black Dragon loomed above us. Chapter 10.
The joy inside of me was squelched by the sight of that towering hunk of foreboding fortifications, and I slowed the kicking of my feet. Ross looked over his shoulder at me, and some of his own humor had fled.
You don't have to worry about anything. They won't see us down here.
I repeated as I kept my eyes on the black castle. Ross lifted his own gaze to the fortification and frowned.
The guards, for one, but there are other horrors that lurk behind those walls.
A shudder ran through me.
Maybe we should go back.
Ross stared ahead and pursed his lips.
We're almost there.
The great foundation of that mighty castle loomed up in front of us. The large stones that shone above the surface were mere pebbles compared to the hulking boulders that made up the base. Many were larger than the houses in the city, and all were of rough form and stacked on top of each other. The lowest strata sank into the darkness, at the deepest part of the bay where I now no longer wished to go. Ross led me over to a round grate set into the stones about 20 feet below the surface. The grate led into a stony tunnel, but after about 30 feet the rocks were replaced by large bricks molded over by countless centuries of submersion. A light at the end of the 50-foot tunnel told me the tunnel reached the surface somewhere inside the keep. Ross stopped us in front of the rusted bars and released me to grab onto them.
The dragon man clenched his teeth as he tried to wrench them free or bend them.
They did neither. He floated back to where I had watched him, and frowned at the entrance that wouldn't allow entry.
Damn it!
I thought back to the conversation Ross had had with Father Collins.
Your friend's in there, isn't he?
Ross nodded.
Yeah.
The dungeons are naturally in the lowest part of the keep, near their water supply. This is also the only entrance into the castle that isn't guarded. I lifted an eyebrow.
There aren't any fish pactus.
A slight smile touched the corners of his lips.
As far as I know, my line is the only one that was blessed by under.
My face must have reflected my confusion because he continued.
The god of the seas, or so the legends say.
He rescued my ancestor from drowning by granting him the ability to breathe underwater. From all accounts, he hasn't done the same favor for anyone else. I bit my lip as I returned my attention to the grate.
So this is the only way?
Ross nodded.
The only way, but I'm not strong enough.
He turned his face slightly towards me and looked me over.
I thought with you being a familiar, you might help me get inside. I blinked at him. How can I help? He flashed me a grin.
Breathing like fish isn't the only gift Under gave my family.
Let me show you.
Ross took my hand, and I was glad that we turned away from the dark fortress and back toward the brighter parts of the bay. Our bellies skimmed the white sand as we neared one of the larger away boats that was anchored at one of the longest wooden docks. The anchor was little more than a bucket filled with rocks and tied to the boat with a thick mess of rope. Ross led me down to the anchor, and he set his feet on the bay floor, and I followed suit. He used a hand to gesture to the anchor.
"Try to lift it."
My mouth dropped open as I looked from his face to the bucket of rocks. The container was as large as my abdomen, and filled to the brim with stones. Even the rope was as thick as 2 of my fingers, with an impressive knot that wrapped around the bucket so many times, it would have put the Gordian knot to shame. I lifted my eyes to Ross.
"You have to be joking." He smiled and shook his head. "Not a bit."
"Watch." He grabbed the bucket by the rope and pulled. The bucket easily floated off the ground, and he let the container float back down to the bottom.
"Now you try." I sighed but gave a shrug. "Why not?"
I floated close to the bucket and grasped the rope between both hands. The container swung from side to side as I clenched my teeth and gave a great heave. The bucket swung up like a rocket and nearly crashed into my lower jaw. I jerked my head back and went tumbling butt first to the bay floor. Ross swam up and caught the bucket, where he eased the large pail back to the ground. He released the container and hopped over to me, where he bent down and offered me a hand and a bemused smile.
"Are you all right?"
I rubbed my bruised backside as I frowned up at him.
"I've been better."
His eyes danced with mirth.
"You're stronger than you look." I snorted. "You could have warned me that I had your strength too."
Ross shook his head.
"I couldn't be sure until you tried."
I ran a hand through my floating hair and drew it back out of my face.
"Yeah, well I stopped and wrapped my hand around my throat as I felt that tightening feeling once again.
Ross' good humor dropped away and his voice grew tense.
"What's wrong?" I shook my head. "I don't feel well again."
Ross knelt in front of me and grasped my hand as he studied my throat. A frown creased his lips.
"It looks like using the strength you've borrowed from me diminishes the effects of your familiar magic faster. Meaning don't overdo it or I'll regret it," I added. He nodded. "It looks like it."
I sighed.
"There's a lot of rules to being a familiar, isn't there?"
"Do you think there's a manual somewhere I could borrow?"
A hint of a smile returned to his lips. "There may be, and I know the person to ask."
I lifted an eyebrow.
"But what about breaking into the dungeon?"
Ross closed his eyes and shook his head.
"I won't involve you in that danger."
He opened his eyes and lifted them up to the surface.
"But we should get you back to the church. I'm sure Father Collins has found that you're missing, and is ready to give me an earful."
I bit my lower lip, but let him lead me back to shore where we had entered. Father Collins' claims of my shoes being nearly waterproof were no match for the bay, and I walked out of the waters with squelching feet. I pulled them off and drained out the water as Ross removed his clothes from their hiding spot.
He turned to me and held out the pair of gloves.
I took them but paused and looked down at my dripping self.
"There doesn't happen to be a Pactus with a clothes-drying ability, is there?" He smiled and shook his head. "Unfortunately no, but I'll take us along the longer route, back to the church to give our clothes some time to dry."
I plopped my butt onto the dock and removed one shoe. The water drained out like it was a pitcher.
"I think walking that far would give me the mother of all splinters, and on both feet." He grinned. "I might carry you back."
The offer was tempting, but the gloves in his hand gave me pause.
I had a heavy heart as I lifted my eyes to his. "Can I touch you at all?"
His smile faltered a little as he looked down at the gloves in his hand.
"I don't know."
There was a tense silence between us as I bowed my head and closed my eyes. A bittersweet smile slipped onto my lips. Things keep reminding me that this whole familiar thing isn't all it's cracked up to be. Ross stepped forward. I looked up to find him standing at eye level with me. He lifted his empty hand, while the other held the gloves and brushed his finger against my cheek.
The touch was so gentle that I hardly felt anything but his warmth.
I waited with bated breath.
He searched my face. Anything? I smiled and shook my head. Not a thing.
Ross grinned.
Then let's try this.
His arms wrapped around me, and he cradled me against his chest. I yelped and wrapped my arms around him. At the slightest touch of my fingers on the back of his neck, I felt that familiar tingling of warmth and cold. I jerked back and nearly fell out of his arms. Ross adjusted for my sudden movement, and in a moment he had me safely in his arms with my own tucked tightly in my lap. My gloves were once more on my hands, and a bittersweet smile graced his lips.
It seems that I can touch you, but you can't return the favor. I hung my head. I'm sorry. He shook his head. There's nothing to be sorry about. But if you could help out a fellow. His eyes flickered down to the ancient dock where his shoes and socks lay.
I managed a smile, and leaned over where I snatched the articles and put them into my lap.
He grinned. Good. Now we're all set. Chapter 11.
The sun aided our drying, as we ventured back through the winding streets of the grand city. Its warm rays dried skin and cloth, and at the end of 15 short minutes I was no longer chilled. I had seen many streets of the city, but a few short hills reminded me that those roads were only a small part of the grand metropolis.
Are all the cities of this world this big?
I ventured to ask my guide as we paused on one of those scenic brows. Ross turned us to the horizon of homes and businesses and shook his head.
No.
Most are smaller, and there are only a few that are larger. I looked down at his hands that clasped my arms.
You have to be getting tired of carrying me by now.
He grinned.
On the contrary, I understand better a part of the prophecy about you. I blinked at him. What about it? That she wouldn't only fall from the heavens like an angel, but weigh as much as one of their feathers. I snorted. Corny but nice. Now could you put me down? I want to make sure I still remember how to walk.
He sighed but did as I asked as he set me on my feet.
All right, but I was just getting used to that feeling.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What feeling?
Ross' smile softened as he brushed a finger against my cheek.
That feeling of having you near me.
I blushed but swatted his hand away.
I bet you say that to all the girls Father Collins plucks out of the sky. He chuckled. Were there more women as beautiful as you falling from the sky, then the world would be a better place.
As it is, he turned his attention to the castle and his face became crestfallen. There's quite a bit of darkness that needs your cleansing hands.
I snorted.
Like I said before, I may have all the signs, but I don't know if I'm cut out to be this prophesied holy one. Ross returned his focus to me and smiled.
I wouldn't describe you as such, no.
I put my gloved hands on my hips and frowned at him.
What's that supposed to mean? It means we should get going before the good father sends out half the brothers to find us, he reminded me as he jerked his head in the direction of the tall church.
The cathedral stood out, even against the uneven skyline. In a few minutes our bedraggled selves reached the street on which the church sat. I couldn't help but notice the thick branches that stuck out from behind the other side of the church. The peak of the tree itself peeked out from just a few yards above the top of the church spires.
I don't think I saw a tree larger than that one anywhere else in the city. And you won't, Ross told me as he nodded his head in that direction. Would you like to see a better view than what you had last night? I snorted. Yes, but don't ask me to get up into those branches again.
He laughed as he led me around the front of the church.
You'd have a hard time reaching them without a bird practice on hand.
I could see what he meant as we rounded the far corner of the cathedral. The lowest branch was some 15 feet off the ground, and the pearl-white bark of the beautiful tree was as smooth as silk. There wasn't a spot of evidence that revealed my crash landing, except for a few loose leaves and a broken branch some 30 feet above the ground.
At the sight of that broken limb, I rubbed my back and winced. I remember that one.
Ross walked over to the trunk and set his palm against the soft bark. He tilted his head back and admired the thick branches with their green leaves.
This is called a sage tree. There aren't many left in the world. I joined him at the trunk. I'm guessing there's a story behind that name.
He kept his head tilted while a smile slipped onto his lips.
Isn't there always? But for your question, the tree takes its name from the tale of the ancient sage.
Long ago, before the kingdoms.
Wait a sec, I interrupted as I swept my eyes over the area.
I noticed a large root that stuck out higher than the others, and took a seat on it facing Ross.
Now go ahead.
His eyes twinkled as he bowed his head. As I was saying, long ago, before the kingdoms were even a memory, there was a wise man. He had been gifted with both great wisdom and great life, so that all the people he knew at the beginning of his life were long buried. To honor them, he planted his memories into small seeds, which he planted wherever he was reminded of one of his friends. Each of them sprouted and grew into the limber tree you see before you. I lifted an eyebrow.
Is that story true? He grinned and shrugged. Who can say?
All anyone knows is that when one of the sage trees fell 200 years ago, the rings were counted and found to be several thousand in number.
And the wood taken from that tree is the strongest in the land, a voice spoke up behind us.
We spun around to find Father Collins, sauntering toward us, with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his robe.
He stopped between us and looked up at the tree. The wood neither bends nor breaks and hardly obeys the cut of the sharpest axe.
Such is the strength of the ancient sage's love for his friends. Ross smiled.
You took the best part of the story for yourself.
Father Collins turned to him and his eyes twinkled.
Call it a compensation of sorts for disobeying my commands. It wasn't him, I spoke up, and both men turned their attention to me. I could have said no, but I didn't. It's my fault.
Collins dropped his arms to his sides and sighed as he looked between us.
Whatever will I do with you both?
Ross' attention dropped to a slim, velvety piece of paper clutched tightly in one of Collins' hands.
What is that?
The good father followed Ross' gaze to the paper in his hand, and his expression became downcast.
It is a message from the castle.
Ross' eyebrows shot up.
About what?
A bittersweet smile appeared on Collins' lips.
What else but my dear brother?
I personally requested that he be released.
The king has refused.
A look of irritation creased Ross' brow as he shook his head.
You and I both knew that would be a waste of time. And yet I still had to try, Collins insisted as he tucked the paper into his robes. Now my brother's life is in the hands of the Almighty. But we can save him.
Ross insisted as he threw up his arms.
We could get into the castle and
be captured, Collins finished for him as he gave the young dragon a sharp look.
And then who would rescue you?
What trouble would that cause for one such as yourself, to be found infiltrating the castle of the king? Ross dropped his arms to his sides but balled his hands into fists.
I won't leave him to rot there or worse. He turned and strode off, and soon he had disappeared around the corner of the church.
I sidled up to the forlorn religious man, and studied his worn face as his eyes remained on where Ross had vanished.
He really cares about your brother, doesn't he?
A bemused smile slipped onto the good father's lips.
Then it was you who hid behind the corner and eavesdropped on our conversation.
I thought perhaps it had been a novice, with more curiosity than was good for him.
I sheepishly smiled at him. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Father Collins bowed his head and sighed.
I suppose there was no harm in your listening.
As for your question, the answer is yes. There is a great gap in years between my brother and me, and he is much closer in age to the young, to Ross. My brother was sent many years ago to the kingdom in which Ross resides, to study under the tutelage of a great master there, and they became good friends. The good father's face fell.
Perhaps more like brothers than I was to him.
My heart fell.
Isn't there anything we can do to save him?
Father Collins opened his eyes and shook his head.
I fear not, and the King of Shadows is not known for his mercy. I blinked at him. The King of Shadows. A rather unkind name for the King of Umbria.
There are many who believe him to be a sorcerer of dark magic, who has manipulated many to his will, and caused great harm in recent years through his machinations. My eyes widened.
So there's magic here too. I mean besides all the Pactus stuff. He nodded. Yes.
Light and dark are their defining characteristics, and one need not be a Pactus to have such abilities. Collins turned a bemused smile on me.
But you forget that you yourself hold magic. I furrowed my brow as I looked down at myself. I don't feel magical.
Father Collins set a hand on my shoulder, and I lifted my eyes to his. You will no doubt find yourself very powerful once you have mastered your skill. In the meantime, let us inside. He lifted his attention to the sky and frowned.
A storm is soon to be brewing.
I followed his gaze, and beheld a gathering of black clouds as large as skyscrapers on the horizon. We were in for a whopper. Chapter 12. Father Collins smiled at me.
We should venture inside before the rain starts.
I let him lead me inside, and just as we entered through the front doors a soft chilly breeze blew past me and swept into the vestibule. The wind brought with it the familiar scent of rain.
At least in this strange world, there was that familiarity in which to find comfort.
The church was quiet, but for the soft murmur of the brothers as they moved to and fro, preparing for the coming storm as they ushered people home and battered down the window hatches as the wind picked up. The good father led me to my room, and stopped in front of the door to turn to me.
You needn't worry about Ross, he assured me as he examined my face. Though I do worry about you. I blinked at him. Me?
Why?
You do not look well, he commented as he opened the door, and gestured to the interior of the room.
I was disappointed to find the room empty.
A spot of rest would do you well, after I replace those bandages.
I turned my head to look down at my arm where the wrinkled remains of the dressing, and a sheepish smile slipped onto my face as I shrank a little.
Sorry about that.
Collins shook his head as he set a hand on my lower back, and led me into the room.
Nothing to apologize for, and I hope you found the bay waters to your liking.
I looked down at my robes that hung like an accordion about my small frame.
It is kind of obvious, isn't it?
He guided me over to the bed, and sat me down.
As clear as the waters, now hold still.
With his expert hands, he removed the bandages and paused to study the wound.
You are healing nicely, though I wonder at what weapon was capable of making such a wound. It was a bullet, I told him. He lifted an eyebrow. I am not familiar with that type of weapon.
I thought back to the flying ships I had seen and their crowded decks.
It looks like a small cannonball, shot out of something you hold in your hand.
Collins pursed his lips as he replaced the bandages.
I see.
We have no such weapon in this world.
A thought struck me. Are there any wars? I mean, those flying ships didn't look all that friendly.
The good father sighed as he finished his work. They are blessedly few thanks to the strength of the kingdoms, but the power of the Black Dragon is ever growing since the new king ascended the throne some 10 years ago. I tilted my head to one side to study his face.
Do you think he really killed his father?
Father Collins leaned back and tucked the leftover bandages into the box on the nightstand. I am not sure, but do not let such thoughts trouble you. You must rest and let your strength return for your upcoming journey.
I blinked at him. What journey?
A sad look appeared in his eyes as he smiled down at me.
When you are healed, it would be best to send you out of the city where the Black Dragon cannot find you.
My heart fell as that realization sank in.
I see. He set a hand on my shoulder.
Do
think I wish for this parting, but I can think of no better way to protect you.
I nodded, before I lifted my eyes up to his gentle face.
Where will you send me?
To another church where the father there will take good care of you, he assured me.
But for now, rest. I think I will lie down.
I gave the good father a smile as I grasped the edge of the bed in my hands.
And thank you for all the help you've given me. He shook his head. There is no need to thank me.
It is my duty to protect those in need, and you are one worthy of such protection. I bit my lower lip, but he stepped forward and knelt on the floor to set a hand atop one of mine. His smile was soft and his eyes bright as he met my gaze.
You need not worry.
You will find yourself in time. He patted my hand and moved over to the door.
In the meanwhile, rest. I will check on you later.
He bowed his head and slipped out of the room. I bowed my head and sighed.
Finding myself, huh? And speaking of finding, that reminded me. I had someone to find.
I stood and tiptoed over to the door where I peeked out. Looking in both directions showed me that the hall was empty. I slipped out, closing the door silently behind me, and made my way down the hall, careful to give Father Collins a head start should he have gone the same direction as me. That direction was to the nave where I paused before the now closed doors. I leaned my ear against the wood and listened.
Not a sound came from inside.
All the worshippers had gone. I eased open one of the doors and peeked my head inside. A single figure remained in the otherwise empty church.
I found Ross seated on the pew as I had first met him.
He held up the strange clay object he wore around his neck, and studied some strange rough markings that had been etched into the mud prior to drying. I took a seat in the pew in proper style, and watched him as he kept his eyes on the strange object.
What is that you're holding?
He continued to study the strange artifact as he answered me. A gift to me from Brother Collins. He was my teacher for much of my education, and this clay tablet holds the first word I ever wrote. The ghost of a bemused smile slipped onto his lips.
Well written properly, that is.
He could see how happy I was with my achievement, so he had my scrawling copied onto clay, and attached to this string so I could always remember the importance of learning. I leaned forward to catch his eye.
And remember him.
Ross tucked the necklace back into his shirt and nodded.
That too.
He hadn't expected to remain so long in the kingdom I come from. He turned his face away and shut his eyes before he clenched his teeth.
And now he returns home on an errand for me, only to be thrown into the worst dungeons in the world. And you blame yourself for him being held in the dungeons?
I guessed.
How could that not be true? He counted as he jumped off the pew and paced the floor beside the rose. I was the one who told him to look through the libraries for what I needed to know.
My heart tightened, as a horrible and wonderful idea struck me.
And there are no more options for getting him out.
He stopped his pacing and ran his hand through his hair.
Not a thing. I hopped to my feet and smiled at him. So when do we leave?
Ross lifted an eyebrow at me.
What do you mean? I snorted. I mean, when do we leave?
We're going to go rescue him, aren't we?
If we are, then we should get going.
Ross walked over to stand in front of me and searched my face.
You're sure about this? I grinned up at him. How am I supposed to be a light of hope if I refuse the first help I can give?
Besides, I owe Father Collins a lot.
This is the only way I can think of to repay him.
A smile slipped onto his lips.
I could just... He swooped down and pressed our lips together.
For one brief joyous moment, I was in sultry heaven. A sensual heat ran from the tips of my toes to the top of my head. All I wanted to do was lean into that kiss, and that was his intention too, as he wrapped an arm around me. That familiar tingling sensation, however, forced me to jerk back as I gasped for air for more than one reason. Ross' face fell as his attention focused on my neck. He grasped my arms to hold me still, as the gills disappeared and I choked on fresh air.
I'm sorry. I wasn't sure.
I pressed a gloved finger to his lips and shook my head, though I couldn't stop my voice from being a little hoarse.
No apologies. Just lead the way. He took my gloved hand and shook his head. First, we need to get you into some different clothes.
If you're spotted in those robes, they'll know the church has been hiding you. I blinked down at myself.
But what else am I supposed to wear? I know.
He hurried us away from the door to the linen room, where he released my hand to scrounge through the stacks.
They never throw anything away until they're rags, he muttered, more to himself than to me, before an exclamation interrupted him. Here it is. He turned to me with a pile of clothes.
My eyes widened as I recognized my old attire, cleaned and professionally patched. I took them from Ross and brushed my hand over the top. A few loose tears sprang into my eyes before I clutched the bundle against my chest and smiled up at him.
Thank you.
He sheepishly smiled at me and rubbed the back of his head.
I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but we'll have to celebrate later.
For now, get changed. I nodded, but paused and looked him up and down as he remained where he was. A frown creased my lips, and I spun my finger in a circle.
Turn around.
He sighed, but there was a mischievous look on his face as he did as I requested.
I thought perhaps the hero would get a reward.
I snorted as I hurried into my old clothes.
The hero needs to behave. Chapter 13.
A few minutes later, we crept along the empty corridors of the church, and to our secret exit. We found the courtyard filled with voices as the brothers sought to batten down the hatches of the stables, and soothe the beasts, as the far-off rumblings worried the horses. We slipped down the ramp and onto the road, which was as deserted as the halls. Everyone had taken cover against the encroaching storm. I looked over my shoulder at the horizon where the storm clouds gathered. They were towering masses of darkness that tumbled their way toward us.
Is this a normal storm for this world?
Ross deigned a look back before he shook his head.
No. I haven't seen anything like that for quite a few years.
Looking at those tall black clouds, a shudder ran through me.
That looks like the storm that sent me here.
A look of deep concern passed over his face before he stiffened his jaw. I noticed his hand tightened around mine.
We'll see if it can take you back.
I couldn't help but hear a note of defiance in those words, before he guided me up the hill and toward the bay. We scurried from one group of shadows to another until we reached the bay.
It was like a completely different place.
All the hustle and bustle was gone, engulfed in silence except for the slap of the waves against the docks and sand. The clear water was now a black mirror, a reflection of the dark sky shattered by the white caps that crashed into each other. We stole across the beach to the same stone dock where we hid our clothes, my shoes included this time, and ventured into the wild surf. I was now without my gloves and Ross' strong hold as I pushed against the rollicking waves. One of the larger swells struck me, knocking me off my feet. A second wave forced my head under the surface, and I found myself breathing in an unhealthy gulp of water. The undercurrent dragged me into the deeper parts of the bay, and knocked me about until I couldn't tell which way was the dark sea floor, and which way was the black sky. My lungs screamed for me to open my mouth and swallow more of the cold water. A strong arm wrapped around me, and another hand managed to catch my thrashing hand. Ross' face loomed out of the darkness with one word. Breathe. I took a deep breath and my strained lungs loosened as sweet air flowed into them. Ross held me to his chest as I clung to him with my free hand, and pressed my face against his warm body.
We shouldn't do this.
I drew away from him far enough to look into his eyes and shake my head.
I'll be fine. It just surprised me, that's all. He searched my face. You're sure?
I grinned and nodded.
I'm sure, but help me to the grate just in case.
There was a moment's pause before he turned and swam us in the direction of the gloomy castle. We floated among the dark shadows, as strange dancing lights began to light up above us. I tilted my head back and glimpsed strange dots on the surface, a complete mystery until I realized I was seeing rain from the perspective of the bay. The little drops of water created 1,000 little circles that stretched out and collided with one another in a dizzying array of magic. Lightning flashed across the sky, and the water amplified the sound of thunder, shaking the whole of the bay with its great boom.
"Wow," I breathed as we neared the keep of the Black Dragon. "You should see it in a snowstorm," Ross mused as we stopped before the grate. There was a touch of a smile on his face. There's nothing like watching the flakes create crystals on a still surface.
You can even hear them drop. My joy and wonder died as I looked over the heavy metal rods.
"How do we do this?"
He grabbed the pair of metal bars closest to the center.
"We pull these at the same time."
I grabbed the same bars though lower down and watched him.
"On 3.
1, 2, 3. We both wrenched the bars in opposite directions and the metal obeyed. A gap opened in the center. Ross looked both worried and joyful.
"All right, again with the crossbars."
Together we pulled those apart and created a small hole in the grate just large enough for Ross to fit through, which he did. I made to follow, but he spun around and blocked the entrance, where he clasped one of my hands in his.
"You'll be safer on the beach." I scowled back at him. "I'm not playing the damsel left behind while the knight plays with the dragon. Literally in this case."
I rolled up my sleeves only for them to float back into place.
"I may not be able to fight, but we're not in here for that."
A crooked smile slipped onto his lips.
"You're right.
What I need is an extra pair of eyes." Ross floated me through the opening and into the tunnel. The space was brighter than outside, but that was only a small comfort, as the air grew uncommonly cold the closer we swam to the light. Ross released my hand and pressed down on my shoulders with a look that told me to stay put before he jerked his head over his shoulders. He swam the last 5 yards at an angle up to the surface and peeked out. The moment felt like forever, but finally he ducked his head back down and beckoned to me.
I swam over, and we both climbed out of the water.
The tunnel led into a narrow corridor, hewn from the jagged black rocks. Torches hung from the walls of a hall that intersected the one in which we found ourselves. Along the wall opposite where we stood were a dozen cells, each shut by thick bars that looked like they'd been wrought from the same black stone that surrounded us everywhere else. Ross crept up to the intersection where he pressed himself against the left-hand wall and peeked around the corner. I slipped up to his side as he looked up and down the hall. Tension hung thick in the air as I flitted my eyes about the room while my ears strained to hear anything. All that came to me was the sound of soft breathing from a sleeping person. A smile curled onto Ross' lips as he eased out of our hiding spot and over to a prison 2 cells down from the water corridor. I followed and found him staring fondly down at a man atop the rough wooden bunk. The man was dressed in the habits of a brother, like those that I wore, and had his arm tucked under his head with his legs bent, so short was the bed. Ross searched the floor before he discovered a small pebble. He picked it up and chucked the stone at the man's head.
It was a direct hit, and the man started awake.
He blinked his bleary eyes at us before they widened, and he shot up in bed. Brother Collins, for this was no doubt who we had found, gaped at Ross.
"Master Ross, what in the world are you doing here?"
Ross grasped the bars of the man's cell.
"We've come to get you out."
Collins leapt out of the bed and hurried toward us. However, he stumbled over the uneven ground and caught himself before he fell. He wrapped an arm around himself, and his face twisted with pain. Ross gritted his teeth.
"Those bastards."
The good brother managed a smile and shuffled over to the bars.
"I am fine, but you should not have come for me."
Ross shook his head.
"I would never leave you to this hell."
Collins looked to his right down the hall.
"But where are the guards?"
I followed his gaze and noticed that the hall ended at a staircase that wound its way out of sight. Beside the staircase, and set into the wall above which it traveled, was a corridor shut off by a cell door. A small table with 2 chairs stood near the steps and in front of that door.
The chairs were empty.
A dark cloud settled on Ross' brow before he grabbed my arm.
We have to get out of here.
He tugged me by my sleeve toward the water-drowned passage, but something slithered along the floor. Ross jerked to a stop and backed up. I collided with the back of his side and grabbed onto him where I had a good view of the ground. Dozens of snakes slithered across the floor toward us.
Chapter 14.
Ross backed us up as the dirt-colored snakes slithered toward us.
I heard a single murmured word come from him. Sigrath.
One of the snakes, a specimen twice the size of the others, raised its upper body off the floor and stood 4 feet high with its tail trailing out behind it.
The creature opened its mouth and loosed a sharp, ear-piercing hiss.
We all clapped our hands over our ears to block out the painful sound.
As the noise died away, another replaced it.
That was the sound of heavy boots on the stairs, and in a moment, a dozen guards in armor appeared from the stairs. Ross tucked me between the cell bars and his back as he tried to face our scaly and armed foes. The snakes moved back and the guards took up their places. The burly men pointed their sharp spears at us, and I couldn't help but notice that all of their hands were a little hairier than normal. They even had stumpy noses like a boar, and their top canines stuck out from under their upper lip. Ross held up his hands and I did the same. His sharp eyes flickered over our foes, but a sly smile appeared on his lips.
You gentlemen don't happen to know if the king is accepting visitors, do you?
One of the men grasped his spear between both hands and slammed the heavy metal staff into Ross' gut. Ross stumbled forward but caught himself and lifted his glowing eyes to the man.
You'll regret doing that. And you will regret interfering in His Highness' business.
The voice came not from one of the guards, but from someone who came down the winding steps at the end of the short corridor. A tall man decked in luxurious dust-colored robes appeared around the corner. He was tall and thin and appeared to be about 50 years of age according to his short graying hair and signs of wrinkles on his long face. The top of the man's head was slightly flat, and the few sparse hairs didn't hide the strange arrow-like dark birthmark that ran from the back of his head to almost his eyebrows, giving him a hood-like appearance. His arms were covered up to his wrists in the silky robe that trailed behind him, though with every step forward I noticed he wore a pair of elegant black boots. The man held his head high, and a small smile lay on his lips as he approached us. His long thin fingers were entwined together in front of him as he stopped before our small group, and studied Ross with a bemused expression.
But perhaps you will not live long enough to even enjoy that privilege.
Ross grinned.
If I had a coin for every time someone's told me that, then I'd own my own kingdom.
The man scoffed. All who know you are well aware that you would merely waste the money. Ross shrugged.
What can I say?
I live for the moment, unlike some serpents who live only to blindly obey the flute played by their master. A sneer curled onto the imperious man's lips.
I dance to no one's tune. It was Ross' turn to scoff. All who know you know that's a lie, Sigrath, and like a good pet you'll take us. A nod from Sigrath and one of the guards stepped forward with his spear at the ready.
The guard slammed the end into Ross' side, and I heard a painful squish of flesh against bone. Ross stumbled a step to one side but kept his balance. His face was a mixture of bemusement and pain as he clutched his side with one hand.
Ever the kind host.
Sigrath gave him a derisive look.
You deserve nothing but to be thrown into one of these cells.
The strange man then turned his sights on me and he raised an eyebrow.
This is a surprise, Ross.
You so often do your dirty work alone. Ross tensed and there was a flicker of fear in his eyes.
She doesn't have anything to do with this. I hardly know her. And yet you found her useful enough to bring her inside the dungeons, Sigrath mused as he leaned down to study me.
His eyes widened and his mouth fell slightly open.
My gods.
You are, he stopped himself and his smile curled back onto his lips. A deep chuckle echoed from his mouth as he straightened and turned to Ross.
You have given His Highness a great gift.
Perhaps he will reward you by sparing your life in exchange for servitude. Ross shook his head.
I told you I don't know her.
But His Highness does, Sigrath countered as he looked left to right at the guards. The men closest to us stepped forward, and one of them grabbed my arm.
Let her go,
Ross insisted as he slammed his fist into the side of the man's face. Though all men wore helmets that covered the sides of their faces, Ross' fist made a deep indent in the metal, and the man ended up being hit by his own protective gear. The guards stumbled against the bars of Colin's cell. 2 more guards jumped onto Ross as Sigrath stepped back to allow them room to jostle. Another pair grabbed my arms and pulled me away toward the stairs. One of the guards grabbed a set of chain cuffs from the wall near the table, and Ross was soon clapped in irons with his hands behind his back. Sigrath sneered at him.
Bring them both.
We were marched behind the robed man, up the winding steps to the upper floors of the Black Castle.
The halls too had been carved from the same stone, but many of the walls had been plastered over to make it easier for the torches to light the interior.
Hallways and rooms ran in all directions, as though the place had been inspired into existence after a feverish game of mousetrap. We were led to the main entrance hall where tapestries and gold-plated furniture showed off the wealth of the kingdom. Sigrath guided us up a wide flight of stairs in the center of the entrance hall, and to a pair of large wooden doors on which were carved many scenes of dragons and men hunting each other. The doors were opened by more uniformed guards, and a large hall was revealed to us. The walls were covered in heavy tapestries that depicted more episodes of hunting, but with only the dragons being the predators. Hanging between the fine cloths were wrought iron torch holders, and the flames atop the bundle of thick sticks burned with an unusually green light. At the end opposite the doors stood the throne, an imperial seat carved from the same black rock as the castle and seemingly hewn from the very stone floor upon which it sat. The path to the throne was covered by a heavy black carpet, and flanked by a dozen guards. A man of some 6 feet in height was seated on the throne. He was decked out not in luxurious robes like Sigrath, but in a plain black cloak with a black vest and pants. Heavy boots covered his feet, and he relaxed his pale face on one bent arm with his hand balled into a loose fist. The man's features would have been pleasing to the eye if there hadn't been a look of darkness in the depths of those black orbs.
And if he'd had any pupils. Chapter 15.
There was only a void of blackness where his pupils should have been, and I was reminded of some demon from hell as we were marched up to the throne. Those eyes never blinked as we crossed the long gap and stopped before him. A smile curled onto his lips as those black orbs flickered over us.
You have brought me a pair of great gifts this day, have you not, Sigrath?
Sigrath bowed low to his king.
I have, your highness.
These two were foolish enough to venture into the dungeons in an attempt to free the prisoner, as you predicted. King Corvinus studied Ross for a long moment, with a look of bemusement on his face.
The Prince of Hadrian is nothing if not loyal to his subjects.
My eyes widened and I whipped my head to Ross, who stood beside me. His expression was nothing but contempt for the man who sat in front of us. A deep dark chuckle escaped the king.
You haven't told her, have you, Prince Hadrianus Vitali, second son of the King of Hadrian?
Ross shrugged.
I didn't think it was important. Perhaps it isn't to one such as she, Corvinus mused as he examined me. I had to force myself not to flinch under the watch of those black eyes as he spoke in a soothing whisper. As beautiful as the verse that heralds her coming.
Ross narrowed his eyes at the king.
She's just someone I got to help me get inside. That's all.
Sigrath sneered at him. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a lie when we are sympathetic to magic?
You mean abusive, Ross countered.
Sigrath narrowed his eyes at him, and I swore I saw a forked tongue flick out from between his lips. We make use of the gifts granted to us by the gods. Ross scoffed.
You use it for your own selfish means.
The slender man took a step toward him, but Corvinus stirred from his ease as he lifted his head and sat up where he placed his hands on the arms of his chair.
Your bickering bores me.
Sigrath slipped back and bowed his head.
My apologies, Your Highness. I thought only to put this trespasser in his place.
He lifted his sharp eyes up to Ross.
You thought you could wander the kingdom for a fortnight and not be noticed.
Ross managed a grin.
I've been here for a month.
A pointed look from Sigrath, and one of the guards stepped forward. The armored man swung his fist into Ross' stomach.
A hard whoosh of air escaped Ross as he doubled over.
The guard made to strike a blow to the back of Ross' exposed neck, but Corvinus held up a hand, and the guard retreated back to his position. The king watched in amusement as Ross straightened and lifted his chin up high.
You are ever the prideful one, Prince Hadrianus.
Ross glared at him.
That hasn't been my title in over a decade.
The king chuckled.
Oh yes, I had forgotten.
You forsook that life to avoid some tale told of old about you.
What was the prophecy? That you would destroy your own kingdom if you remained.
Ross clenched his teeth but said nothing. Sigrath lifted his eyes to his lord.
What do you wish for me to do with them, Your Highness?
Corvinus eased himself onto his feet, and strolled off the low platform on which the throne sat. His eyes were ever on me as he came to stand in front of me. It is said the fallen angel has the ability to gather the whole of the world's magic unto herself, and be a reflection of that, he mused as he tilted his head to one side and studied me. The king wore a pair of thick black gloves, one of which he removed.
I would like to see this magic.
I jerked back as he stretched out his hand toward mine, but my back hit the hard metal plate that belonged to one of the guards. The man grabbed my upper arms and pinned me against him as the king approached. A strange light shone in his black eyes as he grabbed my hand and crushed my fingers in his hard grasp. The familiar tingling wasn't there like for the others I had touched.
This was darker, more invasive.
I felt as though he was crushing not only my hand, but my very soul beneath the oppressive weight of his dominating spirit. I felt a bone-chilling cold run through me, as an aura of darkness burst out of my body. Tendrils of shadow flicked out and wrapped themselves around the waists of some of the guards, lifting them off their feet. The men cried out and struggled in the merciless grasp of the shadows.
I heard the crunch of their metal armor as the tendrils crushed them as their king crushed my hand.
The shadows stretched out farther to envelope most of the room and snuff out the torches as the men cried out in agony.
Stop! I screamed as I tried to yank my hand free of his hold. Let go of me.
A wicked grin slid onto Corvinus's face, and his eyes shone with malice before he released me. The shadows vanished and the guards clattered to the floor. At a signal from their king, the other armored men moved forward and grabbed the arms of their fallen comrades. I would have crumpled to the floor had the guard behind me not looped his arms under mine and kept me up. The men I had encased were dragged away by others.
I wasn't sure if any of them were still breathing.
Excellent, the king commented as he took a step back and admired me.
I had no idea one of your kind could mimic a foreign power so effectively.
He reached out a hand and stroked a strand of my hair.
I can only imagine how powerful you would be if you were to be trained in your magic.
I yanked my hair out of his grasp and glared at him. He merely laughed.
What spirit to match such power? Yes, you will be an admirable queen.
That is, his eyes shone with a maniacal glee as he brushed the back of one finger against my cheek. Once you have been broken. He caught the eyes of his guards.
Tie her hands behind her back, so she will not have an opportunity to use her powers against you.
One of the men produced a rope and wrenched my arms behind me.
Gently now.
I would rather have her body unmarred. A shudder ran down my spine as my hands were tied behind my back. Sigrath came up behind Corvinus, and some of his own bluster had been subdued by the horrible display of darkness from earlier.
And the others, Your Highness? The princeling and his spy.
Corvinus turned to Ross and smiled.
Throw them in the dungeon for now.
They will be publicly executed within the week, after flyers have been sent out advertising the date. Sigrath bowed his head.
It shall be done, Your Highness.
The loyal toad beckoned to the guards who held Ross, and the men dragged him forward. His look promised retribution against Corvinus but softened when his eyes fell on me. He mouthed a few words. "I'm sorry."
I shook my head. This hadn't been his fault alone. The trap had been sprung on both of us.
Corvinus turned and strode back up to his throne. "Take her to my chambers," he commanded his guards as he resumed his seat in the high chair. He leaned his cheek against his hand again, but a lecherous smile now showed on his face.
"I will join her there later."
A shudder ran through me as I was pulled away and guided to the doors. The guards led me not down the stairs, but leftward down a long hall that stretched to the outer wall of the castle, and curved left again to follow the strangely serpentine exterior of the stone keep.
The hall was adorned with various types of suits of armor, ranging from the normal human-sized one to a monstrosity that resembled a giant bear.
Thick black doors lined both sides of the passage, and the light from the torches cast only a weak light below their own hangers. I couldn't help but crane my neck over the railing to catch a glimpse of Ross. He wasn't giving his guards a good time, as they half-dragged him across the entrance hall to the dungeon door. He shoved one of them off him and turned toward the staircase, where he caught sight of me. Determination and fear mixed together in his beautiful eyes.
"I'll come to get you."
One of the guards slammed their spear handle into the back of his head. He dropped to his knees and bent low but didn't fall over as the man grabbed his arms and dragged him out of sight.
Chapter 16.
It all happened so quickly that I couldn't struggle against my own captors. Still, Ross' willingness to continue to fight stoked within me a flame of hope. That, and some determination to get the heck out of Dodge before the hangings started. One of my own guards gave me a slight nudge on the back.
"Get going." I scowled at him but couldn't do much more than follow their orders down the hall.
They were the same hulking boar men who had captured us in the dungeons. The pair each held a thick staff of metal that must have weighed 100 pounds each, and yet they handled the sticks like they were toothpicks.
That gave me an idea.
I looked from one of my escorts to the other.
"You guys wouldn't happen to have a long, extra sharp claw, would you?"
One of them frowned at me.
"Why?" I crossed my eyes to stare down at my nose. I have an itch on the end of my nose that's driving me crazy.
The pair looked over my head at each other in confusion.
"Driving you?"
I sighed.
"It's really bothering me."
"Could one of you scratch it?"
The other man scowled. "We've seen what happens when you're touched."
I mustered what little self-confidence I then possessed and rolled my eyes.
"It only works if I touch you, not the other way around." "Just wipe it on your sleeve," one of them snarled. "Then hold up a minute," I insisted as I stopped.
The guards watched as I rubbed my nose against my sleeve. After a few tries I wrinkled my schnoz.
"I can't reach the bridge of my nose right there."
The guards cast uneasy looks at one another, before the one on my right frowned.
"All right, but hold her arms."
One of the guards slipped behind me and grabbed my arms. He wrenched them further behind my back, and I ground my teeth as my muscles let out a sharp cry of pain. The other guard stepped in front of me and stretched out his finger. The claw gingerly touched the bridge of my nose and gave it a hearty scratch. I snapped my jaws down on his finger and discovered what the scent of skunk tasted like.
The horrible man's body flavor was akin to the striped mammal, and there even wafted an odor of days-old beer and stale bread that nearly made me gag, but I held tight as I felt the familiar sensation of tingling run through my body.
It was a good thing the clothes Father Collins had given me were loose, as I felt my muscles expand. The ground grew more distant as I stretched up a head taller than before. Still, I was physically much weaker than my foes and outnumbered. Surprise, however, was on my side as I back-kicked my foot into the knee of the man who held me. He started back and his hands loosened on mine enough that I ripped my arms free of the ropes. I grabbed the gawking guard's waist and swung us around. The armor-clad man crashed into his cohort, and together the pair stumbled back down the hall. That meant my way back was blocked, so I raced forward around the corner. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried the first door. Locked.
The next one was the same way.
I spun in a circle and swept my eyes over the hall.
There had to be somewhere to hide.
The quick stomping of footsteps raced around the corner.
I held my breath and stood as still as I could manage.
The pair of guards stopped mere feet from where I had hidden myself. Their sharp, hard eyes inspected the area, and one of them curled their lips back in a snarl. The guard's nostrils flared.
I can smell her.
His cohort rolled his eyes.
Of course you can. She bit you, didn't she?
The guard lifted his bruised finger to his face and ground his teeth.
I'm not going to forget it, and just wait until I catch her.
His companion frowned at him.
You're not going to touch her, or you'll lose more than just a bit of flesh on a finger. Now come on.
The other guard grabbed his arm.
Wait, shouldn't we tell everyone else that she's escaped?
The first armored man gave his cohort an incredulous look.
And have our heads lopped off just to find her ourselves? Not likely. Besides, how far could she have gotten?
His Highness keeps most of these doors locked unless they're in use.
She's probably cowering in a corner somewhere. Now come on.
They scurried down the hall and soon disappeared around the corner. I breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a slight clang from my body. My blood ran cold, and my eyes flitted to where they had gone. The guards didn't reappear. I eased off the pedestal on which I stood, and the heavy suit of armor that had hidden me inside its body clanged together. With my heart squeezed by panic, I removed the pieces as quickly as I'd donned them.
I hopped out of one leg, only to have the other one stick to my calf. Scooby makes this look so easy.
I grumbled, as I finally wiggled my way out of the rest of the armor. I left a pile of metal plates behind me and hurried down the hall. The passages echoed with the faint sound of voices, but nothing was too close as I slipped up to the end of the corridor. I caught a glimpse of the hall and froze.
A half-dozen guards stood at several points in the room. There was no way I could avoid that many prying eyes.
I leaned my back against the wall behind me and frowned.
That's when a scent wafted across my nose and tickled my senses.
It was the pungent odor of some spicy food mixed with a juicy meat. My stomach growled, and I clapped my hand over the offending noisemaker. Still, this gave me an idea.
The smell came from back down the hall.
I followed the scent and found myself in front of one of the doors that was unlike the others.
This was more square and plainer.
Also, it was unlocked. I opened the door and peeked my head inside. Much was my surprise when I found myself staring down a short side corridor that ran perpendicular to the main hall. The unfamiliar passage was narrower, and the lighting was not as strong, so much was cast in shadows. At each end the passage descended down a flight of stairs. A girl in a simple dress appeared over the floor. I ducked back out into the hall and dove behind a suit of armor.
The door opened and she stepped into the hall.
In one hand she carried a tray laden with delicious food and a mug of beer.
Damn fools can't get their own stuff from the kitchen. I heard her grumble as she made sure to shut the door behind her. Always wanting me to serve them like they're royalty.
A royal pain in the ass, more like it. She walked down the hall, leaving me with hope and an appetite. I slipped across the passage and into the narrower corridor. The way was empty of everything but the lingering scent of food.
I hurried in the direction from where the girl had come, and soon found myself on a lower floor of the castle, where the low ceiling created a tunnel-like effect.
Female and male voices echoed loud and clear down the narrow passage. Other corridors led off in all directions like an ant colony, but most were darker than the direction from whence the voices came.
Get that meat cooked already.
His Highness won't stand for it running off his plate.
I'm cooking the biscuits. You get the meat.
There was a light at the end of the tunnel on its left, and so I crept up to what turned out to be a doorway and peeked my head inside. A large kitchen with a flagstone floor presented itself to me. A huge stone fireplace rose up from the floor and climbed the wall to disappear into the ceiling. In its hearth there roasted a large boar, with very little disassembly done to its body parts. A wood stove some 10 feet across sat on the opposite side of the room, and between them stood a long table with pots and pans hanging from the ceiling. A dozen people scurried across those flagstones, each carrying a variety of different dishes and pots. Some poured mead from thick jugs, and others held knives with the intent of carving cooked gooses that sat in pots of their own thick juices. There were men and women about them, and even an old crone who sat beside the hearth rotating the pork. A platter of sliced meat sat on a low table close to the door, and I noticed a row of hangers on which hung the cloaks of the workers. They wouldn't mind if I borrowed a few of the items.
Chapter 17.
My heart pounded in my ears as I scurried down the upstairs hall toward the stairs. My hands shook so badly that I rattled the platter in my grasp, and the wooden handle of the large fork hopped up and down.
The hood covered my face, but I kept my head bowed just the same as I reached the top of the elegant staircase.
I could feel the eyes of the guards on me as I took a deep breath and made my way down the steps. One of them stepped in front of me, and his shadow hung heavy over my quivering form.
"Where are you going?"
I cleared my throat and held up the meat platter.
I'm going to feed the guards in the dungeons."
The guard leaned forward and took a whiff of the platter. Beneath my hood I could see his nostrils flare, and his lips curled back in a snarl.
"Why didn't you take the usual route?"
I lowered my head still further, as my frazzled mind tried to think of an answer.
"This is a special delivery.
Straight from His Highness." The guard glared at the plate a moment longer before he straightened.
"Those damn bastards, always getting the best cuts with the least amount of work."
He stepped aside and waved his hand in the direction of the dungeon door.
"Get out of my sight."
I ducked my head and hurried past him.
The tray didn't stop its slight rattling as I made my way down the winding stone steps and into the damp passage which held the cells.
The guard who had sucker-punched Ross sat at one of the chairs at the small table. At my coming he stood and set his hand on the hilt of the short sword at his waist.
"What do you want?" I held up the tray. "I have some food for you."
His eyebrows raised up and a smile curled onto his lips.
"And about time. I thought I was going to starve to death."
He strolled over to me and grabbed the fork which he used to spear some of the juiciest cuts. The guard lifted up the forkful of meats and his tongue slipped across his lips.
"Not bad.
Looks like His Highness is finally giving out the reward we dungeon guards deserve.
Must be because we helped catch those rats." He half turned to the cells and took a huge bite of the meat.
When he spoke, some pieces flew out of his full mouth.
"By the time he's done playing with them, they'll be wishing they were dead." He chuckled. "And that's when he'll give them what they want."
My shaking stopped as I tightened my grip on the tray. I lifted the metal plate above my head, and my hood fell away. The guard whipped his head to me and his face twisted in anger and surprise. I brought the tray down on his forehead, hard enough that my whole body rattled. The guard slumped to the floor in a heap of metal and meat. The rattling noise caught the attention of the cell occupants. Ross and the priest grasped the bars of their shared cage and peeked as far out as they could manage.
The Dragon Prince's eyes lit up when he saw me. "Kate,
get the keys." I didn't need a second invitation, as I snatched the keys off the table and hurried over. My hands shook so badly that I dropped the keychain on the ground. Ross scooped them up and unlocked the cage himself. He rushed out and wrapped his arms around my waist, and spun me in a quick circle before putting me back on solid ground.
"Wonderful, beautiful girl," he exclaimed as he pecked a light kiss on my lips.
Brother Collins set a hand on the enthusiastic dragon's shoulder.
"For another time. We must hurry out of here." I pointed at the side passage. "The water tunnel."
Ross shook his head.
"We can't go that way.
Corvinus is having it blocked with rocks."
And then there are the guards, who would surely have been placed on the causeway to watch for any other of your people, Brother Collins added.
A wry smile appeared on Ross' lips.
As if any one of them would come for me.
Collins' face fell, and he put a hand on the young dragon's shoulder.
Your people have not forgotten you, my prince.
I shot him a glare, but Ross cleared his throat.
I'll explain things later, but right now we need to get out of here.
I nodded at the stairs.
But that way just leads to the entrance hall. There's a bunch of guards, and I only have one cloak. There must be a servant's passage between here and the kitchens, Ross mused as he scoured the area.
His Highness wouldn't tolerate seeing them cross his grand hall all the time. His eyes lit upon the cell door past the table, and a sly smile curled onto his lips.
There we are.
Ross grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the door while the brother hurried after us. We reached the corridor and unlocked the cell door.
At the same moment, there came a din of loud voices above our heads.
My 2 guards must have given up their search of me, and told someone who was less likely to lose their head. Ross tugged me into the corridor as a clang of footsteps sounded on the stairs. There was also the familiar hiss of Sigrath's serpents. We raced down the tunnel, and found ourselves in the same maze that led to the kitchen. Ross stopped at a 4-way intersection, and his aquamarine eyes glowed brightly in the dim light. He whipped his head to the left.
There. The exit is this way.
We hurried along following Ross' instincts, though Brother Collins had trouble keeping up with his injuries. I was soon able to sense what he had sensed so far back. A faint fresh breeze blew past my cheeks, and I heard the soft rustle of waves against rocks. The flagstones at our feet grew damp, and a few spots of mold dotted the walls. A light at the end of the tunnel was different from the torchlight I'd seen elsewhere. This one was soft and gentle, and never wavered. In a few moments our feet splashed through some small puddles, and we found ourselves at the bottom of a short flight of stairs. Ross ducked low and Collins and I did the same, and we crept up to lay our bellies on the top steps. We found ourselves looking out onto a small courtyard, which was surrounded on all sides by high stone walls. The 2 at our back were part of the main keep, but the 2 in front of us were parts of the exterior defensive walls. Sort of. The shorter wall to our right and the wall opposite where we stood weren't large enough for a battlement, but the shorter wall had an archway that led into a wild garden. The point where the long wall in front of us and the shorter wall to our left joined had a larger gateway. The entrance was closed by a thick pair of wooden doors. A small cart with a donkey stood beside the keep wall, and a plain wooden door stood out from the weathered stones. The cart contained a couple of large amphorae with wooden pot lids. A man stood beside the animal and adjusted its straps.
We'll be headed out soon, my lovely, very soon.
The door to the keep opened, and one of the kitchen staff stepped out.
The hurried din of the kitchen rang out from behind her.
The woman put her hands on her hips and glared at him.
Are you and that stupid animal still here? The driver glared back at her. I can't go until the gate is up, can I? She shrugged. It's not my fault.
His Highness wants to catch his new lady friend and that blue dragon.
I don't care about that, he snapped as he strode over to her. All I want to know is when I can leave.
The woman rolled her eyes.
I'll see what I can do just to get your sorry carcass out of here.
She spun on her heels and marched back inside.
Hey, the man shouted as he hurried after her. Don't forget my meal.
I'm owed that still, and don't be cheap in there. He slammed the door behind himself. Ross hurried us over to the cart and released me so he could climb across the drop tailgate. He stood beside one of the amphorae and peeked inside.
This will work. I blinked at him. Work for what? For an escape, he told me as he lifted his eyes to the door that led into the keep. That is, if we can get the gate open and the driver out here. You two climb into the wagon, Brother Collins insisted as he shuffled over to the cart box and tried to climb aboard.
He let out a sharp gasp and clutched his chest. Ross rushed up to his side and shook his head.
None of us is climbing into the wagon, But the wagon is leaving.
He lifted his eyes to the closed gate, and the mechanism that controlled its up and down motion.
I just have to get the gate open. You two stay here. Chapter 18.
Ross didn't wait for a reply but slipped along the wall and over to the stone archway. He arrived at the gatehouse and slipped up beside the door that led inside. A faint flickering light told us somebody was home.
He rapped his knuckle on the door.
A narrow rectangular hole near the top of the door slid open, and a guard looked through the slit. Ross smashed his fist through the wood and slammed his knuckle into the man's face. The guard stumbled back, and Ross rammed the broken door with his shoulder. The catch broke, and the door swung open to reveal another guard and the bloodied face of the first. Ross shut the door behind him and muffled the noises of battle. I moved to help him, but Brother Collins caught my arm and shook his head.
Rest assured he is a well-seasoned fighter.
I looked past him at where Ross had gone. The soft noises had died down, but he had failed to reappear. My hands shook so hard that I grasped them together in front of me to stop the quivering. Another hand settled on top of mine, and I looked up to find Brother Collins smiling at me. His face was pale, and he still wrapped one arm around his midsection.
Everything will be well. Have faith in him. I pursed my lips. I don't even know who he is.
Collins chuckled.
He is whom he presents himself to be, a man with the determination to live.
There came a clanging noise, and the chains from which the gate hung began to climb up, taking the gate with them. The gate opened completely and Ross rushed out. He had a nasty cut on his forehead and a gash on his arm, but there was more blood on him than his cuts had bled.
He held out his hand to me. I'm going to need that cloak. I handed over the cloak, and Ross climbed aboard the box.
He hefted one of the amphorae into the driver's seat, and tied the vase down with the same rope that had secured them in the back. With a flourish he drew the cloak over the tall vase, and wrapped the cloth tightly around the pot, giving the appearance of a human. Ross hopped off the box and grabbed the reins of the cart. He turned to us and nodded at the smaller archway close by.
Get in there.
Collins and I hurried into the archway, and ducked into the garden where we peeked our heads out. Ross cracked the reins, and the donkey let out a loud hee-haw and raced forward. He darted over to us, while the beast flew through the gateway. A shout came from the front of the castle, as the guards spotted the escaping animal. The kitchen door swung open, and the driver stared bug-eyed at the empty spot where his cart had once been.
Celeste,
where are you? He raced out of the door with a chicken leg in one hand, and a napkin about his throat.
The cook stuck her head out and glared at him. Don't drop that napkin in all that muck.
Brother Collins looked up at Ross.
I am curious to know your plan of escape, now that one route is closed to us. We go the hard way, Ross informed him as he nodded to our right.
The garden stretched for 40 yards before it abruptly ended at the cliffside. The barren rocks were piled one on top of another, for 100 feet, until they disappeared beneath the rough seas of the crashing waves. Brother Collins lifted an eyebrow.
You are suggesting we follow the stones to the mainland?
Or as far as we can get along the causeway until we're spotted, Ross confirmed as his attention fell on me.
How are you doing? I shrugged. I'm running possibly for my life from an evil dragon prince, with another dragon prince. He grinned. Not too bad for your first week here, isn't it?
I opened my mouth to reply, but the only thing that came out was a quick yelp. Something had wrapped around my leg and yanked me toward the ground. Ross grabbed me about the waist and kept some of me up. I looked down and found myself staring into the yellow eyes of one of Sigrath's serpents.
The creature's tongue flicked out and a hiss escaped its smooth, bloated lips.
Ross grabbed the snake about the neck and slammed its head into the stone arch.
The creature's eyes crossed and it slumped to the ground. He snatched my hand and whipped his head to Collins. Hurry!
We turned away from the arch and rushed through the foliage. The garden was more back country than back garden. Strange plants with even stranger herbs and vegetables had been planted in overgrown raised beds made with stacked black stone. The paths too had been formed from the solid black stone and hard-packed earth. Here and there was a statue covered in moss and vines and having features like malformed gods. Only a short wall surrounded the curved outer edge of the garden between the keep and the exterior defensive wall. We rushed over to the farthest point from the arch and skidded to a stop at the tip of the garden. One of my feet stumbled and kicked against the short wall. One of the loose top stones toppled over into an abyss that ended at the crashing rocks below the castle.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and looked up at Ross. Now what?
He clenched his teeth and whipped his head around. A bunch of snakes slithered through the archway and stopped at their fallen comrade. They let loose a horn of hisses before they stampeded toward us, a wave of grotesque and angry scales. Collins pursed his lips.
There is no other option.
Ross returned his attention to the crashing waves and pursed his lips.
I suppose not.
Brother Collins patted his hand and gave him a smile.
Then I shall see you where the gods may lead us.
He stepped onto the short wall and leaped out into the abyss. My mouth dropped open as I watched his drop with wide eyes. Collins disappeared into the waves beyond the edge of the crashing rocks.
He didn't resurface.
Ross wrapped his arms around my waist and grinned down at me.
Try not to scream too loudly.
My eyes widened as he stepped up onto the short wall.
Wait, what are you doing?
The hissing was joined by shouts, and the clamor of armor came from the archway. The snakes were nearly upon us, and I felt the flicker of their tongues as he tightened his grip on me.
I'm trying to save us.
Ross leaped into the chasm, taking me with him. I let loose a scream as the world slipped away, and we dropped toward the disastrous rocks. A cold wind whipped past us, and the sea spray tickled my cheeks. We splashed into the chilly waters, and I shut my eyes as the vast ocean enveloped us. Ross's arms loosened about me, but he made no other movement. I flung open my eyes and turned around to find his eyes closed, and his face a picture of unconsciousness. He slowly sank into the black void, with his arms outstretched toward me. A gasp of panic escaped my lips, and bubbles likewise were liberated. I swallowed a lot of seawater before I shut my lips tight, and stretched my legs out behind me. A few frantic kicks and I had moved closer to him, as his heavier body sank faster. The darkness wrapped closer around us as the surface faded from view. My lungs burned with a desire for air. I kicked again, but there was less energy than before.
I clenched my teeth and stretched my arm out further.
My fingers brushed against his.
Just a little further.
I put all the rest of my strength into the last kick and stretched out my hand. My fingers missed his.
There was nothing I could do but let the pressure of the water crash in on me, taking my air and my life.
Just as I was drifting into unconsciousness, someone swam out of the darkness. They grasped my hand and latched onto Ross' hand, connecting us. I felt the familiar wave of energy enter my body, and my lungs filled with air from the water around me. A gasp escaped my lips, and my eyes adjusted to the darkness. Brother Collins was our connection. His body was encompassed by a soft glow of white light, and a serene expression lay on his face.
He looked like an angel. Chapter 19.
The serenity of his countenance, however, was extinguished as he released our hands. The brilliance that had surrounded him vanished, and his face took on a more desperate expression. He pointed at the still unconscious Ross before he kicked his way to the surface. I swam up to Ross and wrapped my arms around him before I joined Collins on the surface. The sea sprayed us with a cold blast of its icy waters, and I discovered we lay about 20 feet off the sharp rocks that surrounded Caligo Castle. A mess of lights dotted the hillside and lamps covered the causeway. The shouts and clangs of armored men ran out across the waters. I turned to Collins, who, despite the odds against us, had a smile on his face.
How are we going to get away?
He nodded at a nearby clipper anchored some 50 yards away. The ship was some 100 feet long with a narrow body, short triangular sails and a sharp bow.
That will be where we rest for a while.
I wrinkled my nose.
Won't they just throw us overboard? Or to the king?
Collins chuckled.
Not these men, but we shall see in what humor they are in this evening.
The dark shrouded our escape as we paddled over to the clipper. A din of voices rang out, but these weren't the shouts of anger. They were the call of the sea, and the cry of way too much alcohol. They were also off-tune. Very off-tune. We reached a ladder that descended from the deck, into the bay. Collins stopped at the ladder and half turned to me. Above his head, faint lights shone through the closed gunport, but I could see faint shadows dancing behind the boards that covered the holes.
I will climb up and see if there is anyone is coherent enough to speak, he told me as he climbed partway up the ladder. Though I am sure they will grant us. A hand dipped out of the gunport above his head and grabbed onto the back of his collar.
With a yelp, Collins was dragged into the ship, and the port cover clattered shut. I floated there with my mouth agape, not sure whether to laugh or swim away. A bright lamplight from the deck pushed both options off my plate as I blinked against the hard light. A thin figure knelt at the top of the ladder, and I could make out long dark hair. A soft chuckle escaped their male lips.
Well, well, what have we here?
A drowned rat and He lowered the lamp over the side of the ship and paused for a moment.
This is quite a surprise.
Hold still, the both of you, and we'll fish you out. Long poles were swung over the side, and they both had large sharp hooks on their tips. The men caught the hooks under Ross' arms, and I swam away so they could lift him out. I eased myself up the ladder, still uncertain as to the welcome that awaited me. 2 pairs of strong arms leaned down and lifted me onto the deck, where they lay me on my knees. Ross was spread out on the planks on his back, and the thin man I'd seen with the lamp now leaned over him. The man touched Ross' head and leaned back before he lifted his gaze to me. His eyes had an oddly red appearance in them, and he was as pale as death. He wore a weathered vest over his thin frame, with a white blouse beneath that. His sleeves were rolled up and showed off a wide range of scars and tattoos on his arms. The ensemble was finished by a pair of loose cloth pants and heavy boots. Those sharp eyes studied me with interest.
You're not like him really, are you? I blinked at him. Like, his gaze settled on my neck. I touched my fingers against the side of my throat and felt the gills disappear. No, I'm not. I won't ask you how you came to be tangled with this rat, the man told me as he nodded at Ross.
He climbed to his feet and offered me his hand.
I'll show you to my cabin, and you can tell me the tale later.
I accepted the hand, and he gently guided me to my feet. His expression took on a slightly slyer appearance.
Even in this moonless night, your beauty rivals the stars.
Might I ask the name of such a beautiful woman? I blushed.
It's Kate.
He kept my hand grasped in his as he stepped back and swept into a flourishing bow.
My lady. You do my ship an honor with your presence. What about him, Captain? One of the sailors spoke up as they nodded down at Ross.
The captain turned his full attention on Ross, and tapped the sharp tip of his boot against the man's side.
He can carry himself to my cabin.
Ross peeked open one eye and grinned.
I was hoping for a comfortable trip.
The seafaring man scoffed.
Not on my ship.
You pull your own weight or your dead weight, now get up. Ross eased himself onto his feet, and brushed his hand against the back of his head. A slight wince crossed his face before his gaze fell on me.
Are you all right? I swept my eyes over the deck. Yeah, but Brother Collins is below deck trying to civilize my men, the captain spoke up with a slight chuckle. He'll be taken care of, though he won't have much luck with his mission.
Now then, he draped one arm over my shoulders and another over those of Ross and led us to the rear of the ship where the cabin was located. Let's get you dried off so you can tell me what's going on at the castle. Ross shrugged.
What makes you think we're involved?
The other man laughed.
Only you could get the whole of that place riled up.
We entered the cabin and found the space small but clean. A simple wooden bed sat in one corner with a dresser in the opposite one, and a large table stood between them with a few chairs. Ross shuffled over to the bed and plopped himself down on the end, while the stranger released me and strolled over to the dresser. He pulled out a drawer which was full of towels and tossed one at each of us. He leaned his back against the dresser, closing the drawer in the process, and folded his arms over his chest as he studied both of us. His attention settled on me.
"So you're what everyone's been making a fuss over these last few days. Not bad to look at, I must admit."
I blinked at him until I remembered my epic entrance into this world.
"I suppose I am. Rumor has it you can take on the powers of any Pactus," he mused as he studied me. I shrugged. "I haven't really." "We need a ride out of the city," Ross spoke up as he rubbed the towel over his hair.
He paused and met the gaze of the captain.
"Can you give that to us?" The captain shook his head. "Not a chance. The harbor's blocked off with the flying fleet, and even if they were letting ships out, they won't let us go without boarding."
A bemused smile slipped onto Ross' lips.
"Surely Captain Fantoma of the Silver Swan can get a couple of stowaways through customs." The captain shook his head. "Not this time.
I've got a full cargo. The best I can do is stow one of you, unless you want to risk getting crushed by the barrels. As it is, the one who gets stowed isn't going to be having a fun voyage." Ross gestured to me.
"She's the one who's going to be stowed."
Captain Fantoma lifted an eyebrow.
"Her? I would have expected your friend."
Ross' good humor fled him as he frowned.
"Why?"
The captain rolled his eyes.
"Has a pretty face blinded you? He's in rough shape, rougher than he's letting on, I'd guess."
"I've seen my fair share of injured men try to walk off wounds, and while he's not the worst, you'll have a hard time of it taking him overland." My heart fell as I thought back to the good brother's face.
He had looked awfully pale standing in that cell where we found him.
Ross bowed his head slightly and furrowed his brow.
After a moment he stood and tossed the towel onto the bed. "Where is he?" "I'll get him," Fantoma offered as he pushed off from the dresser and sauntered over to the door. "My men would appreciate the silence."
He opened the door and caught the eye of the nearest sailor.
"Bring up the preacher."
The sailor nodded and hurried down below. In a short while Brother Collins was brought to us. He slipped into the room with a smile on his face, but I noticed he held himself stiffer than before, like his whole body was in a sling. Ross looked him up and down before his attention fell on Fantoma.
"Mind giving us a minute?"
The captain rolled his eyes but shrugged.
"Who am I to listen to a conversation on my own ship?"
For his complaint, he did slip out of the room, closing the door behind him.
Chapter 20.
Ross turned to his old friend.
"There's only enough room on this tub for one of us, so you're going to travel aboard the ship, while Kate and I take the overland route out of the kingdom."
Brother Collins shook his head.
"I would rather Miss Kate take the boat.
The King of Shadows is after her, after all." Ross folded his arms over his chest and grinned.
"That's why you'll be the decoy."
Collins blinked at the dragon.
"I'm afraid I don't follow."
"Captain Fantoma is going to try to leave port soon, probably sooner than they'll want to let any ship through," Ross informed him as he looked out the porthole and furrowed his brow.
"They're going to do a good job of searching the ship."
"The captain's good, but he's probably never been through as good a search as what's coming."
"They might even find you."
"If they do, the captain will have to make a quick escape, and the hounds will be on his heels."
"That means they won't be looking at the roads, but the seas."
A slight smile touched Collins' lips.
"I see.
I shall endeavor to make myself known to the port authorities." The door swung open and Fantoma stepped inside with a mischievous look on his face.
"I think I'll have a say in that."
Ross frowned back at the captain.
"This was supposed to be a private conversation."
The captain strode into the middle of our group and laughed.
Nothing's private on the Silver Swan save for when I bring a lass aboard. Now then, he looked at each of us in turn and stopped at Collins. If you're to be aboard this ship, I won't be having you endangering my crew with your stupid heroism.
Collins' face fell.
I only sought. I know what you were thinking, Captain Fantoma interrupted as he crossed his arms over his chest. But I'm not risking my men even for you bunch.
Ross used both hands to gesture to me.
Even if Kate here is the coming promise of light. Even if she was under himself come to favor us with his currents.
He paused and furrowed his brow as a twinkle slipped into his eyes. The captain cupped his chin in one hand.
Oh, that might not be a bad idea.
He whipped his head to the door which he had left slightly ajar.
Simon.
The door opened and a burly man with muscles like mountains stepped inside. His short sandy hair clung to the sides of his face, and his voice was as deep as a valley.
Yeah, Captain. When's the hour of the next calamity tide?
Simon stepped back and looked up at the sky for a brief moment, before he slipped back into the cabin.
It'll be here in less than half an hour, Captain.
Fantoma gave the man a lazy salute with 2 fingers.
Much obliged to you, Simon.
Have the Dorata anchor raised and the roped one dropped. Oh, and have another casket of ale opened, too.
Make sure everyone takes a hearty drink before our rescuers come.
Simon lifted one of his massive eyebrows.
Captain.
His captain grinned.
We're going to go out and meet that tide, Simon, and our friends here are going to do that for us.
Simon stared at him for a brief moment with a droll face before he nodded and slipped outside, closing the door behind him. Fantoma turned back to us with a wide grin across his face.
That should take care of things.
Simon doesn't look like much more than muscle, but he has the best mind for the tides of the world. Ross closed his eyes and smiled. You want us to use you as a decoy by setting your boat adrift toward the calamity tides, and the ale will look like your men are too drunk to save yourselves. Fantoma chuckled.
You're always making me forget you were a palace brat, but that's exactly it.
We just need to get you 2 back in the water, and the proper anchor in the ready, and you can be on your way while we take your friend here with us back to your kingdom. Ross' good humor faltered a little.
It's not my kingdom, but thank you for taking him.
The captain laughed.
It better be enough of your kingdom to get a little reward for going out of our way, and for a new anchor.
I looked at the faces of my much more knowledgeable companions.
Sorry to ask this, but what's a calamity tide?
Fantoma nodded in the direction of the mouth of the bay.
It's an evil tide that comes every few hours from the ocean, and swirls about the bay, snatching any unwary boats that don't properly anchor. The tide takes them up and out to the mouth where it bashes them against the rocks. My face lost a little bit of color. Does that happen everywhere? The captain shook his head. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, and some say it's a curse placed on one of those black dragon kings for some old betrayal.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Is that true? He shrugged. I think it's just under telling them to keep their filth to themselves. That's why they built those sky vessels.
I bit my lower lip, as my mind conjured up images of the Silver Swan dashed upon some rocks.
And you're sure the castle guards will stop you guys from being taken by this calamity tide?
Fantoma folded his arms over his chest and nodded.
Of course.
It isn't good business to have the port mouth be blocked up with any wreckage, especially one as durable as the Silver Swan. She'd be sitting there for years, a deadly temptress waiting for some curious captain to pass too close and be swallowed up by her remains.
We should get going, Ross spoke up as he caught my eye. The anchor still has to be torn and we have to slip under the boats that make the rescue.
The captain nodded. Aye. If you cut us free right now, we'll be a fine decoy in a few minutes, and we should have a dozen boats on us for the rescue.
That should give you plenty of cover for your escape.
Ross walked over to the captain and held out his hand.
Thanks, Fantoma. I really do owe you for this one.
The captain grinned as he clapped his hand into Ross' outstretched one and gave it a hearty shake.
Mention it later and I'll take you up on it, but until that day comes you take care of her. He nodded his head at me. If she is whom those brown cloaks think she is, then doing that will be a better reward than all the treasures in the seas.
Ross smiled.
I'll be sure to do that, and thank you. The two parted and Ross turned to me. Let's get swimming.
I looked down at my only partially dried clothes and sighed.
I wonder if I'll ever know what it feels like to be dry again.
Ross chuckled as he offered me his arm, and was careful not to expose any flesh to my uncovered hand.
Shall we? I smiled and looped my arm through his. I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Ross turned to Brother Collins, who stood off to one side.
We'll see you as soon as we can. It might take a month longer, but we'll get there.
Brother Collins smiled and bowed his head.
I will have the home fire burning for you, Ross. Until we meet again.
Together we ventured out onto the deck, and found much of the crew seated about the place. Each of them had a mug in their hands and mischievous smiles on their faces. As we exited the cabin, they lifted their mugs to us.
3 cheers for the saboteurs, one of them shouted, and a cheer rang up before they each took a hearty swig.
Fantoma burst out of the cabin and glared at his crew.
Enough of that shouting, you short ropes.
Get readying yourselves to do everything wrong, and that means tossing your mugs on the deck. Their faces fell, and one of them stepped forward with a full mug and a quivering lower lip.
Even the full ones, Captain? Even the full ones, sailor, Fantoma told him.
The sailors solved their dilemma by downing the remaining contents of their drink. The captain threw up his arms and turned to us.
He stabbed a finger at the rope ladder.
Get overboard and get to cutting that line before this costs me all the ale in my hold.
Chapter 21.
Ross gave him a lazy salute and guided me over to the ladder. He climbed down first, and the captain himself grasped my hands to help me over the side.
A moment, lass, he whispered as he tucked something into my pocket. I heard the familiar jingle of coin and looked up at him in surprise.
He gave me a wink and a smile. A little coinage to help the prophecy on its way. Warmth filled me, and I leaned up and pecked a light kiss on his cheek. His eyes widened in shock, but he shook it off.
Enough of that. Let's get you down there and out of trouble.
He guided me onto the ladder, and I eased myself down the slippery rungs. I shivered a little as the cold water lapped at first my feet, and then the rest of me. The bay was much colder than I remembered, and the darkness hid all the beauty I had beheld earlier that day, leaving the waters as nothing more than a cold black pool. Ross floated over to me and clasped our hands together.
The chill that had invaded my body sank away as he changed my body.
He dove down, guiding me with him into the darkness. The change had given my eyes a slightly better night view, but anywhere deeper than 20 feet below the surface was still covered in complete darkness. Ross guided me over to the anchor rope that hung from the Silver Swan. Just as instructed by the captain, the crew had lowered one with a thick rope, but nothing else. Ross grasped some of the strands and with clenched teeth he exerted his strength. They tore apart, and the vessel above our heads swayed a little. He grabbed the few remaining unbroken braids and dealt with them in the same manner. The end of the rope still connected to the ship floated still for a moment, before I felt a strange turn of the tide. It was like an invisible hand scooped up the whole ship and moved it toward the mouth of the bay. Ross grabbed my own hand and swam us away from the Silver Swan. I said a silent prayer as the ship rocked away on its dangerous decoy voyage. Our own journey, however, was soon brought back into focus. Ross stopped us as the shadows of hulls came toward us. There were a dozen ships, all of various sizes and speeds, but they traveled more or less in a pack. I couldn't stop from shaking as the swift boats of the Black Dragon sped over our heads to the aid of Captain Fantoma's ailing ship. The lamplight from their decks illuminated much of the surface around them. One wrong kick and we would be spotted. Ross gave my hand a squeeze, and I returned my attention to him. He jerked his head over his shoulder toward the far side of the bay, opposite the castle. I nodded, and together we swam through the blockade and over to the rocks. Whatever curse held sway over the ships of the bay, the calamity tide didn't include swimmers. Other than that moment beneath the Silver Swan, I didn't feel any pull toward the shoreline except for the gentle waves. We reached the bay where the waters grew shallow, and Ross released my hand. He put a finger to his lips before he crawled across the sand and poked his head above the surface. There was a long, tense moment before he ducked back under and scrambled back to me. He was visibly tense, which was all the answer I needed.
The way wasn't safe.
He took my hand, and we continued down the shoreline, moving farther and farther away from the main part of the port. The seafloor was littered with the remains of ancient dockposts and abandoned boats. We floated over the wreckage, keeping close to their shadows to avoid the detection of the figures who patrolled the shores. We reached a point where a line of boulders forced us to head deeper out to sea, and my inexperienced swimmer's legs began to grow tired. All that kept me going was Ross' firm hand around mine, and the hope that we would soon be safe. We swam around the stones, and the water grew slightly colder and rougher. The gentle waves grew more persistent, and tried to push us against a shore that was now strewn with rocks and seaweed. The lights along the beach became fewer, and after what felt like an eternity, Ross ventured another look above the surface. He looked for a very long time, and I started to feel the familiar tingle as my gills began to disappear. I was relieved when he returned, and there was a grim sort of hope on his features.
The patrols haven't stretched their resources out this far yet, he told me as he grasped my elbow and pulled me toward the shore. But we'll have to keep an eye out and hope we can reach the Batron. I blinked at him. What's that?
His eyes scanned the shoreline before he tugged me up the littered sand. An ancient forest so thick even the soldiers will have trouble following our trail, much less catching up to us. We hurried across the ground, and I was now grateful for the scattering of rocks. They provided cover for us as we made our way up the gentle slope to the tall beach grass. 50 yards behind them lay the edges of the city. Most of the homes on this part of the mainland were fishing huts decorated with broken crab traps and hung with torn nets. Few lights shone as most of the occupants were asleep, but in the distance I glimpsed the lamplight of the soldiers as they scoured the shore looking for us. Ross led me onto a narrow footpath that followed the meandering coastline and wound its way through the beach grass.
The strands were so thick and tall that we were almost completely hidden by the rushes. The trail took us toward a great shadow a half a mile off. This, then, was the forest of Batron.
Some of the trees were nearly as tall as the sage tree near the church, but they were of a rough pine variety. Even from this distance I could see their pointy limbs against the starry sky, and the scent of pine floated over to us on a gentle breeze.
There was also rot and decay in that wind, and something else.
Something deeper and darker.
It reminded me of the dungeons of Caligo Castle.
I stumbled over the uneven ground, and my tired legs couldn't catch me. Ross didn't skip a beat as he looped his arm around my waist and drew me against his side. He half carried me over the rough terrain and veered us off the path and directly toward the thick woods.
That's when I heard a bone-chilling howl from behind us.
My body froze up, and one of my feet tripped over the uneven ground. I stumbled and would have fallen if Ross hadn't had such a tight grip on my waist. More howls filled the air and shouts soon followed. I lifted my terrified eyes up to his tense face.
What is that? He pursed his lips. Curse hounds.
The black dragon personally breeds them. Another howl, louder than any before, split the air.
Can those things follow us into the woods? He shook his head. No. There are too many scents in here for them to follow anything, but we have to get there first. He helped me to my feet, and we took off at a sprint.
The beach grass fell away and was replaced by shorter scrub brush and flowers. We were bared to our pursuers, and more shouts came from behind us.
Stop. Halt!
We only quickened our speed, and the next few words froze my blood.
Release the cursor. The howls of the beasts filled the air, and I risked a look over my shoulder.
Lamps illuminated the horizon over the sand dunes and grass, and dark figures darted through the dunes toward us. They were hunched, four-legged creatures with large hairy humps. Their necks were stumpy, but their bony legs were long and quick. The red eyes of the hounds glowed so brightly that they looked like sparks of hellfire dancing among the dunes. The cursor sped across the sand with little loss of grip, and when they hit the dirt they shot forward with great speed. Speed greater than ours. The forest loomed up on us, as we covered the distance as fast as we could. My lungs and legs burned, but the adrenaline and fear kept me going. Those and Ross' strong arm around my waist. The forest loomed up on us, but at the same time I heard the sharp, growling breath of the hounds close the gap. A sharp growl came from right behind us, and I felt the warm breath of one of those creatures waft over my heels. Sharp fangs snapped at my pants and brushed against the wrinkles. The snapping jaws managed to grab the heel of my shoe, and I let out a scream as I was dragged backward. I twisted around, and found myself staring into the face of the huge hound. Drool dripped from its jaws and its sharp fangs glistened in the starlight.
It stepped closer to me, and its sharp claws clicked against the hard ground.
I kicked out my legs and managed to hit one of its knees.
The hound stumbled and its red eyes blazed with anger. It leaped at me with its jaws opened wide enough to fit my head.
Ross slammed his shoulder into the beast, and the two tumbled to the ground. He managed to grab a stone in his roll, and slammed the rock against the side of the creature's head.
The hound yelped and dropped to the dirt.
Ross scrambled to his feet and looped his arm around my waist. He picked me up backward, and tucked me under his arm before he took off for the woods. I had a clear view of our pursuers, as the rest of the hounds flew past their wounded comrade and sped toward us. Their handlers were only a couple dozen yards behind them, their armor glistening by the light of their lamps. Then the world changed.
Chapter 22.
The open sky vanished behind a thick mess of tree limbs, and the world around us was plunged into a shadow-covered existence.
The tall, slender grass was replaced by thick brush and bramble bushes.
The ground became covered in needles and rotting leaves, and a thick air of decay permeated my nostrils. We slammed through a wall of brambles, and came out the other side with scratches and cuts.
The cursor weren't quite as fortunate.
Their rough fur got caught in the thorns, and the more they struggled the more entangled they became. None were spared, and I realized that the wall we had raced through was actually a barrier that stretched across the perimeter of the woods in both directions, growing beyond where I could see the ends. The men, however, were less daunted than their furry companions. As we hurried across the root-covered ground, they came up to the bushes and started hacking away at the thorns. Their swords were blunted by the thick vines that entangled the brambles, and their clothes were grabbed by the long sharp thorns.
They thrashed about in company with their beasts, victims of the woods.
We soon plummeted down a short slope that dropped us into a gully, and Ross rushed down the bramble-free lane where only a small stream flowed. The sounds of our foes soon faded, and something new replaced them. Silence. Complete and utter silence surrounded us as Ross trudged through the woods.
There was only the padding of his feet, and the sound of our heavy breathing. I added to the quiet by tapping on his ass. It had a nice hard feel to it. You can let me down now.
Ross slowed to a stop and helped me onto my feet, mindful not to touch my hands. He lifted his eyes to the thick canopy overhead. I couldn't see any stars.
I forgot how quiet this place is.
I lifted an eyebrow.
You've been in here before. He nodded. Yeah, but it's been a few years. It looks like the forest hasn't forgotten me, though. I blinked at him. What do you mean by that?
He grinned and jerked his head in the direction of where we'd traveled.
That bramble hedge is the forest's defense against intruders.
Anybody it doesn't want in here doesn't get to come in here.
Are you saying this forest is alive?
I asked him as I swept my eyes over the trees and short walls of the gully.
Let's just say it doesn't like sharp weapons and dogs, he mused as he nodded at the way before us. This gully should take us to the cottage.
We can find the main route out of here from there. Ross strode onward, and I scurried to catch up and walk beside him.
The cottage. An old home not far from the outskirts of the city, he explained as we traipsed through the gully. The forest used to be smaller, but over the centuries it's grown closer to Maveros and swallowed up some of the outer lands. So why don't the people try to fight against it? I wondered.
He stepped around a large rock that had fallen loose from the dirt wall. They keep it at bay for the most part, but any abandoned land just feeds the beast, as the locals say, and the sometimes neighbors get tired of doing their own fighting and just leave. I wrapped my arms around myself and glanced around at all the deep shadows.
That's awful. It'll be worse if we stay in here too long, Ross mused.
His words made me whip my head around and stare at him with wide eyes.
What's that supposed to mean? He pursed his lips. It means that it might be quiet, but that doesn't mean we're the only ones in here.
Ross quickened his step, and I was only too glad to keep up, though the dim light meant I had to lift my feet higher than normal.
A half-mile further along we rounded a bend in the gully, and something ahead made me jerk to a stop.
A dark shape spanned the gap of the gully, in an elegant arch from one side to the other. The stone structure had a low wall and pylons for its foundation.
I squinted at the unexpected object. Is that a footbridge?
He lifted his eyes to the high walls around us.
Yeah.
We're closer than I remembered to it, and we'll have to stay away from that.
I tilted my head to one side to peer at him. Why? Is it about to fall down?
Ross shook his head.
Not in our lifetimes.
That bridge was old when my forefathers were young.
No, what we need to worry about is what's under it.
The way he said those words made my pulse quicken, and I cast a furtive glance at the shadows under the stones.
What's under it?
Ross strolled over to a thick root that stuck out of the wall, and gave it a tug.
A troll.
A little bit of color left my face.
A troll. Like a real one. He turned back to me and lifted an eyebrow. Are there any others? I shrugged. Well, where I'm from it means a lot of things.
In this world it means a rather ugly character with a personality to match, he told me as he grasped the root in both hands.
We can use this to climb out of here.
Ross hopped up and began to climb the root. His feet kicked at the muddy wall, creating footholds that he used to help himself up. One of these footholds loosened a rock that came crashing down into the gully. The stone rolled to a stop near me, and sent splashes of water all over the ground. A deep rumbling growl came from the shadows of the bridge.
I held my breath as I turned to face the darkness.
A pair of yellow eyes opened and blinked at me wearily, until they focused on where I stood. My heart pounded in my chest as a shadow slunk out of the darkness on all fours. The creature was covered in ape-like grey fur, and its front legs were longer than its back, making it more human than animal. Though the creature stooped, I could see it was barely 4 feet tall with a short hairy tail. The fingers and toes ended in broken fingernails, and when it snapped its jaws I heard the distinct sound of sharp teeth crashing together. Ross set his feet flat on the wall, and made a short sprint along the vertical surface. He released his hold on the root, and landed in the gully between the monster and me. A sly smile slipped onto his lips as he faced off against the creature.
It's been a while, Kay. I hope the family is well.
The creature stopped 20 feet away from us, and plopped its butt on the ground beside a small creek. A grunt escaped its pink lips.
What brings you here, water vermin?
Ross jerked his thumb over his shoulder at me.
I'm showing my friend here the sights, and I thought I'd show her the cottage.
Kay scoffed.
You can't fool me with your smooth words, vermin.
You're the reason for all the noise on the man's side of the forest, aren't you? Ross held up his hands and smiled.
You have us there. My friend and I were so popular in the city that they can't help but insist we stay a little bit longer.
The strange creature sneered at him, and those sharp fangs were like white stones in the dim light.
Still the same and still crawling around needing help.
Ross shrugged.
I've come to the best person in the whole of the forest for directions. We're trying to get to the cottage.
Kay wrinkled his nose and stomped his fists into the ground in front of him.
You think she'll help you after what you did?
My dragon companion grinned.
She won't say no to a handsome face. The creature rolled his eyes. You have too much confidence in your...
A strange yapping sound came from the woods to our left. Kay whipped his head in that direction and his eyes widened.
They've come home early.
My blood ran cold as I looked up at Ross. His face was pale and his body tense.
Who's come home? The family. Chapter 23.
I whipped my head between their two tense faces.
Why is that a bad thing?
Ross took a step toward Kay, and his voice was sharp.
You and I both know what'll happen if they find us here.
Show us which way to the cottage. Kay frowned.
All right, but only because I don't want to be picking your fishy flesh out of my teeth for the next moon.
He lifted a hairy arm and pointed in the direction over his left shoulder. Go that way and follow the knots.
You remember the ones?
Ross nodded.
Yeah.
He hurried me over to a nearby root and shoved the plant into my hands.
Climb.
His tense voice meant I brooked no dissent, and I hurried up the wall as quickly as I could. Ross pushed my butt up the last foot, and I scurried on my stomach over the top. He was right behind me, and his arm looped around my waist. In one swift motion, he threw me over one shoulder and raced away from the gully.
Hey!
I objected, until I glimpsed the other side of the gully. A dozen yellow-eyed creatures stared at us hungrily from the dark.
It looked like we were invited to dinner, and the main course would be us.
Kay himself leapt out of the gully, and gave a horrible yapping cry like the others. They joined in the chorus, and Kay led the charge. Ross flew over the uneven ground of the dark woods as fast as he could manage, but the trolls were faster. They used their long front arms to throw themselves over the rocks and roots, and they quickly closed the distance between us. I looked around for anything with which to slow them down, and as we passed over a rotting mess of a tree, I managed to scoop up 2 handfuls of the debris. One of the trolls, a smaller creature than Kay, flew past him and reached out to grab my head.
I threw one of the handfuls of rotting debris into its face. The creature let out a cry and stumbled back, causing Kay to trip over it.
He curled into a ball and rolled forward, crashing into a few others who had passed him. They ended up in a pile of thrashing limbs and snapping jaws, but Kay's head stuck out and he gave me a wink. Another of the trolls came upon us, and I unleashed my splintered fury on that creature too. It crashed to the ground in a howling mess, but none of the others were careless enough to let them be taken with their companion. Instead, the cries of agony of their cohort only intensified the coldness in their eyes and the quickness of their step. One of the medium-sized trolls took the lead, and I noticed this one had a more feminine outline to its figure. They also had the fury of a mother whose children I had wronged by throwing dirt into their faces. Here, then, was Mama in all her parental fury. She snapped her jaws as she closed the gap between us. Her eyes zeroed in on my throat, and she lunged forward with her fangs bared. I snatched a branch from the ground and grasped the stick in both hands, where I shoved it into her mouth. She bit down and crushed the stick into splinters. The pieces rained down on me as she reached out and grabbed my wrist. The troll jerked her arm backward and I was yanked from Ross' hold. I toppled to the hard marshy ground, and the next moment the troll was on top of me. Her sharp claws tried to slash at my face, but I threw my arms up and they took the full brunt of her ire. My blood flowed freely as her other companions flew down atop me with their claws at the ready. A great yell rose up, and Ross threw himself into the middle of the mess. He was armed with a thick branch that he swung like a bat. The stick crunched against bone and stomach, and several of the trolls were flung off into the brush. Mama spun around and grabbed the branch, and the pair tussled over the stick while the remaining trolls lunged at me. My injuries must have been severe, because I felt like my arms were wrapped in a damp coat. Thick drops of blood slipped down my arms and dripped onto my face. A faintness fell over me, as the shadows of the trolls loomed large in my fading vision.
Begone!
A crack of thunder broke the silence of the woods, and the trolls over me let out terrified yaps before they scattered into the woods. The mama was not deterred, however, and continued her sparring with Ross. He managed to wrench the branch from her grasp, and gave her a hard smack on the side of her face. She dropped like a sack of potatoes, and he added to it by throwing the stick on her head before he rushed over to me.
"Don't move," he whispered as he removed his shirt and tore it into strips. I managed a weak smile. "I promise."
He gently wrapped my arms, but even his soft touch couldn't stop the sharp pain. A hiss escaped my lips, but my breath caught in my throat when a shadow appeared behind him.
I tried to shoot up, but Ross pushed me back to the ground. "You promised not to move," he scolded me.
My wide eyes stared in horror as the shadowy form leaned in closer, and I managed to choke out a few words.
"Behind you."
Ross nodded.
"I know. I can smell her breath." A hard harumph came from the shadow, and it lifted one hand to reveal an unlit lamp.
It procured a flame not from some torch but from its thumb, which it flicked like a flint lighter. The figure lit the lamp, and the soft light illuminated the face of a wizened old woman. The woman looked on the better side of Methuselah, but only just barely. Her thin strands of white hair matched her pale face, and the hairs were pulled tightly behind her head in a painful-looking bun. She wore a plain brown dress over her sparse frame, and her feet were covered in thick boots made of fur that looked suspiciously like it once belonged to a troll. She grabbed one of Ross' shoulders with her bony hand, and gave him a push to one side.
"Step aside, you idiot.
You obviously have learned little since we last met." Ross reluctantly moved aside, and she shoved the lantern into his hands before she knelt in front of me. Her deft fingers worked to cover my arms, and I hardly felt a tinge of pain, so gentle was her touch. In a minute my arms were covered, and my head felt less woozy but still a little faint. The woman climbed to her feet and snatched the lantern from Ross. He was only too glad to take up her spot, but she rapped him on the head with the bottom of the lantern.
"Don't ogle at her here.
Pick her up and follow me." The old woman turned away and shuffled across the marshy ground. Ross scooted closer to me and slipped his arms underneath me. He lifted me into his arms and climbed to his feet. His expression was heavy with sadness as his eyes swept over my body.
"I'm sorry." I shook my head. "Don't be."
"I'm not." I shifted my weight and winced when my arms complained.
"Okay, maybe a little."
A ghost of a smile touched his lips.
"Hurry along now," the old woman shouted. Chapter 24.
Ross held me close against his chest, and I was glad for the warmth. Laying on the moldy ground in clothes still damp from our swim had caused a chill to sink into my bones. We traveled along a narrow, barely perceptible footpath that led into a sort of grove within the woods.
The trees here were shorter but thicker than the other parts.
They also weren't pine wood, but resembled maples and aspen. Their dominance no doubt stemmed from the many pools of water scattered about either side of the trail. I also noticed some strange upside-down pine cones in these whitewood trees, only they weren't pine cones. They had the general egg shape of the cones, but they hung on the upside of the branches and were a strange grey color. They were also breathing, as I noticed by the slow, steady motion. They were also 5 feet tall.
The trail opened to a small clearing where a small cottage was revealed to us.
The low walls were made of moss-covered stone, and the thatched roof was likewise encased in the green fluffy growth. A chimney stuck out of one side of the building, and a small stream of smoke snaked its way out the top. A meandering stone path led to the wooden door, and on either side were paned windows with white curtains on the other side. A pair of herb patches beneath the windows accented the path, and many fine and bitter scents drifted up from them as we passed by. The old woman opened the door and slipped inside, and we followed her into the single-room dwelling. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, and a cauldron hung over the flames. Some mysterious mixture boiled inside its belly, and the sound of popping bubbles added a faint soothing noise to the already serenade of gentle sounds. The woman set her lamp on a table in the middle of the room, and nodded at a bed situated in one of the corners closest to the fire.
"Put her there, and I'll get something warm into her."
She shuffled over to the fire while Ross strode over to the bed and gently lay me down. He removed my shoes and tossed the squishy things over to the fire. The woman scowled at him as they came to a clattering stop near her where she stood before the cauldron.
"Don't think you can treat my home like some pigsty," she snapped as she took up a ladle and wagged the utensil at Ross. "And you owe me a great deal for interfering in the troll's meal. They're not likely to forgive me for many moons."
Ross took a seat on the side of the bed near my waist and turned to her with a faint smile.
"You weren't fond of their company anyway."
The woman wrinkled her nose.
"Perhaps I wasn't, but you owe me just the same."
Ross closed his eyes and chuckled.
"It seems this adventure will leave me owing a fortune of favors." He turned his attention to me, and his good humor faded. "How are you feeling?"
I shifted atop the soft blankets and winced.
"I've been better." "Of course you have," the old woman spoke up as she grabbed a bowl from the mantel and ladled out some of whatever boiled in the cauldron.
The mixture was like a thin gruel.
She turned to us and shuffled over to the bed. "A troll often mangles their food before starting the chewing. Makes them softer." She held out the bowl to Ross. "Get her to eat this."
My stomach flopped a little at her description of what the troll had intended for me.
"I'm not hungry." "Eat it," the woman commanded as she turned and shuffled back to the hearth.
She tossed another log on the fire as Ross took up the spoon and spooned out some of the glop. The soup was thick, and there were some questionable objects floating on the surface. He wrinkled his nose but held the spoon out to me.
"Time to eat up."
A faint whiff of the concoction floated over my nostrils and I frowned.
"It smells like dirty feet." "And tastes 10 times worse," the old woman cackled as she looked over her shoulder at me. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. "And it might turn you into a toad if you've been a naughty little girl."
Ross smiled down at me.
"I'm sure you've been behaving."
I gave the spoon an uneasy eye.
"I never thought I'd have to worry about being on a soup's naughty list." "If you turn into a toad, I'll be sure to get as many flies as you need to eat," he assured me as he pressed the tip of the spoon against my lips. "Now open wide."
I reluctantly parted my lips, and he shoved the spoon into my mouth. The soup smelled like dirty feet and tasted like old socks.
I choked on the flavor, but managed to swallow the spoonful.
The concoction slithered down my throat, and a shudder ran through me. The old woman cackled.
"Delicious, isn't it?"
I nodded my head mechanically, but fear struck me as Ross spooned out another heap of that garbage. He grinned as he held out the spoon to me.
"You should eat the whole bowl."
The color drained from my face and I dropped back onto the bed.
"Just let me die."
He chuckled as he set the bowl on a small nightstand beside the head of the bed.
"Try to eat some more. She may be an old hag, but she does know her medicine." "I'm not deaf, you know," our hostess snapped.
Ross grinned at her.
"You have good hearing for your age, grandmother." She scowled at him. "I'm not that old, you young vermin."
One of her words brought up a memory in my mind, and I caught Ross' eye.
"Everybody keeps calling you that."
The woman snorted.
"And for good reason. This young vermin is nothing but trouble, as I'm sure you've already found out."
Ross cast a sly smile at her.
"I'm a victim of circumstance." She scoffed. "Circumstances of your own doing."
"As for your question," she turned to me and stabbed a finger at Ross, "that vermin is a dragon behind his deceiving aqua eyes." I lifted an eyebrow at Ross.
"So are all dragons called vermin?" Just the ones that deserve it, the old woman snapped.
Ross shrugged.
It's an old name for us that came to be associated with lower forms of life. Rats, the old woman spoke up as she wagged her finger at him. And it's the fault of your own people, I'll remind you.
Ross folded his arms over his chest and smiled.
As you have before, Buuna.
I couldn't help but be bemused by their familiar bickering, but my light chuckle reminded me that my body wasn't up for anything strenuous. Instinct made me grab my chest, but that was a stupid idea as my arms pulsed with pain. A sharp hiss escaped my lips and the rest of me tensed. Ross whipped his head about and set his hand on my shoulder.
You need to hold completely still.
I glared at him through narrowed eyes.
I haven't figured out how to stop breathing. She'll have to take her clothes off.
Both of us whipped our heads to the old crone.
She waved her arm at me. She's not going to get any better laying there in those bloody things, and she's staining my nice bed sheets.
You can burn them outside when you're done.
That blood will only lure animals to my home.
I winced and looked down at myself.
I'd much rather keep them.
Ross lifted up the tattered remains of one of my sleeves.
There isn't much to keep.
I looked up at him with pleading eyes.
Please. I don't have anything else from there.
He pursed his lips but nodded.
All right.
Can you sit up again?
I tried to sit up, but not being able to use my arms left me at a disadvantage. If you help me. And she needs to eat all of her soup, Buuna scolded as she poured a bowl for herself.
She didn't bother with a spoon but downed the entire contents in one go.
It'll put some color in those pale cheeks and return some blood to her body.
Ross reached for my shirt, but I gingerly folded my mummified arms over my chest and frowned at him.
I can take my shirt off on my own. He drew his hands back and smiled. I'd like to see that.
Buuna came up behind him and bonked him over the head with her ladle.
You go outside.
Ross rubbed his head with one hand and slyly smiled at her.
I was just offering to help. She stabbed her ladle at the door. Out. Chapter 25.
Ross reluctantly left, and I wasn't quite as glad to see him go as I thought I'd be. For one, it left me alone with the strange woman.
Your name's Buuna,
I guessed, as she hung her wooden weapon on its hook on one side of the fire.
She turned back to me and shuffled over to the bed. That's what I'm called.
I lifted an eyebrow, as she gently removed the torn pieces of shirt that acted as my bandages.
Does it mean something? Just what that vermin told you, she muttered as she worked quickly.
I blinked at her before I recalled what he had called her before.
So it means grandmother. But he's not really your grandson, right?
She jerked to a stop, and her face showed a mixture of horror and laughter. A stifled cackle escaped her lips as she shook her head.
Gods forbid.
I would have disowned my children had that come to pass. Her expression changed to a more sorrowful look, and she shook her head.
Gods granted that had come to pass. There was such grief in those few words that my heart ached for the woman before me.
She finished unwrapping my arms, and all pity was swept from my mind as I beheld the minced meat that had once been my limbs. There were lacerations everywhere, and many of them were so deep I was surprised I didn't see bone. Buuna lifted one arm up and frowned as she studied the flesh.
No muscles cut, but nearly so. You'll hold these scars for the rest of your life, though. Nothing doing about that.
I gave her a weary smile.
Could be worse.
I could be troll food by now. If you're lucky, Buuna warned me as she took the bowl of soup in her hand and dipped one of the rags into the mixture.
They like to play with their food.
Well, except for Kay.
He's the odd one in the family.
He even talks to their food before the others get at them. I lifted an eyebrow at the woman before me.
Why do you live here then? Doesn't that scare you?
Buuna cackled.
Scare me? Of course not.
Those beasts won't lay any of their hairy fingers on me. I looked over the frail old woman who sat beside me. She didn't look strong enough to toss a stone, much less a troll. Buuna noticed my staring and grinned.
Not much to look at, am I?
I winced and turned my face away.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. She gave a harumph. You mean you didn't mean to get caught, but that's neither here nor there. I know I'm an old woman, but the trolls know what I can do.
She drew back one sleeve and revealed old scars that ran up and down her arm.
They tried once when I was younger.
The one that gave me these fed my herb garden for a decade.
I blinked at her. How? She laughed. How?
What far-flung valley did you crawl out of that you don't know what a witch is? My eyes widened.
Really? What can you do? She lifted up the bowl. I can have your wounds heal just a little bit faster than normal, but you're going to have to take off those rags you're wearing. That young vermin is standing out there in the damp night, waiting for us to finish this. Oh, right, I replied as I hurried to remove my shirt.
Buuna lifted the dipped rag and dabbed the contents of the soup on my wounds. I let out a hiss as the gashes sizzled a little. In a few minutes, she had covered the wounds with the soup and re-wrapped them, though in proper bandages. When she had finished, she shoved the half-empty bowl into my hands and stood.
Now eat the rest of your soup and I'll let that fool in.
The color drained from my face as I looked down at the soup. Buuna had double-dipped a cloth in the bowl countless times, and the contents had been stained by some of my blood.
I clapped my hand over my mouth to stop the bile that rose in my throat.
A cloth dropped into my lap and distracted me. I lifted the cloth and realized it was a simple blouse. Put that on, Buuna called from the door where she grasped the handle.
I don't want that lek to have the satisfaction of seeing a beautiful woman so undressed.
I slipped into the shirt, and Buuna opened the door. Ross stood a short way out in the yard, and his head was tilted back so he could look up at the starry sky.
He turned his head to the door and grinned. Is there something I can help with?
Buuna glared at him. Keep your mind clean and get back in here.
I don't want to take care of a sick fool.
Ross slipped inside and his smile slipped away a little when his eyes fell on me.
He strolled over to the bed and looked me over. You look better. And she'll feel even better when she finishes her soup, Buuna assured me as she shut the door.
She shuffled over to the fire, but didn't take one of her eyes off me.
Now go on and eat it.
I looked up at Ross with a mix of horror and pleading. He cleared his throat and turned to face Buuna.
So, how have things been with you?
She paused with one hand grasping a piece of wood, and stared at him as though he'd gone mad.
What are you talking about? I just wanted to know how my favorite old woman has been these last few years, he teased as he strode toward her.
As he left the side of the bed, his hand pointed at the crack between the bed and the wall.
How's your back been?
Are your owls well? Did that one that bit me die of a horrible plague?
That last question gave me pause as I had the bowl tilted toward the crack.
The contents slid toward their doom as fungi underneath the bed. That is until a wisp of some faint fog flew up from the crack and into my face. I was so startled I yelped and jerked back. The bowl flew out of my hands and arched into the air before landing with a splat on top of my head. The strand of fog meanwhile slipped past me and swept around Buuna before landing in her open palm. Her grin was so wide that it stretched her face as she closed her hands about the wisp, and the fog vanished. A soft, wicked chuckle escaped her lips, as Ross hurried over to the bed and removed the bowl from atop my head.
You wondered what I have that would scare those mangy trolls away, didn't you? Now you know.
She lifted up both her upturned palms and faint wisps of mist floated out from her hands. They danced around her for a moment before returning to her palms, where she again shut her hands, forcing them back into her body.
Scares them so much they lose fear escaping me.
Now then, she took a basket from a small shelf on the other side of the chimney and shuffled over to the door.
There's plenty of soup left in the cauldron. Take some and get some rest. I'll be back with some nice herbs for that cough of yours. I blinked at her. But I'm not. A cough escaped my lips.
Buuna paused in the doorway with the knob of the open door clasped in her hand.
You can find some clean towels in the linen drawer, and some fresh water in the kettle, but don't use it all.
She stepped outside and closed the door behind her. Ross stood and strode over to the dresser that stood against the wall close to the door, and opposite the foot of the bed.
I forgot that she uses those things as eyes for herself. I tried not to reach up and touch the goop that clung to my head. So she's some sort of witch of mist.
And thunder, he added as he snatched a few towels from the linen drawer, and hurried over to the kettle that sat on the hearthstones that jutted out from the fire.
She could clap you to deafness, if she had a mind to do it. This is bad enough, I mused as I caught a dribble of the gruel in my hand before it landed in my lap.
Ross scooped up much of the soup from my head, and began the process of cleaning out the finer materials.
Hold still. I closed my eyes and let him do his job.
He worked quickly, and after a minute I began to feel clean again. A thought slipped into my mind, and I couldn't help but chuckle a little. He paused his cleaning, and looked with a quizzical expression at me.
What's so funny? I grinned up at him. I was just thinking you'd make a good brother of the church, but I don't think you'd like the wardrobe.
Ross looked down at his muddy self and smiled.
And I don't think the other brothers would appreciate how dirty I get saving damsels in need.
I bowed my head a little, and looked at my bandaged arms. A few whispered words passed over my lips.
What am I doing all of this for?
What am I supposed to do when all this running is over?
Chapter 26.
Ross set the dirty towel in his lap and moved his hand to grasp mine, but he froze and drew his hand away. He lifted his eyes to one of the windows and sighed.
Brother Collins once told me a story about a boy from a fishing village.
Every day he would go out with his father fishing, day in and day out, catching fish to feed their family and pay their bills. Finally, one day the boy asked his father why they did the same every day.
What was the point of it all?
I lifted an eyebrow.
To eat.
Ross grinned.
Well, there's that. But his father also told him that our role in this world was to make new stories for the world to listen to.
Maybe their story wasn't very exciting right then, but every story has to have a lull in the action, a time before the storm.
I snorted. I feel like I'm in the storm.
He leaned down and caught my eye.
You are, but every storm ends. We'll get out of this forest tomorrow morning if you're up for it, and we'll get you beyond the realm where you can enjoy this new world.
I tilted my head to one side as I studied his handsome face.
So what's your story?
How'd a prince of a dragon kingdom end up out in these shadowed lands? Ross leaned back and folded his arms over his chest, as he gave me an exaggerated, sorrowful look.
It all started when I was a boy. They caught me stealing pies in the kitchen, and banished me forever.
I've been a hardened criminal ever since. My face drooped.
Those must have been some expensive pies.
He gave a solemn nod.
Oh yes.
The best dragon temptations you ever tasted.
I shook my head. I've never had those.
He lifted an eyebrow and his eyes twinkled.
Really? I'll have to have you try some whenever we're in the area. That is, if we have any money on us.
They really are expensive.
And you really are full of it, I returned as I needled his arm with a finger. Now tell me the truth. What are you doing out here?
Brother Collins said the people of your kingdom still liked you, so why'd you leave them? Ross sighed.
The truth be told, I have my own prophecy, but mine doesn't have such a happy ending.
My eyebrows shot up.
What do you mean? I'm destined to kill my older brother.
My jaw dropped open and my eyes widened.
You're supposed to kill him.
Is that some sort of tradition in your kingdom? All humor fled him as he closed his eyes and shook his head.
No, and usurpers aren't very well liked among the people either.
This prophecy was foretold before I was born. Well, before either of us was born. My mother was expecting Trent, my older brother, and my parents decided to seek the guidance of a Farsi.
Oh, what? I asked him. He lifted an eyebrow. You don't have them in your world.
They often foretell the future.
He turned his face away and pursed his lips. At least we think this one did. And it was she who told your parents you were going to kill your older brother.
Ross nodded.
Yeah.
My parents kept the prophecy a secret for many years, but one of the ministers divulged it to his son when I was hiding in the cupboard in a game of hide and find.
He shook his head. I confronted my parents, and they admitted the truth.
My heart fell as I watched heavy lines appear on his face.
So you ran away. He sighed. I couldn't think of anything else to do. Trent tried to stop me, tried to convince me it wasn't true but that Farsi had never been wrong before. I wasn't going to take any chances.
He lifted his eyes to our simple accommodations.
That was 15 years ago. I started back. How old were you when you ran away?
10. I winced.
I'm sorry. He smiled at me and shook his head. You don't have to apologize. It was just fate or avoiding it.
He lifted the cloth back to my head.
And speaking of fate, I need to get that stuff out of your hair before you're fated to have a permanent cake of it on your head. That wouldn't be a good look for the chosen one of light.
I reached up and grasped his sleeve. He paused and looked down at me.
What? Was my joke that bad? I just want you to know how grateful I am for your help, I told him as I cast my eyes to my lap and bit my lower lip. I would have been caught by the Shadow King by now and made to do, well, whatever it is he wants me to do.
Ross smiled and shook his head.
Father Collins would have gotten you out of there somehow. Like Buuna said, I get people into trouble. But you got me out, and you risked everything to do that, I pointed out as I lifted my gaze back up to him. Thank you for being there for me. He flashed me a sly smile. No problem, and if you need help with anything like your clothes, feel free to.
I rolled my eyes and pushed him away.
I think you ran away just so you wouldn't have to grow up, just like Peter Pan.
He got back to cleaning but paused long enough to lift an eyebrow.
Peter Pan? Is he an immortal in your world? I snorted. You could say that. Like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy.
A confused expression crossed his face and I shook my head.
I'll tell you about them later.
Ross worked away at the meal, and in due time he had cleaned out every last morsel of the gruel. As he leaned back and inspected his job, I scratched my red scalp and wrinkled my nose.
I've never heard of phantom porridge, but it still feels like something's there. Well, we'll make sure you don't get your next bowl in your hair, he teased as he stood with his soiled towels.
I gaped up at him with wide eyes.
Next bowl.
Ross nodded at the cauldron.
There's plenty left. But you just tried to help me get rid of a bowl. I tried to help you get rid of the bloodied bowl, he pointed out as he strolled over to a small table in the center of the room and set down the linen.
He moved over to the fireplace and began ladling out my torture.
This one should look more appetizing.
I shuddered as the thick gruel slid out of the ladle and into the bowl.
Some protector you are.
I grumbled as I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at the foot of the bed. Ross returned to me with the new bowl and spoon, both of which he held out to me.
It really will make you feel better.
I lifted an unconvinced eye up at him.
Have you tried it? He grinned. She wasn't wrong when she said I attract trouble.
My last entrance into these woods was quite explosive. I blinked at him as I reluctantly accepted the bowl.
You tried to blow your way into the forest? No, someone was trying to blow up a cart I was riding in, he mused as he took a seat beside me. I realized in time what was happening and got my horse cut away.
The nag ran off, but I wasn't so lucky, and was blown off my feet and into the brambles.
Why were they trying to blow you up? He nodded at my bowl. Take 3 spoonful and I'll tell you. I frowned. This is extortion. It's incentive.
I scowled at him but hurriedly swallowed the 3 spoonful.
All right, I spoke through a mouthful of the gruel. Cough up the rest of the story. He cleared his throat. As I was saying, I think you left some soup on your spoon.
I glared at him and he gave me a wicked smile.
All right.
Like I said, the cart was full of explosives.
I had a bounty on my head, thanks to some past adventures, and the reward would be given whether I was alive or dead.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Or in pieces. He shrugged. The guys following me figured they could scrounge up enough to prove it was me.
Anyway, I was blown into the hedge and thrashed about for a long time before I finally gave up.
That's when Buuna found me and convinced the forest to let me go. He turned his face to the cauldron and chuckled. She fed me that gruel too because the hedge thorns had left some nice wounds on me. I wonder if that's the same soup as all those years ago.
My face drooped and I set the spoon in the bowl.
He grinned at me. I'm joking.
She would have fed that to her pets a long time ago. I lifted an eyebrow.
Her pets. Chapter 27.
The door opened and Buuna stuck her head inside, where she scowled at us.
Why are you talking about my lovelies?
Ross stood and smiled at her.
We were just wondering if you could lend us some of your owls.
We need to get as far away as possible from Maveros, without being spotted. Buuna slipped inside and wrinkled her nose.
You've gotten into trouble again with that black dragon, haven't you? That's what all the ruckus was at the barrier, wasn't it?
He sheepishly smiled at her.
You have me there. It's because of me, I spoke up as I stared down into the bowl of mash. He was saving me from the black dragon.
Buuna studied me for a long moment before she closed her eyes and sighed.
What an old fool I'm becoming.
Ross' eyes lit up.
Then you'll lend us some of them.
She flung her eyes open and wagged a finger at him.
Yes, but only as far as the crossroads. I don't want them getting mixed up in your trouble.
Ross leaped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. He lifted her off her feet and spun her in a few fast circles.
Thank you, Buuna. He set her down and grinned at her. You don't know what this means. And I won't care if you don't let me go this instant, she snapped, though I detected a faint hint of glee in her eyes.
Ross opened his arms and stepped back before he swept into a flourishing low bow.
You have our eternal gratitude, Lady of the Batron. She waved a hand at him. None of your flattery, vermin.
I just want you out of this forest as quickly as possible, and if that means you can borrow some owls, then so be it.
What's this about owls? I wondered as I looked between the two. Are they going to lead us out of the woods?
Ross turned to me with a grin.
Something like that.
Finish that bowl and you'll see tomorrow. The ashes of the fire were high before I finished my bowl and went to sleep. Ross sat at the foot of my bed all night, and when I woke up he was still there. His chin leaned against his chest, and his even breathing moved his head up and down. I bent my arm and leaned my head in one palm. A smile slipped onto my lips as I studied him.
Do you like what you see? My smile fell into a frown that was directed at the sleeping man. How long have you been awake?
He shifted and winced before he opened his eyes.
Long enough to know it was too long.
He eased himself onto his feet and rubbed his posterior. Buuna needs to start considering a few rugs for this place.
Of course I have rugs, Buuna spoke up as the door opened and she swept into the room, followed closely by 2 of her strange mists. I had them removed, so your filthy feet wouldn't ruin them. And speaking of filth, the guards of that black castle, she spat on the ground, are trying to encircle the forest.
If you're hoping to leave without being noticed, then you'd better do it now. Ross turned to me.
How are you feeling? I lifted my arms and winced. Sore, but I can walk. And you won't need to be doing too much of that, he replied with a smile as he helped me out of bed.
Buuna tossed something at me.
Don't forget to take this.
I caught what she threw and realized that I held my old shirt. The sleeves had been cut off, but new matching cloths had been stitched to them with large thread that made a folksy fashion. The stains of the original part had also been scrubbed out. I gaped at my clean shirt.
How'd you get the stains out?
Buuna nodded at the cauldron.
My soup deals with stains too. I was sorry I asked.
Ross helped me outside and Buuna followed. The sun shone brightly above us, as a few lazy clouds floated across the otherwise blue sky.
At least that was the same as my world.
Buuna shuffled over to the center of the clearing. She put 2 fingers to her lips and gave a shrill whistle. My eyes widened as the strange pine cones shuddered.
The top layers opened and stretched out, revealing their true selves as wings.
The exposed bodies were covered in rough feathers, and flat-domed heads with pointed ears held golden eyes that stared down at us without blinking. Here then were her owl pets, and there were dozens of them. Buuna swept her gaze over the unblinking birds as she waved her hand at us. Take them to the crossroads, but mind the paths.
There are humans about.
The owls stretched their wings to their full wingspan before they swooped down toward us. The predators flew around us in a whirlwind of soundless feathers. I yelped when one of them came up behind me and latched its talons onto the back of my shirt. Another joined it, and still another, and even more wrapped their large claws around my arms. I was lifted off the ground by the strong motions of their wings, and a little bit of help from a few misty serpents that Buuna flung at us. The strands of mist swooped under the wings of the owls, and lifted all of us high into the air. My breath caught in my throat as the ground zipped away, until Buuna was just a speck beside her cottage. Ross was likewise flown up and hovered beside me with a grin on his face. Buuna has a way with magic and birds. I risked another look down before I shut my eyes.
I hope they have a way with landing us safely.
The owls let out soft coos as they zipped across the sky, sped on by Buuna's magic and their own impressive wings. I dared to peek out one eye and watch the world fly past. The soft morning air brushed against my cheeks and the sun warmed my skin. I couldn't help but stretch out my arms even wider to feel the full rush of flight. I wondered if this was what it felt like to fly with the powers of one of those bird pactus. Well, successfully fly, that is, instead of just slowing my fall. I looked behind me and beheld the far-off city of Maveros and its sparkling bay, both of which were growing smaller with every foot we flew. We passed the tops of the last trees, and a plateau of grass stretched out before us. Rolling hills and copses of trees dotted the landscape, as did a few small mountains here and there. The surface of countless lakes glistened in the very far distance.
And then there were the soldiers.
My breath caught in my throat as I beheld hundreds of them. They stood a few yards from the boundary of the woods, 3 deep and armed with swords and spears in a line that completely encompassed the vast forest. A large shadow flew over us. I whipped my head up and beheld the underside of one of the teller ships. Birdmen leapt over the side and spread their wings wide as they dove down toward us.
Damn it! I heard Ross shout from his spot a few yards away from me.
He whipped his head up to the birds that towed us with their magic mist.
Can't we go any faster?
One of the birdmen swooped toward me and stretched out one gauntlet-covered hand toward me. I tensed and braced for him to grab me, but the owl zipped forward. The soldier's clawed hand brushed against the tail feathers of the owls before he dove past. He swooped upward again for another shot, as another dozen flew at me while Ross had his own trouble. The owls, however, were on it, as the mist beneath their wings let out a gust of wind. I yelped as we were thrust forward at an incredible speed. The pactus tried to keep up, but they couldn't flap hard enough. The ship opened its sails and gave chase, but its bulk was too great for the wind to give it much speed. Ross gave a whoop as we left our pursuers behind. The army turned and gave chase, but they were left behind even quicker than the others. Soon we were far over the fields away from their prying eyes, and on our way to freedom.
Chapter 28.
Ross grinned up at our flying friends.
You guys wouldn't mind flying us to the ends of the kingdom, would you?
One of the owls snapped its beak at him. He gave the creature a sheepish grin.
It was just an honest question.
Our owl friends flew us over many fields, and I began to spot a road that wound its way through the rolling hills. The path was 2 carts wide, and I noticed a great deal of traffic moving in both directions. I caught Ross' eye and pointed at the road.
What's that? The Grand Course, he shouted back as we sped past a carriage with 4 horses. It's the main road out of Maveros, and not one we want to take.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Why not? Too many eyes. He looked up at the owls. We want the hind highway.
The owls rolled their eyes but swooped left and took us toward a small mountain range. More trees dotted the valley, and mounds of boulders were stacked here and there as though giants of old had placed them there. A mile further off, the owls gave a great shudder. I noticed the mist underneath their wings thin a little, and the birds were forced to flap to keep us aloft. Ross tugged on the toe of one of the creatures.
This is where we get off. What's happening? I asked him as the owls swooped down toward the ground.
A small road meandered its way through the rocky ground. Buuna's magic can only reach so far before it begins to fade, he told me as the owls landed us softly on the dirt way. They released us and opened their wings wide. The remains of Buuna's magic lifted them up and high into the air. I waved to them as they flew off.
Thank you so much.
One of the owls gave a screech in reply, before they disappeared back in the direction of Batran. Ross stepped ahead of me and looked around.
We're not too far from the crossroads. What's that?
I wondered as I moved to his side.
It's the point where the hind highway meets the channel, he explained as he half turned to me with a grin. That's the huge ditch that carries water down from the mountains you see there, he nodded at the range I'd noticed earlier, and brings it down to this valley to supply water for their fish raising.
We should be able to follow the channel down to those lakes, and reach the border of Umbria from there.
And then we'll be in your kingdom,
I guessed.
He shook his head. No, my home's a little further off than that.
There are a few other smaller princedoms between here and there, and a few more mountains. I winced.
That sounds like a long trip.
Ross looked ahead of us and nodded.
It is, but I'm not taking you there.
My eyes widened.
Then where are we going? He lifted his eyes to the horizon. I know of a place where we can find out more about that prophecy.
We'll go there first. In the meantime, he nodded down at my arms. We should get those replaced. Buuna's medicine lasts a long time, but clean bandages don't. Come on. We ventured down the lonely road, where our only company was the chirp of birds and the buzz of bugs. Many of the birds looked much like those from my world, and I even caught sight of a bee and a beetle. Some of the birds, however, had longer beaks than I'd ever seen, and some of the bugs resembled mangled praying mantis or some other postmodern art nightmare. The road we followed cut its way into small hills, so that I felt like we traveled in a tunnel. Trees loomed overhead, and the smell of water caught my attention. The morning passed, and my stomach began to remind me that it hadn't had anything good to eat in a long while. A mile beyond the start of my hunger, the trail began to widen and flatten. Ross grasped my shoulders and drew me toward a thicket of trees.
We should get inside through the back door.
I lifted an eyebrow at him.
Get inside what?
My question was answered when we slipped into the trees and cut through a bend in the road. A large 2-floor wooden structure rose up in front of us. The structure was situated at the crossroads, where the hind met another road, and took up some 100 feet of prime real estate. The place was undoubtedly an inn, judging by the hanging sign over the large open door that advertised itself as the Bounding Den, and the stable that stood to the left of the building.
The whole place was made from thick timbers that glistened with a fresh coat of sealant, and the foundation had been carved from some of the boulders dragged from the nearby piles.
A large yard stretched out in front of its front door, where wheel tracks showed the path the carriages took to unload their passengers before rolling into the stable. The paned windows of the ground floor were made of thick glass to keep prying eyes from peeking inside, but the upper floor windows were clear and unimpeded by the panes. A tall gabled roof cut into the sky, and was bordered by a chimney on either end. A wide canal passed by the front of the inn, and flowed under two bridges, one in front of the inn and another a few dozen yards further down where the road intersected the water. The canal was completely uncovered except for those bridges, and its murky waters flowed at a quick clip.
"Come on," Ross whispered as he jerked his head to our left. "There's a footbridge this way, to get us over the channel."
We kept to the trees and skirted the crossroads until we passed the stable. Ross stepped out and looked in both directions before he hurried me across the road, to a narrow plank set across the 12-foot wide canal. I skidded to a stop and eyed the weathered board.
"This doesn't look safe." "As safe as the people who follow our trail," he pointed out as he stepped carefully onto the board.
The wood bowed but didn't break. A little bit of color drained from my face.
"You think they'll find us?"
Ross gently walked the plank across the gap and turned to face me.
"If we don't leave the kingdom, yes, but it'll take some tracking for them to pick up our trail here. Now come on."
I bit my lower lip as I glanced down into the rushing waters.
The channel was about 10 feet deep, though the water was so murky I couldn't see down further than a foot.
The speed of the water wasn't extremely fast, but I wouldn't have much time to wave goodbye before it took me away.
"You know I can't swim, right?"
Ross offered me his hands and grinned.
"You can with me around."
I sighed but set one foot in front of the other. Soon I was across the bridge and glad to be in Ross' arms. He drew us apart and grinned down at me.
"See? Nothing to it. Now let's get inside."
We crept away from the waters and behind the stable. The rear door was open, and the soft whinnying of horses floated to my ears. I peeked inside as we passed the doorway, and beheld some dozen stalls with all of them occupied. 4 carriages were squeezed together tongue to rear in the middle of the floor, and stretched from one end of the stable to the other. They each had a canvas tied over the top, which covered some long boxes. Ross stuck his head inside the door above mine, and inspected the interior.
"Looks like a full house. Let's see what Oscar can offer us."
I lifted an eyebrow as I followed him around the backside of the stables.
"Is he the owner?"
Ross flashed me a mischievous grin.
"Owner and an old friend." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Like Buuna." "Like Buuna. I don't like the sound of that." "And speaking of those," he mused as he stopped at the corner of the stable.
A gap presented itself between us and the inn proper.
"Let's try to keep sound to nothing until we get inside."
The Black Dragon has many eyes in his kingdom, and none of them are friendly toward us right now. I took the hint and zipped my lips shut. We sunk low, and hurried across the gap to the rear wall of the inn. There were fewer windows at the back half of the ground floor, and the door that was set into the center of the wall was much smaller than the main entrance on the other side. Ross led me over to that rear entrance and we slipped inside. We found ourselves in a narrow hall with a ceiling so low Ross almost had to duck. A set of stairs on our left led up to the upper floor, and the hall stretched straight forward to the front of the building. There was a closed door on our left and a few yards down the passage, and another likewise on the right side. The smells of the kitchen wafted out of one open doorway close to the center of the building, and to our immediate right was another door. Ross pressed a finger to his lips before he took a step forward. His foot caused the woodboard to groan, and the sound echoed down the empty passage. He paused and cast a sheepish look over his shoulder at me.
I had to suppress a snort. "What god has cursed me to see your ugly mug again?"
We both whipped our faces to the front, and beheld a hefty man in a soiled apron. He stood in front of the open kitchen doorway, and held a platter in one hand and 4 mugs in the other. The man had a scowl on his face for Ross, but when his attention fell on me, his eyebrows lifted and a smile ghosted across his lips.
And what god has granted me the honor of seeing such a beauty?
Ross grinned.
The same god.
The man frowned again and turned away.
Try not to break anything until I get back.
He stomped down the hall and disappeared into the expansive front room.
Chapter 29.
I lifted an eyebrow at Ross.
What did you break the last time you were here? A man's head, he replied as he lifted his nose to the air. He cast a mischievous look at me. What say we check out the kitchen?
My stomach rumbled, and I sheepishly grinned up at him.
I think that's a yes. Good.
He grasped my elbow and led me down the passage.
We're sure to find some bandages in there too.
Oscar's staff aren't known for their care.
I blinked at him. Their care.
My answer came in the form of a frying pan that flew out of the kitchen doorway, barely missing Ross' head, and smacked into the opposite wall. The pan left a smear of something yellow and orange on the bare boards before it clattered to the floor. Ross and I stared at the offending fryer, before I lifted my gaze to his curious face.
I pointed a finger at the pan. Do they do that a lot? Only when they're mad. Are they mad a lot? I told you to cook the omelettes in oil, not lard.
Ross winced.
Yeah. The shout had come from inside the kitchen, and a man marched out.
He wore an apron like Oscar, but this man was a head shorter and even dumpier. The stranger had a short crop of brown hair atop his head, along with a bruise on his forehead that was only partially concealed by his white cap.
Damn you, woman, he snapped as he snatched up the pan.
The man turned to stomp back into the kitchen before he noticed us, and wagged the pan at us.
You're not supposed to be back here. He paused and squinted at Ross.
Ross grinned.
Hey, Keller.
A great big grin spread across the man's face, and he opened his arms wide.
Leo's.
He wrapped his thick arms around Ross and gave him a tight squeeze. A gasp came out of Ross before Keller released him and drew back to arm's length to look him over.
You are looking pale. Are you not eating enough?
Ross shook his head.
Nothing but Buuna's gruel since I left the city.
Keller wrinkled his nose.
That is worse than nothing.
Come. I will feed you until. It was then he noticed me.
He hurried off with his cap and bowed his head. Pardon me, ma'am, but you can't be back here.
Ross laughed and draped his arm over my shoulders.
There's nothing to worry about, she's with me.
Keller lifted an eyebrow.
She is not one of your regular. A look of warning stopped him from continuing, and Keller cleared his throat. That is, she's very beautiful. What are you doing out there?
A sharp female voice snapped. An equally dumpy woman in an apron and plain tan dress swooped out of the kitchen and grabbed Keller by the ear.
Get back in here and help me. She noticed us and her fury landed on our heads. Who told you trespassers you could be back here?
Ross grinned and swept into as elegant a bow as the cramped hall would allow.
Good morning, Henrika. You're a sight for tired eyes.
Henrika's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open, though she didn't lose her hold on Keller's ear.
By all the curse of the gods, Leos.
She flung aside her captive and leaped at Ross, where she wrapped him in a hug nearly as dangerous as the one Keller had given him.
After a tight squeeze, she drew back and looked him over. My goodness, but how thin you are.
Have you eaten anything in a fortnight? Keller rubbed his ear as he joined in on their little group.
I already asked him that, and the answer is no. Then we'll fix that.
Henrika insisted as she looped an arm through one of his and tugged him toward the kitchen doorway. It was at this point that she noticed me, and her frown returned.
You're not allowed back here, miss.
Ross' eyes twinkled as he looked me over.
Should we throw her out?
Henrika nodded.
Of course.
Oscar's orders. I glared at Ross as Keller pointed at me, while he gave my companion a confused look.
But didn't you just tell me you were together?
Henrika threw her fury at Ross.
Another one of your tramps. How many times have we told you?
Ross interrupted her with a wild-timed cough.
This is Kate. She's a rather special case that Father Collins wants me to care for, and the Black Dragon wants desperately to get at. At the mention of the Dark Lord, their faces paled and they looked uncertainly at each other.
Keller was the first to speak.
You always find yourself in a not good position, Leos.
Ross shook his head.
Not good at all, which is why we're just stopping here for a bit of rest and food, if there's some to be found. Of course there is,
Henrika assured him as she gave his arm another tug.
There's always food for Leos and any of his friends. She grabbed one of my arms.
I started back, unsure if this woman was a Pactus, but nothing happened other than she dragged me into the kitchen with Ross. The kitchen was a large room with a flagstone floor. All the furniture was made of heavy timbers down to the stool beside the huge fireplace. A pig roasted over the low flames, and beside the hog hung a cauldron where a tastier soup than I last had stewed in its own juices. Counters and cupboards covered the remaining walls, with a wood stove on our left that boasted 6 burners. Pots and pans rattled on their merry way, and the whole place smelled like the herbs that hung from the ceiling over the table that sat in the middle of the floor. We were pulled over to the table, and plopped down opposite one another on the benches that ran the full length of the boards.
Sit right there and we'll get something for you, Henrika told us as both Keller and she moved off to the stove. Even enough to fill the legendary stomach of Leos, Keller laughed over his shoulder.
I lifted an eyebrow at my hungry companion.
Leos.
Ross shrugged.
A nickname I picked up a while back. What does it mean?
Lion, Keller spoke up as he walked up behind Ross and clapped the dragon on the back.
No one I know is as fearless and reckless as this man, and so it sticks to him.
Ross gave his friend a sheepish smile.
Thanks. I think. Enough with this yammering.
Henrika shouted as she strode over to us, and set a platter of meats and 2 bowls of delicious soup in front of us.
Now eat up and don't go leaving anything in your bowls.
As for you, she grabbed Keller's ear and dragged him toward the hog. It's basting time whether you like it or not. Keller yanked himself out of her grasp and frowned at her.
I still think your honey glaze idea is no good.
Henrika shoved a small sauce bowl into his hands along with a brush.
That's for the customers to decide now, based.
Keller hunched over the hog, muttering angry words as Henrika busied herself at the stove. I studied our human hosts as they went about cooking up more meals.
So how many Pactus are actually outside Maveros?
Ross shook his head.
Not as many as inside it.
Corvinus has gathered a lot around him as his soldiers, as you saw for yourself. Others around the world are scattered about, in family pockets.
Or on thrones. I teased, but my joke didn't crack a smile from him. Often yes, he confirmed as he took up his spoon and toyed with his soup.
A pensive expression settled on his face as he stared at the contents of the bowl.
The Pactus were once considered gods among many of the peoples of this world, though others were cast out or killed because their gifts were considered evil.
Now they're just used as weapons or a part of an aging culture that's being discarded for other idols. I lifted an eyebrow.
Like what?
Ross sighed.
Those Teller for one.
The flying Pactus were always most admired, and now they've been usurped by whatever magic or machine propels those vessels. I winced.
I'm sorry.
A bittersweet smile slipped onto his lips as he shook his head.
There's nothing to apologize for.
Nothing lasts forever, but to live through the change is difficult.
Are you eating yet?
Henrika snapped from the stove as she wagged a wooden spoon at us.
You need to put color on those cheeks.
Ross grinned at her as he took a huge hunk of meat off the platter.
Yes, Mum. Chapter 30.
We had nearly finished our food as Henrika had demanded, when Oscar strode into the kitchen with a large tray filled with about 24 beer mugs. He set the dishes down beside a wide sink and turned to us with a frown.
Eating me out of business again. Only on the orders of your most excellent cooks, Ross defended us as he snatched the last bit of meat from the platter.
I had already given up and, with my dishes cleared, had made use of the open table and laid my head on my folded arms. Oscar cast a sharp eye at the pair, who were conveniently busy working away at their duties.
Their orders, is it? Well, they're not the ones paying for the food.
My eyes lit up as a memory struck me.
We can pay.
Both Oscar and Ross lifted their eyebrows at me, and Ross leaned toward me.
Pay how?
I reached into my pocket and drew out the small wrinkled leather bag Captain Phantoma had passed to me. When I plopped it on the table, it gave a hard jingle.
Where'd you get this?
Ross asked me as he opened the string and looked into the bag. His eyes widened.
These are Barons.
I blinked at him before I peeked into the bag. The coins were made of gold polished to a shine.
Is that good or bad?
Oscar reached into the bag and plucked one of the coins from the pile. He studied the coin with squinted eyes before they widened.
By all the gods, it is. I looked between the two. I'm guessing this is good.
Ross smiled as he closed the bag tight and tucked the leather pouch into his own pocket. He looked up at Oscar, who still studied the coin, as though he'd discovered a unicorn.
I'm sure that will pay for any expenses we might incur, and any tab I owe.
Oscar tucked the coin hurriedly in his pocket and cleared his throat.
I suppose that depends on what else you were wanting.
A room to rest in for a little while, Ross informed him with a sly smile.
And then a boat we could use to get down the channel.
Oscar wrinkled his nose.
You won't be returning that boat, will you?
Ross shook his head and the proprietor sighed.
Well, you'll have to wait for the boat.
I don't have one lying around, but I could ask around at the farms to see if anyone's willing to give theirs up. Ross reached into his pocket and drew out the pouch. He pulled one of the gold coins out and tossed it at Oscar.
I'm sure someone will be willing to sell one to you for that price. No problems at all,
Oscar assured him as he grinned down at us. He swept his eyes over the room, and they fell on a young man who was mopping the floor near the front door.
Here now, Tim.
Tim dropped the mop and scurried over.
Yes, sir.
Oscar pulled out some smaller coins and handed them to the boy. Go fetch a boat from anyone who'll sell you one, and tell them to deliver it here. Tim nodded and hurried off to find the boat.
Our host then turned to us. Now then, were you wanting any more food?
Ross patted his stomach.
I think we're full, but a bed would be nice.
Oscar's smile faltered a little, but he used a hand to gesture toward the door.
We'll see what I can do for you.
Ross and I eased ourselves onto our feet, and as we left he flashed a grin at the pair of cooks.
Delicious as always.
Keller and Henrika smiled back at him, and gave us a wave before we left the room. Oscar guided us down the hall toward the front of the inn.
I cast an inquisitive eye up at Ross. So, what can you buy with a baron? He swept his eyes over the inn. You could buy this place for 10 of those coins.
My eyes widened.
They're worth that much. He nodded. And then some, but Oscar's kept this place in good condition, so I'd buy it from him for a good price.
Oscar cast a frown over his shoulder at us.
I'll not be selling until I'm cold in my grave, and then it'll be the shame of my children.
Ross chuckled.
Blessed be the day when a woman takes you as a husband.
A smile slipped onto Oscar's lips as he patted his pocket where he'd hidden the coin.
And that day will come sooner now that I've a dowry.
We reached the front of the inn, and I discovered that half had been partitioned into 2 large rooms. The room to our right, and which the hall connected directly to, had tables and chairs, with a small front desk near the back wall. Patrons wined and dined over the fine foods the pair of cooks produced in the kitchen. A few of the bawdier eaters, however, had struck up a tune with beer mugs in hand. All of them were singing in a flat tune. To our left were the narrow and steep stairs that led up to the second floor. 2 doors were set into the same wall a few yards away from the bottom step, one of which stood slightly ajar. I could just make out a large banquet-type room, with benches on either side of long tables.
At the far end was a short stage.
Many of the benches were occupied by men in dark clothing, who listened to the ramblings of the speaker. Oscar paused at the doorway long enough to shut the door.
"Don't want any prying eyes," he mused before he led us over to the desk.
He grabbed a key from the wall behind the desk and turned to us.
"Here you are."
Ross accepted the key, but with a frown.
"That's only one key.
We need 2 rooms. Because I can only give you 1 room, Oscar quipped as he jerked his thumb in the direction of the closed doors.
The others were taken months ago by the Undertakers Guild."
Ross turned to me and held up the chain with its lonely key.
"It's yours. I can take a seat in the pub here."
One of the mugs flew across the room and crashed against the wall close to the desk.
"That's enough of that,"
Oscar snapped as he rounded the desk and marched over to the revelers, who had turned into rioters. "Get a hold of yourselves or you'll not be getting back in here again." I pushed the key back to Ross and shook my head.
"It wouldn't help either of us if you didn't get any sleep. Besides, how bad could it be?" "Let's see," Ross mused as he raised up the key and waved his hand in the air at Oscar. "Where's this room?"
Oscar had 2 of his patrons by the front of their collars, and was in the act of bashing their heads together, when he paused and nodded at the stairs beside the pair of doors.
"Down the hall to your left, and the one at the end of the hall to the rear."
He smashed the men's skulls together and they slumped to the floor. The proprietor swept his eyes over the rest of the drunken fiends at the table.
"Now get finishing and pay your bill."
The men hurriedly downed what remained in their mugs. Ross offered me his bent arm.
"Shall we?"
I accepted and smiled up at him.
"Definitely.
I could use a nap where I didn't have to worry about being attacked by gross gruel. We moved over to the stairs, though Ross had to go first because they were too narrow for us to go up arm in arm. I followed and kept a good grip on the railing as I hefted 1 foot after the other up the tall steps. The upstairs proved to be a single hall that stretched from one wall to the other. Doors lined both sides of the passage, and at the end of either side was a single window. Those paned glasses were the only source of light in the otherwise gloomy hall. The passage was at least wider than the stairs, and we could walk shoulder to shoulder without brushing against either wall. We strolled leftward down the hall, and arrived at the last door that led to the rear room. Ross opened the door and strode in with me behind him. The room turned out to be small and plain but clean. A bed sat in the far corner of the room, with a short dresser in the corner in front of us. A window to our left looked out on the grounds. To our right stood a small vanity with a pitcher of water and a basin. A small rug in the middle of the floor finished off the decor. Ross strolled over to the window and looked out.
"Well, we have a great view of the stables."
I joined him at the glass and glimpsed the front corner of the stables nearest the inn.
"Well, at least we can see who's coming and going."
Tim emerged from the stable atop a horse and galloped away. A question struck me and I looked up at Ross.
"So why do we need a boat for the channel?
Why can't we just swim down it?" He folded his arms and furrowed his brow.
"We could, but for as far as we need to go, it wouldn't be a good idea.
The water that comes down the mountains is dirty, as you saw for yourself. The dirt gets into the gills and makes it difficult to breathe, so a boat would be safer. We can abandon the boat at the lakes, where the dirt settles into the bottom, and won't interfere with our sight and breathing." I lifted an eyebrow.
"So you water dragons have the same limits as other fish?"
He nodded.
"Yes, though we're a sight more handsome."
I rolled my eyes before I held out my hand.
"Anyway, could I borrow one of those barons?"
He lifted an eyebrow.
"Why?"
I jerked my thumb over my shoulder at the bed.
"So I can flip it and figure out which one of us is getting the bed."
A sly smile curled onto his lips.
"I thought maybe we could share it."
My face drooped.
"Seriously?" He shrugged. "It's large enough.
Oscar does keep care of all his clients that way."
I snorted. "I'm sure he does, but the coin?"
His smile softened and he shook his head.
There's no need. I'll be the one on the floor.
I lifted an eyebrow, and some of my bluster deflated.
You don't really need to do that.
We could just flip the coin.
And allow a damsel to sleep on the floor, he mused as he strode past me and over to the bed.
He removed a spare blanket from the foot, and a pillow from the head, which he tucked against his chest before he turned to face me.
Never. Wait a minute.
I moved over to him and set my hand on his sleeve, before I looked up into his eyes.
Maybe we can share. He studied my face. Are you sure? I snorted. I'm in a new world with fantastical people, and might just be part of an ancient prophecy about saving the world. I'm barely sure which way is up and which way is down.
He grinned. Good point, but are you sure about this?
I glanced at the bed and shrugged. We can fit. Just don't put your cold-clawed feet on the back of my leg. I don't want to drown in a dry bed. Chapter 31.
We climbed into bed, not minding the covers, and the moment I laid my head on the pillow, I was asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but when my eyes flew open, the morning dew had vanished, replaced by an afternoon breeze. I'd awoken because of the horrific crash, just on the other side of the bed. Two figures leapt up over the edge and grappled with each other. I shot up and gaped at Ross as he fought with a slim figure covered in a tight black outfit. Their form was unmistakably female, and they had pointed ears, but other than a slit for their eyes, they were completely covered in their attire. Even their feet showed off a pair of soft black slippers. The intruder leaped back and landed silently on the open windowsill.
Her eyes danced for joy as a small chuckle escaped her. Not bad reflexes for a clumsy dragon.
Ross wiped the back of his hand across his face, where a few shallow claw marks were visible. A few drops of blood dripped down his face and onto the floor.
I should have known Corvinus would send a lurker to fetch her. What has he offered you?
A claw sharpener. Some nip. The woman's nose twitched, and it was then I noticed her face was far too elongated for normal.
More than you can offer if I even cared to risk crossing a man as great as King Corvinus.
Ross grinned.
It sounds like you have a crush on the king. And it sounds like you talk too much, she snapped before she lunged at him with her hands outstretched.
The black gloves that covered her hands had small slits at the tips of the fingers, and I saw why when her fingernails lengthened to a foot long. They were sharp enough to gleam in the weak light as she slashed at Ross. He stumbled back and the back of his legs banged against the bed.
The whole thing jerked along the wall, and I yelped as I tumbled over the other side.
Ross whipped his head around.
Kate.
The woman took advantage of the distraction and slashed one of her hands across his chest. Her fingernails cut open his shirt and sliced across his muscles. The air filled with the stench of blood as Ross clutched his chest with one arm and leaped backward to land on his feet on the bed. He clenched his teeth as he looked down at his arm.
It was already covered in his blood.
The woman tapped one of her long stained fingernails against the tip of her chin and laughed.
This is going to be easier than I thought. Perhaps I should toy with you for a while, just to earn my pay.
Ross turned his head slightly to one side and one of his eyes caught mine.
Get out of here.
My gaze dropped to his bleeding stomach.
I'm not leaving. Nobody's leaving without me, the woman snapped as she lunged at Ross.
Ross threw his legs out from underneath himself, and her claws grazed his head where his torso had been. The soft bed meant he bounced back, but not without some ammo as he snatched both pillows from the head.
He slammed them into her face, and she swatted at them.
Her claws broke open the cases, and feathers exploded over the room. In the chaos, Ross wrapped his arms around her waist and pushed off the bed in the direction of the window. He flung them both through the open exit, and they disappeared with a yowl over the edge.
Ross! I screamed as I scrambled to my feet and rushed to the window.
I leaned out and saw the pair facing off between the inn and the channel. The woman stood closer to the channel and appeared to have landed on all fours. She was also the worse for wear, as her costume had been torn in the tussle during the fall, and one side of her face was partially revealed. Her ears were indeed pointed like a cat, and marks across her cheeks reminded me of whiskers. Ross climbed to his feet and faced her while clutching his stomach. His attire was equally ragged, but it was hard to tell whether the fall or the Catwoman had caused it. He clutched his arm against his torso and his face was pale. The woman stretched her clawed hands out on either side of her and glared at him.
"Just step aside and let me take the girl."
He smiled as he tried to sidestep around her to position himself closer to the waters.
"Not today, kitty."
The woman grinned and stepped into his path with her claws bared.
"I know what you're trying to do, water dragon."
"You'll jump in there and heal those wounds of yours, won't you?" Ross stopped and clenched his teeth.
She laughed at him. "You think the king would hire someone who didn't know how to manage you?"
The door to our room was slammed open, and I spun around in time to watch Oscar rush inside.
"What's going?" He noticed the carnage of feathers about the room and his cheeks reddened. "What have you done?" I stabbed a finger out the window. "Ross is in trouble."
Oscar frowned and hurried over to the open glass. He leaned out and his eyes widened.
"By all the gods, the beauty of butchery."
Both of my eyebrows shot up.
"You know her."
He pursed his lips as the two continued their stalemate below us.
"Yes, and it doesn't bode well for Ross."
He whipped his head to me and grabbed my hand.
"Come along with me.
We need to help him." I was loath for Ross to leave my sight, but Oscar's promise of our assistance won me over. We rushed from the room and down the stairs. The early afternoon meant the pub was between customers, and we zipped around the bottom of the stairs and down the hall. We flew past the kitchen, but not quietly.
"Grab what you can for weapons and bring the case,"
Oscar shouted to his two cooks. The pair had just enough time to give confused looks before we were out of sight. Keller stuck his head out the doorway.
"Weapons for what?" "Or,"
Oscar yelled back as we slammed through the rear door and toward the corner of the inn. It was at that point I heard a horrible cry of pain. We rounded the corner and found ourselves facing the two combatants, but they had moved. Ross now knelt on one knee and both his arms sported long gashes. The woman loomed over him with her fingernails dripping with his blood and a maniacal grin on her face. She lifted one long nail and dragged it over her tongue, savoring the life fluid.
Not the usual rust flavor. Something more seductive."
Ross lifted his narrowed eyes up to her, but they couldn't help but flicker toward the channel. She chuckled and wagged one finger.
"None of that now. You won't be going for a..." "Here we are,"
Henrika shouted as she clanged around the corner. She was armed with a half-dozen pots and pans of various sizes. Keller followed behind her lugging what I assumed was the case. They both jerked to a stop at the sight of the wounded Ross.
"And about time,"
Oscar scolded them as he grabbed the largest butcher knife in their arsenal.
He turned to face Beauty and brandished the weapon. "All right, woman.
Let my customers alone and get off my property."
She sneered at him. "You dare to interfere in my hunt?" "Yep," was the response as Keller and Henrika flanked Oscar.
He stabbed the huge knife in the direction of the crossroads.
"Now go on. Get out of here."
The woman laughed.
"Oh, you'll what? Try to fight me with one blade while I have 10.
She held up her long fingernails in front of her. Oscar grinned as Keller lugged out the case and held it in both arms before his boss.
"Nope. I don't have to get anywhere near you."
Keller opened the case and revealed dozens of pieces of cutlery of all shapes and sizes. The only similarity between them was they all had very sharp blades. Oscar drew out a small steak knife and turned back to Beauty.
"Will you leave now?" She scoffed. "Because you hold a knife at me." "No, because I throw them at you."
Oscar grasped the hilt delicately in his fingers and launched the knife at her. The blade flew through the air like a bullet, and she only barely ducked the sharp blow. The weapon flew across the channel and sank up to the hilt in the ground on the other side. Her wide eyes gawked at the weapon before she whipped her head back to us. Oscar had rearmed himself.
Well.
Beauty sneered at him and dashed forward. Oscar threw 2 more knives, and one of the blades cut across her cheek, cutting open more of her costume. The other landed in the ground in front of her feet, forcing her to stop. Oscar launched a barrage of knives, and Beauty had to dodge and deflect them with her fingernails. While she fended off Oscar's precision attacks, I tried to reach Ross. He, however, had crept away from us and stumbled his way toward the channel, leaving behind a bloody trail.
Ross,
I whispered as I kept low to the ground to avoid Beauty's notice. He hesitated a few feet from the channel, but he merely tightened his grip on his wounds and continued forward toward the rushing waters.
Chapter 32.
Beauty noticed Ross' disappearance and whipped her head around. A savage cry arose from her mouth, and she failed to deflect a throw from Oscar. The knife sank into her arm just below the wrist, and the tip came out the other side. She gave a cry and grabbed the hilt before jerking the weapon out. Blood dripped onto the ground in front of her, as she gave him an evil glare.
You'll regret this.
Oscar lifted up another knife and sneered back at her.
You won't live long enough to regret this.
Beauty dug the fingernails of her uninjured arm into her wound, creating a horrible half-foot-long gash. She flung her wounded arm at us, spraying our whole company with her vile blood. With the distraction in place, the woman spun around and launched herself at Ross. He had reached the channel and leaned over to touch the high waters. At the movement behind him, he turned his head slightly so one of his beautiful green eyes caught mine.
Find me.
Beauty reached him and swung her arm down for a finishing blow across the back of his neck. Ross twisted around and grabbed her arm. In the process, he lost his balance and fell backward into the water. The woman let out a scream, as together they plunged into the swift waters and disappeared. Those of us who remained rushed to the edge of the channel. I dropped to my knees and frantically scoured the surface.
There was no sign of them.
Tears welled up in my eyes as I clutched my hands against my chest. Oscar clapped a hand on my shoulder and smiled down at me.
Dry those tears, miss. He'll be fine.
Better than that, too, after he's had a bit of a swim. I whipped my wide eyes up to him.
Then where is he?
Oscar nodded in the direction downstream.
That way, miss. If you hurry, you can catch him.
My jaw dropped as I watched the fast waters pass by us.
How? Swim, of course, he explained as he frowned down at me. The current will take you to him. I shook my head. But I can't swim.
Oscar's face drooped.
By all the gods. Well, we'll just have to fix that for you. And soon, Keller spoke up as he gazed down the channel.
Even Leos can't swim against this current, and he can't get out for some 10 miles downstream.
I know that.
Oscar snapped as he whipped his head about.
Blast that boy.
Where is that damn boat? His gaze fell on the open doors to the stable.
Come with me.
Oscar grabbed my hand and pulled me into the stable. He hurried over to the vehicles and climbed aboard the first one, where he grabbed the nearest tie-down cord.
Help me untie these.
Keller and Henrika soon joined us, and together we cut the ropes with the cutlery.
Oscar flung off the tarp and my jaw hit the floor.
The cover had hidden a pair of wooden coffins. Oscar grabbed his end of the dead box and caught my eye.
Let's get this one down and over to the channel.
With a lot of careful maneuvering, we managed to slide the coffin over the side of the carriage and onto the floor. We each took a corner and hurried out of the stable. Oscar directed our group over to the waters, where he set his corner down on the ground. The rest of us followed suit, and I watched as he wrenched the lid off to reveal an empty interior.
Now climb in.
A cold chill ran down my spine.
Come again. He stabbed a finger at the interior. Get in. This will float you down the channel and to wherever that fool is waiting for you. But I don't even know if he's waiting for me,
I pointed out as I waved my hand in the downstream direction.
Maybe he's dead, or maybe the soldiers are waiting for me. Oscar grinned. That son of a bitch wouldn't dare die with a beautiful young woman waiting for him.
It isn't in his nature. Besides, those dragons are made of sterner stuff. A simple fall like that wouldn't take him out, not in water. I recalled Ross' last words before he plunged into the waters. Find me. I stiffened my upper lip and climbed into the coffin. My trembling hands grasped the sides as the other three eased me close to the water's edge. Oscar smiled at me and gave me a wink.
Good luck, miss, and tell that son of a bitch I owe him a boat.
Together they pushed me into the channel. The waters rocked the boat, and for a moment I thought I would spill out, but the sturdy workmanship and tall sides meant the water fruitlessly lapped at the wood boards. The current took me swiftly away from the inn, but I had enough time to wave goodbye to my new friends. However, they soon disappeared as the channel wound its way across the uneven landscape. The canal had been built on the most even ground, and that wasn't always a straight path through the hilly country. I rode the wild waters with my hands clutching the walls and my heart in my stomach. My eyes, however, were always looking for signs of Ross or, heaven forbid, beauty. I passed through the beautiful country for many miles without seeing a sign of them, though others caught sight of me. Many of the herdsmen and farmers were out watering their animals, and they gawked at me as I sped past in my coffin boat. I could only sheepishly smile and wave at them before they were left behind.
That was exactly my fear, as the miles fell behind me.
What if Ross had reached the lakes and been caught by the soldiers? Or worse, never reached them at all. He'd been terribly injured, and I didn't know how well these rumored healing powers of his worked. I yelped as I turned a sharper corner than normal, and my boat rocked from side to side. She managed to right herself, but there was a strange drag at the back. I turned my head, careful not to move the rest of me, and inspected the rear to see if I'd snagged anything. It would be just my luck to catch on something dead in a coffin boat. Water exploded upward, and a limp shape flung itself over the rear wall of my vessel. I started back and my eyes widened as I recognized the damp figure of Ross. He let out a couple of racking coughs that shook his whole body.
Oh my God!
I exclaimed as I latched onto his arms. Ross lifted his head, and his damp hair framed his sparkling eyes.
Mind if I come aboard? You idiot! I snapped as I laughed and cried.
I helped him aboard the coffin, where we precariously balanced ourselves each on one end. Fortunately, the rear was the head, and was large enough to accommodate him. I couldn't help but grasp his sleeves, unable to believe my luck. He shook one side of the sturdy box and smiled.
A nice vessel you seem to have commandeered. Are you okay? I asked him as I looked him over.
His stained shirt lay in tatters. Ross winced and wrapped an arm around his midsection.
I've been better, but the bleeding has stopped thanks to the water. He scratched the back of his head as he gave me a sheepish look. I forgot to mention it heals me, didn't I? Oscar said that would happen, I told him as I cast a wary look at the waters. And that woman.
His good humor fell away as he shook his head.
I don't know.
She kicked away from me and disappeared into the tide. I wrapped my arms around myself and bowed my head.
I really thought you were dead.
I started when I heard cloth tear, and I lifted my eyes to find Ross wrapping a piece of his shirt around his hand. He finished mummifying his hand and reached out for me. I jerked back, but he cupped my cheek in his palm. There wasn't any of the sensation of my strange familiar powers. He'd covered his hand to stop that. Ross scooted closer to me, and his beautiful eyes studied my face.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to leave you. I smiled and shook my head. It's not your fault. She was after me, remember?
You protected me.
He grinned. I wonder how much protection practice I'm going to get while you're around.
I looked over my shoulder in the downstream direction.
That depends on how far we have to go until we reach the border.
Ross looked past me and nodded at something.
Not far at all.
We've reached the lakes.
Chapter 33. I twisted around in time to watch us round the last bend in the channel.
The canal opened to reveal a half-dozen lakes of various shapes and sizes. The murky water poured into the lake, and as Ross had mentioned, the dirt settled into the bottom, leaving only clear water as far as the eye could see. Thin groups of reeds swayed in a soft breeze that rippled the surface of the largest lake, which we headed toward. Raised paths of packed dirt meandered between the banks of the lakes, allowing anyone access to all the large ponds. We startled a small flock of birds, and they flew up into the air in a hail of squawking.
Wow, I breathed as the sun cast its gentle glow across the waters.
Ross smiled as he swept his gaze over the waters.
There's a lot of lakes in this world, but very few of them are as majestic as the ones that flank Umbria's border.
We floated out into the open waters, and caught the attention of a few fishermen in their own boats. Ross grinned and waved to them, and they averted their eyes. When he spoke to me, his voice was low.
We should get to shore before we catch the attention of unwanted eyes.
I looked left and right.
So, I paddle on one side and you the other.
Ross grasped the top board of one side and wrenched it off. He handed me the board and did the same to the other side, when he held it up and grinned.
I have to say this is the first time I've used coffin wood as a paddle.
I lifted my eyebrow as I mimicked his motions, and set my paddle into the water on the opposite side as him.
Do you have a lot of experience with coffins? There was one time where I had to fake my own death to escape a village, he mused as we paddled toward one of the tall causeways. I felt a strange breeze flutter against the back of my neck.
Ross jerked around so fast that the coffin rocked from side to side.
What are you? I looked behind myself and my heart stopped.
One of the Teller ships floated over the horizon toward us. Ross tossed his paddle into the lake, and stood where he held out his bandaged hand to me.
We have to swim for it.
I didn't argue but grasped his hand and scrambled to my feet. Ross leaned to one side, taking me with him as he fell overboard. Instinct told me to clamp my jaws closed and shut my eyes. We hit the warm water and sank a few feet below the surface. Ross wrapped his bare hand over mine, and I felt the familiar sensation of my gills growing out of my neck.
Open your eyes and follow me.
I opened my eyes and beheld a creepy world of dead trees and swaying seaweed. The lake floor was a mess of moss and mud, and the seaweed blocked me from seeing from one end to the other. Ross turned his head this way and that, before he stopped it in the direction to my right and his left.
There. I feel a current that should take us out of here.
The huge shadow of the vessel glided across the surface of the water, and stopped over the coffin boat that now meandered above our position. Bird Pactus jumped off the deck of the ship, and dove toward our former vessel. The coffin rocked quite a bit, as one of them landed in the interior. Ross glared up at the coffin before he gave a soft tug of my hand.
Come on and don't look back. But where are we going?
I begged to know as he pulled me through the water.
These lakes are connected not only by the causeways, but by underground tunnels, he explained as we swam close to the bottom of the lake.
The seaweed tickled my arms.
We just need to reach the farthest one, where we can take the small river into the neighboring princedom. Even if they dare follow us overland, they'll lose us in the many deep shoals.
We swam hard and fast through the tules, and those tall plants kept us hidden from the searching eyes of the birdmen who flew over us in strict columns. I couldn't help but look up at the shadow of one passed overhead. He clutched his spear tightly in both hands, and his sharp gaze swept over the area without an ounce of mercy.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and swam faster.
We reached the causeway, and swam along the wall for a couple yards before we reached a culvert.
The tunnel had been built with stones and waterproof mortar.
This close to the culvert, I realized what had drawn Ross to its location. Literally. A steady suction pulled the waters of one lake into the next. We dove into the tunnel, and had the situation not been so dire, I would have enjoyed the quick slide to the bright other side. The two of us popped out and hit the water swimming fast, with my heart pumping equally quickly. We swam through 3 more lakes, each smaller than the last. Unfortunately, we reached the last one and found ourselves without plant cover. It was also the smallest one so far, hardly more than an overgrown pond, and the shallow water meant we were pulling ourselves along the bottom rather than swimming. I glanced up at the surface just a half-foot above my head. The shadows of the birdmen still floated above us.
How much farther? He shook his head. Not far. We just need to get across this mud patty and...
A slim shadow leapt into the water from the direction of the floating ship, and landed atop Ross. Ross jerked his hand away from mine as he tried to grab the thing that clawed at him. The familiar hiss and pointed ears told me all I needed to know about his assailant.
I'm not letting you go that easily.
Beauty hissed as she scratched at his back and arms. I pressed my feet against the muddy bottom and pushed off, launching myself at the soaking wet creature in her tattered outfit. My shoulder collided with her back, and we both splashed into the shallow waters with me atop her. She was like an insane pincushion, as she swung her fingernails wildly about and her teeth gnashed at every part of me. We tussled about the waters, and our fight caught the attention of the nearest bird cactus. The soldier swooped down and tried to grab me, but Ross leaped out of the water and grabbed one of the man's wings. He crashed into the pond, and one quick punch to the face by Ross ended that threat. He grabbed the man's spear, and turned to where Beauty and I were having our mortal combat. She had obviously forgotten her mission to bring me in alive, as she tried to cut my throat a half-dozen times. Ross struggled through the shallow muddy waters and slammed the length into her hands. The wood shattered, but so did her claws. She let loose a howl of pain and stumbled back, cradling her hands together against her chest. The woman whipped her head up and glared at Ross with such hatred that anyone else would have withered beneath such a venomous look.
You, she spat out as she narrowed her eyes at him. You will regret that. Not today, Ross shot back as he cast the spear at her.
Beauty dodged the blow, but that was enough time for Ross to grab my hand and plunge us back into the waters. We crawled faster than we could walk, and we scurried over the mud like a pair of tadpoles.
Our fight and flight had kicked up muck across the entire pond, and the bird cactus weren't able to follow us.
There was, however, the problem of breathing. Now I understood what Ross meant when our gills couldn't handle the muck.
It felt like I was breathing in sewage, and I struggled to keep my sluggish legs kicking as my lungs cried out for fresh air.
The water grew deeper, and the way ahead of us cleared. I glimpsed a culvert, and beyond that was a quick flow of water. The river at last. The fast current wrapped its gentle arms around us and took us into its clean waters. I breathed deeply the sweet flavor of unsullied water, but Ross gave a tug on my hand.
Don't stop, he warned me as he gave a powerful kick. Chapter 34.
The river down which we floated was some 200 feet wide, and meandered lazily through the same hilly countryside that surrounded the bounding inn. The depth was great enough that we could easily swim beneath the surface through the deeper channels. Ross didn't stop us until we were well away from the last culvert, and then he directed us into a shallow pool. Tree limbs shaded the waters, and we frightened a school of fish that had the same hiding idea as us. I plopped myself on a fallen log and breathed out my watery air. Ross joined me at my side and swept his eyes over the area.
We're on the wrong side of the border, but I figured you'd want to rest for a while.
I leaned up and pecked a kiss against his cheek.
You had the right idea.
A sly smile slipped onto his lips.
Is that an invitation or just a present? I snorted. Maybe a little of both.
Ross wrapped his arms around me and drew me against his warm chest. He leaned down and captured my lips in a firm but gentle kiss. A sensual heat slipped from my head down to my other extremities, and the warmth pooled between my legs. I couldn't help but lean into the kiss and moan.
After everything we'd been through, this was relaxation I desperately wanted.
Ross reluctantly drew us apart and turned his face slightly away from me.
A heavy sigh escaped his lips. As tempting as this is, we're still not out of Corvinus's clutches.
We need to get to the other side. My shoulders drooped, but I grasped one of his hands in mine and gave it a squeeze.
Lead the way and I'll follow.
Ross set his other hand over mine and kicked off from the wood. He propelled us through the flowing waters and across its wide girth to the opposite shore. We reached the shallows, and I was glad to set foot on clean, hard ground. Ross let go of my hand.
Stay here for a moment while I take a look around.
I nodded, and he ventured out of the water. I watched from beneath the surface as he inspected the area.
After a few moments, he beckoned to me.
I made my way slowly up the slope, as I felt my gills fade into my body. The next moment I broke through the surface and breathed in a sweet air filled with the scents of flowers and trees. Ross stood on the shore of that river, and faced the river. I moved to stand at his side, where I turned around and beheld the border between us and the Black Dragon's power. In the far distance I beheld the mighty airship, and around it fluttered the tiny specks of its crew. The waters of the river lapped softly at our feet. High over our heads birds sang their sweet song. I breathed out a soft sigh and smiled.
It feels nice to know we don't have to run anymore.
Ross pursed his lips as he gazed out over the Black Dragon lands.
I wouldn't bet my last coin on that.
My face fell.
What do you mean? Corvinus won't let someone as important as you slip through his fingers, even after you've left his lands, Ross mused as he folded his arms over his chest. He'll hire more people like that woman that attacked us.
To people like that, borders and laws mean nothing. They only worship coins, and Corvinus has enough to spread to a lot of people. I winced.
So what do we do? He looked over his shoulder. We go that way. I followed his gaze.
The riverbanks were surrounded by a great many trees, and beyond them were more copses and a scattering of grassland and meadows. The rolling hills became taller, and I glimpsed snowy mountains in the far, far distance. I lifted an eyebrow at Ross.
What's out there? An old library in an ancient capital, he mused as a smile slowly slipped onto his lips. If there's any place that has that prophecy and other details about it, it'll be that place. My heart sank, and I set a hand against my chest. What if I am this prophecy?
Ross stuck his bandaged hand in my face, and I looked up to find him grinning.
Then I'll thank the gods for giving us the same destiny, no matter where that leads. I smiled and grasped his hand. Thank you. He shook his head. No thanks necessary.
Now then, his gaze settled on my bandaged arms. We should get those looked at first, and I know just the place.
It's a few miles down the road.
Think you can make it? I grinned and nodded.
With you guiding me, I think I could make it anywhere. Besides, my arms don't hurt anymore.
I lifted one arm, and the great abuse the bandages had suffered caused the mess to unravel. The wrappings dropped to the ground and revealed my bare and unwounded arm. The skin was perfect, down to the little hairs that now stood on end. There wasn't a sign of the wounds I'd suffered, nor even a scar. I gaped at the clean arm before I looked up at Ross.
Buuna said they'd never really heal.
His gaze too was focused on my unblemished arm, and his lips were pursed.
They shouldn't be.
He grasped my arm and studied the flesh.
Unless.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Unless what? Unless my heightened healing abilities were further improved by your familiar gift, he mused as he turned his attention to my other arm.
He unwrapped those bindings and was less than surprised when my flesh on that limb proved to be the same perfect state as the other.
A dark cloud settled on his brow. This would make you a useful tool for Corvinus if he ever discovered this power. I shook my head. How?
Only I can use it. Some innate magics can be extracted from the user and given to someone else, he mused as he tucked the bandages into one of his pockets.
I winced. That doesn't sound pleasant. It's not.
The user often dies. The color drained from my face.
Oh.
Ross grasped my hand and looked into my eyes.
I'll never let that happen, and it won't, but we have to keep on moving. I smiled and nodded.
A warmth filled me at the thought that this handsome, devilish rogue would be my protector. Not a bad life, even for a fugitive. Ross led me into the thicket of trees, and out the other side, where we found ourselves on a path to another adventure. That day I left behind more than just a kingdom, however. I left behind an old life, and spread out before me was a wide world of wondrous new sights. I couldn't wait to see them. Looking to sink your teeth into another world of fantasy and romance? Grab a free copy of Taken by the Dragon King, where Diana Bray's Diana is whisked into another world by a handsome stranger who turns out to be a sexy dragon king. His bright eyes have lustful plans for her, as she learns that her fate is to bring forth an heir for the Dragon Kingdom. She isn't so sure about this arrangement, and there are other powers in play who couldn't agree more with her. Some of them are dying to stop an heir from happening, while her Dragon King's lust all but assures it. Download it now and dive into a new world. Wondering what it would be like to be kidnapped, to satiate the desires of a Lord of Dragons? Miriam Cat is about to find out, as she's tossed into shackles and sent on her way to be the maiden to the dragon. Along the way on their whirlwind romance, they see the world of her dragon lover, with its dangers and delights. A non-stop adventure with sexy romance. Best of all, this book is another free story for your reading pleasure, so download Maiden to the Dragon. You won't regret it.